This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
Good morning and welcome from Headingley on day 3 to sunny skies once again here. Umpires Ben Debenham and Tom Lungley are making their way out into the middle, as soon will be Finley Bean and Sam Whiteman, 102 and 73 not out respectively, and Yorkshire resuming on 192 for 1 today, 310 runs behind that first innings 502 that Sussex put on the board. A lot of work for Yorkshire still to do, but it does look like another good day for batting if you can get yourselves in. Still a lot of cricket to be played. Sussex still in the ascendancy, and we'll see how this first half hour or so pans out with Adrian Harms of BBC's Sussex and myself, Jonathan Doidge, and we've also got Liam Thomas third voicing for us today. Crowd, well, appreciative applause as they make their way back onto the field of play. Pretty good numbers for a Sunday morning. Lots of other sport going on, of course, today. London Marathon. Harmsy tells me that the women were on course for a world record in their race. And, of course, a small matter of a game of football. Wembley this afternoon.
Morning, Georgie.
Good morning.
It's strange when you watch the marathon. I was watching it this morning. Huge crowds around London. It's that sort of annual event where I think, perhaps one day I should try and do that. But it did 60,000 runners. It's extraordinary, isn't it? But as you say, the women were going at an amazing pace. So looked a really good event.
My old cricketing mate from younger days, David Leatherdale, who ended up going on to play for Worcestershire, you may recall.
Yes.
I think he was the chairman or chief exec or something of the PCA at one stage. Well, Lugsy and I were at his house in Pudsey on the morning of the first London Marathon. I remember us watching in his front room as the two guys came over the line.
Yeah, and held hands.
And we said, we were 13 at the time, saying, when we're 18, we're old enough, we're going to do that. I don't know if he ever did. I certainly haven't.
Well, funny enough, I remember that first year of the marathon because I was my best man, actually, and I was his best man. We were at Tech College together, and they announced the London Marathon, and we decided we were going to do it. So we started training. He was a very good footballer.
Here is Finn Hudson-Prentice then for the first ball of the day from the Kirkstall Lane end, and Sam Whiteman turns it into a run into the lakeside. They're underway.
So we started training and we both applied to run, and neither of us got in. And then people said after that, well, if you apply and run for a charity, you've got more chance of getting in, and you had to tick the box. So I tried several times to get in and never got in. I remember that first one. It's iconic, actually. And how amazing that those guys, they held hands, didn't they, and crossed the line. It was fabulous.
I was hearing something, I think it was 5 Live I was listening to the other day, where 2 runners had stopped recently to help somebody who was in distress, as Hudson-Prentice is in. Finley Bean is also going for the day with a flick off his legs. Oh, now then, the Sussex fielder down at long leg has fallen awkwardly in fielding that ball. Bean probably needs to just recover his ground here. He's halfway back for the second run.
So Jack Carson, I'm not sure who that is.
And we've got an early stoppage.
That looks nasty.
Like a knee injury, that sort of thing. I wasn't sure if at first he just landed on the rope or something, and that might have hurt, but maybe he's just slipped.
And he's staying down there. I can't see from this distance. I'm thinking it might be Jack Carson, but I'm not entirely sure. Do
you want to borrow my bins? You're already on the Sussex.
With my glasses, with my eyesight, it may not help that much, Georgie, but let's see if I can just see who it is over there.
He's making his way on to administer some treatment. So we've seen just 2 deliveries and already.
I think it might be Tom Price. Let's have a little look. It's not Leading, it's not Robinson, it's not Haynes, it's not Crocombe. Oh.
Close up now on the screen.
Well, let's put the other glasses back on. No, it's gone again.
Yeah, not sure is the answer, but it could be Jack Carson because we can't see a number 6.
It's either Carson or I can't see Tom Price either at the moment.
And I think think that's Jack Carson walking across towards him. So I think, yeah, by process of elimination, it looks like it probably is Tom Price.
First things first, we hope that it's, for Tom's sake, that it's nothing serious. Less importantly is the effect this might have on Sussex going forward. I've spoken a lot during the game about Sussex's fairly sort of meagre resources in terms of players, and Tom Price very much part of this seam attack. Now there is, of course, we do have these injury protocols now. I was thinking the player up who will be the like-for-like replacement, I imagine, would probably be Danny Lamb, who bowls right arm over and is an all-round cricketer. So I don't think there'd be too many objections if that were to happen. But long term, this doesn't look good, does it? It looks to me as if some of the Yorkshire perhaps physios are coming on as well. He's standing up.
He's got up, yeah.
Yeah, but he looks very. He's
put his foot down gingerly, hasn't he?
That doesn't look good, does it?
No, it looks like it's the right leg.
Yeah, so there's someone else, another physio come out. It looks like maybe one of the Yorkshire staff is very kindly come across to help. He's coming off the field. That doesn't look. He's walking, but he's walking extremely gingerly. I don't know whether he lost his footing. I mean, we were discussing marathons, weren't we? I mean, it was just a tuck down to fine leg and a comfortable single.
There's no obvious sort of trail in the grass behind him that he's
Must be able to see who it is now.
heel's gone in or his knee's gone in.
Can I pinch your buttocks again, Dorothy? Let's see if I can get a good look at who it. Oh, it is.
Yorkshire, well, Harms is trying to train the binoculars in, adding 2 runs. Finlay Bean was halfway back to make it into 3, but
Yes, it's Tom Price.
stopped.
Yeah, it's Tom Price. I'm just trying to see. Just lost his footing over there. He's walking very gingerly around the boundary edge. To see exactly what he's walking unaided is the good news. And he's getting a sympathetic round of applause. Well, at least he's walking unaided is the good news, but he's walking very gingerly and looking very uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, you can't imagine Sussex are going to be asking for an immediate replacement because they want to check him out.
Yes, of course.
See if they can see if a bit of treatment might help him get back on. Sometimes these things feel worse, don't they, for a couple of minutes.
Yes.
And then ease. We'll see. But they do have the option of applying to use a substitute, as Yorkshire have done 3 times already this season, if they deem that necessary. Ball number 3 incoming then. Finn Hudson-Prentice is bowling to Sam Whiteman, so Bean and Whiteman settled on 1.
And I think this is the sort of situation, Dorothy, where I kind of understand the injury protocol, isn't it? You know, let's hope that he's going to be okay. But if he isn't Tom Price, then obviously this is nice, isn't it? A nice sympathetic round of applause. You would hope that that is a good reason for a replacement. He's still waiting on the boundary edge.
Yeah, so he's almost like, let's see how you go if you walk it off, and then we'll take you inside if it's still too bad. As there was a dot ball followed by another one as Finn Hudson-Prentice bowled there to Whiteman, who played into the offside no run. Who's gone on for him?
Well, Charlie Teal was up here, Danny Lamb was here, Dan Ibrahim was here as well. Just trying to look around to see exactly who was coming on the field. So it's probably over on that far side, Dorji. He hasn't come off the field. He's still standing down below us, Tom Price, and let's hope he's going to be okay.
Hudson-Prentice bowls again. Whiteman turns that one into the leg side where there's a man positioned at short straight mid-wicket. There's also a man out on the boundary edge in front of square, plus the man who's taken up that position that Tom Price had, which is kind of long leg, and he'd run from long leg around the boundary, probably the best part of 20 yards, when he went down to pick up the ball that Finlay Bean had hit, and at that point just fell in a bit of a heap on the ground. So it was difficult to say exactly what happened, but it looked like knee or ankle was an issue. Good delivery here from Hudson Prentice, and there's a stifled appeal from behind as it goes past the outside edge of Whiteman's bat. So an incident-packed first over, which has taken 8 minutes to get through. 194 for 1.
But Danny Lamb is coming onto the field now. The reason that Tom Price hadn't come off is because he would be walking behind the bowlers. So he's walking unaided, Jonathan. You can see that down below us. So that's good news. But he's
walking towards the outside of his right foot, isn't he? And he's not kind of walking anything like comfortably.
Well, he's walking very gingerly, isn't he?
So yeah,
he looks in a degree of discomfort, doesn't he?
Yeah, it looks, we're not sure what it is, but it looks knee or ankle, and it's a joint sort of thing, you would think.
Yes, as opposed to a muscle type thing. No, I would agree. So just he was coming because it wasn't Danny Lamb. I don't think it was Dan Ibrahim either, because I thought I saw Dan downstairs as well. So possibly Charlie Terry's been up there on duties. I think that might be Charlie at backward point, actually. So fingers crossed. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. Jack Carson is coming into the attack. First time Jack's bowled from the Howard stand-in, comes in around the wicket and bowls, and forward is Bean plays down the other side of the track, and there is no runs. We were in the middle of discussing marathons, but good luck to everybody who's doing it. One of them might be somebody from Leeds who's maybe gone down to run the marathon and go to see it go. I bet there's a good chance there is, you know. People running in fancy dress. They're saying it's going to be quite warm in London today, but it looked terrific. Casting bowls to Bean, who clips onto the onside. Very good bit of fielding in there by James Coles. At mid-wicket there is no. And yeah, Charlie Tier is the replacement fielder at backward point. Young wicket keeper. Plays for Scotland due to his mum's heritage. Comes Carson again. Bowls, Bean drives down the track there. Listening to the interview last night with John Sadler was talking to the journalist downstairs in the press huddle, and he was saying that very much the Yorkshire plan was to bat as long as they can clearly and sort of see where they are around about tea time. I guess they've got plenty of wickets in hand, Jonathan. That might be the time they want to step on the accelerator a bit, as in comes Bean and bowls. Bean and bowls, Carson bowls, and Bean plays down the offside of the track. And he was saying that Finlay Bean is the sort of player he feels who can go on and make a big 100.
I think his record backs that up as well in terms of long innings.
Carson, nice and tidy so far. Bowls again, forced back onto the back foot is Bean, plays onto the onside. No ready. If you'd like to get in touch, Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. We'd love you to have your emails throughout the day. I know lots of sport going on today, apart from the marathon, and what's the football going on later as well, as Carson is back to his mark. A slip and a leg slip by the close fielders. In bowls and stretching forward is Bean, plays onto the onside. There is no run. There's a good over by Jack Carson. That'll please Ollie Robertson. The new ball is still 18 overs away. So there might be some juggling of bowlers, because I see no reason why Sussex wouldn't take that new ball when it becomes available. The cloud has melted away. The weather forecast I saw this morning, Georgie, was suggesting more cloud drifting in sort of after lunch, which you'd have thought may favour the bowling side, and inspire the possibility, they were saying sort of east of the Pennines, which I guess is here, of a shower or two, but more out to it. How far are we from the east coast here?
70 miles.
That's a long way. They were saying more on the sort of down the east coast, so we may miss them, but it looks like it could be more unsettled tomorrow.
Hudson Prentice, number 33, in and over the wicket, and bowling there to Whiteman. Ball wraps him on the flat pad. Now Finlay Bean's gone a long way down here to try and get a run out of it. Was sent back by Whiteman just for a moment. There was an element of will he being run out. A direct hit would certainly have seen the back of him, but the fielder, that's Jack Leaning, isn't it, has to go a good 10, 15 yards to pick the ball up in the first place, then turn tail and throw at the bowler's end. So it would have been more or less miraculous had he managed to effect a run out and panic over for Finley Bean. Hudson Prentice just waving to somebody in the crowd as if they might be causing a disturbance behind the bowler's arm, as he makes his way in again now to bowl to Whiteman, who flicks nicely off his legs. There's a man out in the deep to prevent that going for a boundary, and they get 1 run. Morning to you, Rich Mallander. Says he's looking forward to what he hopes will be a good day of Yorkshire batting, which will be a tonic to my aches, he says, after I was on the field for every ball of my game yesterday. Thankfully, a 5-wicket win. Ooh. Well done, Rich. I feel your pain, and I'm not even playing anymore, but God, I remember those days. Aching till Thursday. A day, and then bringing them all on again on a Saturday. Hudson Prentice round the wicket now. Bean turns that into the leg side. Hit it quite firmly. No run. So, well, a sort of staggered start to day 3 with that injury to Tom Price. Hopefully he's getting some treatment now, and you'd hope get him into a situation where he's able to continue, but we'll see, depending upon the seriousness of it, whether or not he can. Hudson Prentice coming in again. 2 fielders waiting in catching positions on the leg side if he flicks this aerially, but he doesn't.
I thought it was a good shot from him. I thought he drilled that through extra cover. Jonathan,
he got it towards the inside of the bat, hasn't he? He just replayed the shot through extra cover, but actually diverted it to mid-off. Robinson did the fielding. Continued importance about his job today, but I don't think we'll see too much of him, if anything, before that second new ball is taken.
No, I agree.
Some Prentice is in, and been driving again into the offside. Crocombe fielded.
This is very much how the day began yesterday, isn't it? Or the reply began yesterday, with Bean being very circumspect, and some good early bowling from Sussex yesterday. I think Hudson Prentice has been excellent again. 12 overs, 1 for 32.
Yeah. Makes his way in again for the final ball of this over, and Whiteman, Bean I should say, gets that towards the inside of the bat as well, and he's diverted it down into the distance at long leg for 1, so he'll retain the strike. He's on to 104, 196 for 1. Whiteman on 75, and this partnership, as I say, it has broken a record for Yorkshire for the second wicket against Sussex in first-class cricket, which was set way back in 1904. I was hoping to tell you by whom it was set.
Yes, they were talking about that last night, and actually John Sadler said that he would go and tell the players that they were in sight of that record, which I think they've now... Did they need another 4 runs or something else?
No, they'd just beaten it by 4 runs last night.
Carson, round the wicket, comes in and bowls, leans back as Finley Bean and plays that ball through the covers and picks up a single. But if Jack's parents could well be listening over in Northern Ireland, if they are, a very good morning to you. Jack is operating from the far end of the ground, the football stand end of the ground.
171, the previous record, shared by F.S. Jackson and David Denton at Bramall Lane, Sheffield, in 1904. So it's a long-standing record that they've broken.
We do. No, I'm not going to say it. That sounds ridiculous. Here comes Carson around the wicket, bowls to Whiteman, who's forward defends. Down the track there is no run. We were talking on Friday, and Liam was slightly incredulous when I was telling him that when I used to keep wicket, which I used to, but not particularly well, we used to wet our inners and put them in a bucket of water before he went and kept wicket. And Liam looked at me as if I was mad. In comes Carson, bowls. Whiteman drives firmly down the ground. That's a good shot. I'm sure he's got quite all of that, but it's in fact, you didn't get. He didn't sound quite right off the bat, did he? He was looking to play an aggressive shot. In fact, Daniel Hughes retrieved the ball in front of the Howard stand. It's just a single to Whiteman, who goes to 76. The scoreboard is just a run behind at the moment. Total to 198 for one. Carson in again, bowls. Bean plays across the line. Good bit of bowling by Jack Carson. He's got a nice loop this morning, bowling from, say, the far end of the ground. And we had an email on the subject from Gary Knight, who's a Sussex sports living in Horsham. I don't know if you're listening this morning, Gary. I know Gary's a big West Ham fan, so he'll be very pleased with events yesterday at the London Stadium. And I'll read his email anyway. It's reference sort of club kit. In comes Carson, bowls, and Bean nudges onto the onside, thinks about a single, but isn't there. Again, good control. Jack Carson in his 8th over. He's bowled no wicket for 23, 198 for one. Live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Arms and Jonathan Doige. Liam Thomas to join us in about 10 minutes or so as in comes Carson and bowls. Drills down the ground by Bean, but only as far as mid-off, followed by Ollie Robbins. A good, nice, tidy over from Jack Carson. 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. Yorkshire 198 for 1. So this was from Friday, actually, and Gary said, with regard to your earlier discussion concerning cricketing equipment used by my village cricketers, I can relate to your comments regarding the club bag. My club had one of those which contained any number of different items, a selection of discoloured pads, gloves that rarely came as a pair, bats that looked as if they'd been made in the 1940s, boxes, the less said the better, and wicket-keeping gloves and inners, and yes, I soaked the inners in water. So I was making the point that very few people had their own kit, and you were reliant on the club supplying the... you played a slightly higher grade of cricket than I did, Doige, but no one had their own kit. We all relied on the club to supply the equipment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I first started playing junior cricket, it was still pretty similar. I remember turning up at Horsforth Park, and there was a team kit bag. Some players did have their own bat, some had their own pads. Nobody had a helmet, of course, in those days. As Hudson Prentice is in, and Whiteman defends up to Ollie Robinson at mid-off. There was the gloves with the green spikes on those. The school kit bag was similar, and you were lucky if you did have your own gear. I mean, I remember my first bat was just called Genuine Willow. I don't know where it was. I can't remember where we got it from. Whether it was Horsforth Sports Shop or supermarket. That was the bat for probably 2 or 3 years. Here's Hudson Prentice bowling to Whiteman, who turns it into the leg side. Again, no run.
Well, there was always a discussion, I was saying to Liam, there was always discussion at the AGM of the cricket club as to kit for next season. And the treasurer would say, get out his bit of paper, so we've got, 32 quid in the bank, and, we could perhaps afford one new bat. And so someone would be sent off to sort of repair one of the bats during the winter months. And, there was 3 bats in the club bag. Of course, then everyone would scramble for their favourite bat. If you went out to bat and someone else had your favourite bat. Happy days.
Yep, Hudson Prentice in. That's turned backward of square on the leg side by Whiteman for a single. Speaking of Horsforth Old Park, the first club I played at, where there was incidentally one first-class cricket match way back when. They lost yesterday to Kirkstall Educational, who would be the nearest cricket club to this ground, just down to the traffic lights and turn right.
Okay. Just
been sent the scores from the Airedale and Wharfdale Senior Cricket League from yesterday. A pat on the back for Rawdon, of course. Their first win of the season. Good delivery here from Hudson Prentice. There's a big appeal, and he's given him. That is the end of Finlay Bean then for 105, adding just the 3 to his overnight total. And we're going to get a chance to see that again. Hudson Prentice switched to round the wicket, and we'd been talking yesterday about not sure quite what, because we don't have time to slow things down and all that, and too long to debate it in the commentary box. But if Finley is vulnerable against one thing or another, then it's the right armour coming wide on the crease round the wicket. Somehow, it's something that John Sadler, Anthony McGrath would probably have had a look at quite a lot of times, no doubt Bingley as well. But he has played superbly well here. A 7th first-class 100. We're seeing it again. And the ball did jag in quite a long way. There's probably an element of, is it going down? But he has been given by umpire Lungley 105 from 258 minutes, 192 balls, 13 fours and a 6. And he's off the field of play. We had a piercing noise in our ears there, as if the line had dropped out. I'm sure you'll tell us if it has. It all looks as though it's still intact. But well played, Finley Bean.
Is the light on?
This is what...
Oh, it's not that.
It's not that anymore.
Oh. Well, it was a funny noise, wasn't it? Well, that's not for Finley Bean.
No, there's a young promising player making his way out to the middle. I think this guy could have a bit of a future in the game. Joe Root.
I'm looking forward to this.
Which bit?
Well, just because he, I mean, in all the pantheon of great cricketers, he is right up there, Jonathan.
Yeah, 35 years of age, 163 test matches, nearly 14,000 runs. He needs a further, 57 to tick off that particular landmark. 41 test match hundreds and 66 50s to go with him. 19,089 first-class runs at 50.23. His test average is even better, 51.07. Yeah, he is. You're right.
I mean,
it's a pleasure to watch him.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the cricketing greats. There's just no question about it.
55 first-class tons. And he's out there in the middle because of the dismissal of Finley Bean, and that means that Finn Hudson-Prentice has both wickets to have fallen in this Yorkshire first innings. So well done to him. 2 for 34. Still got 2 balls to go in this, his 13th over. And well, what field is Ollie Robinson going to set for his Old England skipper, Joe Root? He's going to go with a couple of slips.
I thought that was a bit odd to move a slip out to a new player, even though it is Joe Root. He's put him back in now.
I'd say it's a bit of a fly gully, isn't he? He's a bit deeper than gully would be, and he's walking in. As in comes Hudson-Prentice, and Root watches that one by off stump. And they basically ringed it with a long leg, who's in the shadows of the Howard stand and will be fairly parky, I think, down in that corner.
Yes, funny enough, as I left the hotel and walked down the hill this morning, I suddenly thought, perhaps I'm a bit underdressed here today. In the sun, it's beautiful. I mean, in these, in terms of great Yorkshire players as well, I mean, where does he rank, Jonathan? At the top of the list?
Hudson-Prentice making his way in. And Root dropping into the offside. And he likes to get on the board, doesn't he? And he called Whiteman through for a run that had a minor element of risk about it, but they got through safely, and Joe is on the board again, and Yorkshire have made it to 200 of 65 overs. He's very different. That's opinions and eras.
Of course it is, yes. I didn't mean it
pitches, uncovered pitches.
Yes, totally. I mean, there's been some great Yorkshire cricketers, but he must be, he must be hugely in the conversation.
Yeah, his record in terms of first-class hundreds, obviously, a long way behind Sir Geoffrey.
Yes.
But different eras, different amounts of cricket played, no central contracts back then, more county championship matches. It's just a great player. That's all you can really say, isn't it? In every which way that you measure greatness as a batter in cricket, he is.
It's an interesting change of bowling. I thought Jack Castler bowled very tidily from the Howard stand end, but they've turned to Tom Haynes, who bowled yesterday. nipping the ball around a little bit. 7 overs for just 10 runs. Did a good job for Ollie Robinson. So I wonder what the thinking is here. Obviously got a plan. And John Simpson standing up to the stumps, who I spoke to last night. John Simpson, 10 centuries now for Sussex in 31 games. Quite extraordinary. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Root rather digs that out, plays it down to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. Excuse me, that interview is available on the BBC Sport Twitter feed. And he paid tribute, actually, John, to Finley Bean's innings, and made the point, having kept for as long as he did, and score 100 was some achievement. Haynes in again, bowls. Root solidly forward, plays to short extra cover, fielded by Charlie Tier, who's on the field for Tom Price, who went off was it the second ball of the morning, Dorothy? Slipped on the outfield while fielding the ball and limped off, and we'll see if we can find out the extent of that injury. See if perhaps we can get a message down to the Sussex dressing room and see what's situation is, as Haynes is in, bowls, Root forward down the offside of the track. There is no run, which is being an all-rounder. Sussex will miss him. We'll have to see whether it will take further part. Comes Haynes again. Over the wicket, bowls, and Root's hit on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Sounded like there was a bit of bat on that.
Yeah. It felt like inside edge onto pad. We are behind Joe, we should point out, in our commentary position, so not always easy to tell. But can you imagine, he's on one. Ben Debenham is the umpire at that end. There's 1,200 people in. We've not come to watch you raise your finger, umps.
Haynes in, bowls, Root plays onto the onside. Good over this by Tom Haynes. He's just... He's one of these bowlers just sort of he's always at you as a batter. So people tuning in all the time. So, Tom Price in fielding the ball down at fine leg, second or third ball of the morning, I forget which, slipped on the outfield as he went to pick up the ball. It looked a really nasty injury. In the end, he walked off the field unaided, but very gingerly. In comes Haynes, bowls, and Root plays to mid-on, fielded by Ollie Robinson. There's a maiden over bowled by Tom Haynes. Time for me to go do my play to the listeners on BBC Radio 6, and we will return.
He's off in his prime there. He'll be back. Liam will be in shortly. It's not a huge amount of point in me passing on to you all how Joe Root plays, because I think we all know that. It's his first cricket, of course, since the final test of the Ashes series, so he's had a good rest. They tell me he was very busy in the nets in the build-up to this match, so he's been in at Headingley and he's been getting his eye back in, and he'll need a bit of time to do that while he's out there. And here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice then to bowl to Sam Whiteman, who's on 77, so it's been a fairly slow start, but that's going to quicken things up. Too wide and full, and Whiteman has got his hands through it and driven firmly through square cover for 4 runs. Liam's alongside. Morning, Liam.
Morning, Dodger. Morning, everybody. Greeted onto the commentary with a beautiful cover drive from Whiteman there. Not the best ball with the field that Hudson-Prentice has got. It's got pat leg side. Suggests he's going to bowl straighter than what he's just done there.
And he comes again, just one slip in place at the moment as Whiteman blocks. Still 13 and a half overs before a second new ball can be taken. And it depends on at what point your innings, at what time of the day. It's probably, in a sense, a good time for Sussex at this point, because early doors, batters trying to get themselves back in. If there is any moisture around from overnight in the pitch, it'll be now. You've got the old ball, but if this was the back end of yesterday, with the sun shining on that pitch all day long, 2 players well set, you'd think that the scoring rate would be greater than the 3.08 that is on the board at the moment. Here's Hudson-Prentice, ball short of length. The player had just been brought into the offside there. Henry Crocombe is quite close at cover, only 4.5 strips away from Whiteman. And another man who is in front of square on the offside. An unusual position, really. Sort of a short cover. I often see players that square in that position. Here's Hudson Prentice, full, blocked by Whiteman. There is no run.
I think that's the length that he needs to be targeting. I say something does seem to be happening off that length, Doige. Just obviously to put it in the right area. Quite like what Robinson's doing here. Been very proactive with his fielding positions, just trying to drive the game forward a little bit. See if he can nick a couple more out. Say Ringfield, try to stop the runs. Can they draw a mistake? So another tweak in the field again as the cover goes round and then the short extra goes in really close. 2 strips. Yeah.
Here's Hudson Prentice, Whiteman, nicely played off his legs, wide of Daniel Hughes at mid-on, who's round to field. Can't prevent the single. Still want to come in the over, 205 for 2. Whiteman, very much his highest score in his short stay with Yorkshire so far, 82. Still to come, Johnny Bairstow next in. I'm sure for all they'd love to see Sam Whiteman pile on a massive score. The Yorkshire supporters in the ground would love the prospect of seeing Johnny and Joe back together for some time today, if that comes about. Then Matthew Revis, George Hill, Don Bess, Logan Van Beek, Jai Richardson and Jack White to bring up the rear as Hudson Prentice bowls to Root. Lovely little flick off his legs down to long leg for a single, 206 for 2. 67 overs complete, and that's in response to 502 posted by Sussex.
Yeah, Yorkshire have got to get through a lot of work today. So if they want to get close to that 500, a lot of batting to be done. And like you said, Doige, if like I say, just the start of the day is probably the hardest part. I think as the sun bakes down on the pitch, the batters start to get in, you can really start to score some runs in the afternoon. So Yorkshire just want to be careful that they don't go bang bang and lose a couple of wickets. So.
Yeah, we've got Tom Haynes from the Howard stand end bowling to Root, who turns that one onto the leg side. There is no run. Graham Charles has messaged in on X and says shout out to Headingley AFC, who beat Newton Aycliffe 6-0 yesterday to secure a home tie against Dunstan AFC in the Northern Premier League East on Tuesday night. Great game yesterday. There you go, Graham. Here's Haynes in again, and Root, oh, he plays that out towards mid-wicket. Not sure he was intending to do so.
Quite like this field that they've got here. So catching men on both sides, mid-wicket, short extra, Ringfield. So Root's absolutely excellent at accumulating. I say getting starting singles, rotating strikes. So Ollie Robinson probably recognises that and just trying to stop that, build a bit of pressure.
There he is again, Haynes, and Root does that thing that he does, which is run it down to third man, but they've got it blocked by Jack Carson at the moment. Speaking of Headingley, just moved house 3 weeks or so ago, and out of the front window, panoramic view across the valley, including Headingley Moor TV mast, which obviously can be seen from virtually anywhere in Yorkshire, or West Yorkshire at the very least, as Haynes is in. And Root blocks it, and then on a night when darkness falls, it's lit up. It's like a.
It's got the red dots on it.
Lights, hasn't it? Yeah.
All the way up from top to bottom. Quite like this where the keeper stood up, trying to keep Joe Root in his crease. Can just get ones in it back. LBW. Sometimes can be a more dismissal as cover goes out for the final 2 deliveries to stop the boundary. Just keep it into a single.
Haynes it again. Root, full face of the bat, drives it straight to short cover where Charlie Tier is on as 12th man and does the fielding. Sporting number 28 in the floppy hat. Hopefully Tom Price will be okay, and best case scenario is obviously that he's able to come back on and continue to bat and bowl for Sussex. Worst case scenario maybe has to be worst case scenario on the day, maybe has to be officially substituted out. We'll see, as Haynes' final delivery is blocked by Root.
Yeah, it did look to be moving a little slightly gingerly as he walked around the boundary. I say fingers crossed that he's okay, especially after the way he batted in the first innings as well. It's like a big player for Sussex.
Scores elsewhere. Lancs in their second innings now. They bowled Durham out for 295. 7 for 1 in the 8th over of their second innings. Down at New Road. We're into the third innings of the match there. So Kent 196, Worcestershire made 447, and Kent are already at 22 for 1 second time. So Worcestershire very much in the driving seat in that Division 2 contest. Glamorgan made 440, and Leicestershire in response 236 for 1. Down at Sophia Gardens, that's Division 1. Back into Division 2 at Derby. Derbyshire are 152 for 5 in response to Gloucestershire's 498, as Hudson Prentice bowls to Whiteman, who defends into the onside. Warwickshire 459, then bowled out Notts for 279. That looks like they've just been bowled out this morning. So 180 behind the champions. They've got their work cut out. Essex 409 all out. Surrey 226 for 3. Down at the Oval. That is what's going on elsewhere in the County Championship in the early moments on day 3. Hudson Prentice turns and leaves our commentary position behind him from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that one with an open face has been played out backward of point by Whiteman. There's a sweeper out there to prevent the boundary, Jack Carson. So just the one run. So Ollie Robinson, Sussex, apart from trying to do their best with the ball to stymie the Yorkshire runs, they're also coming up with 1 or 2 interesting fielding positions, some attack, some defence, and just trying to make sure that Yorkshire are slow in their progress today.
Yeah, I think that's the key, and it just obviously sometimes trying to get in the batter's head with these funky positions. Why are they doing that? Why is he in there? See if he can draw that mistake, that false shot.
So just 15 runs added in the first 39 minutes of play, as Root solidly behind that, defending to Robinson at mid-on.
I'm surprised if Robinson is keeping himself fresh for that new ball. First dibs on that, see if he can go head to head with his ex-England teammate Joe Root. Really impressed with Hudson Prentice so far with bat and ball. A solid cricketer.
There he is, bowling, and Root playing out into the offside there, no run. Yorkshire under 18s are in action today as well in a 50 over 1 day match at Cutthorpe CC, playing against Derbyshire. The Yorkies 55 for 1 in the 10th over of that one. And the Yorkshire Women's Academy also playing today up at Norton Cricket Club. Did go there once a long time ago up in Stockton area. Just a warm-up game that they're playing Durham. 62 for 3 the Yorkies in that one. The Yorkshire under-16s also playing today down at Worksop College, are 64 without loss against Nottinghamshire, as Hudson Prentice is in, and that's turned to leg by Root, but he can't get it past square leg.
Classic Joe Root, just taking a couple of steps down there, trying to knock him off his length. Always ever proactive. See, forces a fielding change now. Fielder goes back on the leg side to deep square leg with 1 ball remaining. So he's trying to protect that boundary to finish the over. Hudson Prentice will be looking to get out of this with a dot or a single.
In comes Hudson Prentice then. Root, just thinking about working that to leg. There must have been a little bit of nip because he was slightly squared up as he played it to Daniel Hughes at mid-off, but he survives it. He's on 2, Whiteman 83. Partnership in its infancy is worth 8 at the moment. They're 207 for 2 and trail still by 295 runs.
So not too many behind then. Set in for a fantastic day's play here. Weather set fair. Hopefully the crowd will start to leak in a little bit more now. Joe Root's at the crease. Whiteman's on 83, looking good. Got that in field again. Simpson's still up to the stumps. Really impressed with his gloves as well. He's gone for some sort of coloured burgundy.
He comes, and Whiteman driving up to mid-off quite firmly. There's no run.
Full face of the back there from Whiteman. Good shot for none.
Enthusiastic applause from somewhere in the field from a Sussex player as Haynes is in. It's wide of off stump and Whiteman leaves. So the field for this bowler with still 10 overs and more to go before the second new ball slip. To the left-hander we've got a backward point, a cover sweeper, a short extra cover, pretty tight as well. Mid-off and mid-on a little bit deeper than the norm, a straight mid-wicket, and a man out just in front of square, just in from the boundary edge, and a long leg would be 10 yards or so in from the boundary edge. But he's not going to get a short ball there. That's one up to drive, and Whiteman kind of missed out really. He's hit it straight to the man fielding at short extra cover.
Yeah, looks like he just rolled his fingers on that one a bit, Haynes. Just we caught Whiteman by surprise, so going searching for a little bit. Just got there a little bit early, and the ball came.
James Coles it was doing the fielding. Biscuits in the background from Harmsey, he was getting tucked in already. Lovely shot, meanwhile, by Whiteman, who got a full wide delivery. That's a lovely little dab. Really liked that shot. He just waited. Gets over the top of it. Those who are watching the stream see it again now. Just a lovely little late cut. And regulars will know it's a shot I always appreciate because I've always found it really difficult to play it with control. As that is a turn to leg this time by Whiteman for a single, so he follows up the boundary with the one. 87 to him, 88 to him in fact now. 212 for two, one to come in the over. It's going to be Haynes to Root.
Yeah, really nice shot that by Whiteman. Just a change of angle, going over the wicket. It just felt like a bit of a gift. So pushing it across him, use the pace, run it down to third man for 4 runs.
And in once again comes Haynes, and that's punched up to mid-off by Root to complete the over. 70 of them bowled then, so bang on 10 more, and Sussex can take a second new ball, and you don't feel like there's any reason, unless they're happy just with Yorkshire's slow progress. A softer, older ball. Otherwise, they want to try and get in and among.
Just seen them to go off for a little bit of a rest, or toilet break potentially. Gordon got on yesterday. Dorji, your son, did he play?
He did. He was a bit too sporting, I felt, when he was talking to me about it last night, because he didn't bat. He kept throwing somebody else in front of him and somebody else and somebody else. So he should be in the sort of top 5. But yeah, they got plenty against Rodley. I think it was Rawdon's first ever match against Rodley. Best part at the thick end of 300, forget what the exact score was, and bowled the opposition out for not that many more than 100, I think.
You've had a good day. Especially great cricket weather yesterday for all local cricketers out there. Change of bowlers. Crocombe comes into the attack. Goes to lane end.
Right arm over the wicket then to Whiteman, who's got an inside contact on that. He was pushing it straighter. It's out towards mid-wicket, and he's picked up a couple. So Whiteman on to 90. Nervous 90s maybe. Well, he's been there quite often before now. So maybe not. 31 into his 10th over, and that's a better delivery. Roundabout off stump and treated with the respect it deserved by Sam Whiteman, who, to be precise, has got to 100 in first-class cricket on 17 occasions so far. His score of 193. And when you consider he's been keeping for, a chunk of that time, an average of 35 nearly is a good one. He's opened the face, got a good contact on that down to third man, bit of width offered by Henry Crocombe. So a single to Whiteman, 91 now, 215 for 2.
Yeah, it's going along nicely now, these two. Picking up the old boundary. Rotating strike, right and left hand. Makes it more difficult for the bowlers to settle in. So it brings back more some more bad ball. He can bring some scoring opportunities as Robinson and Crocombe just come together just to work out the plan, especially to root, as many people have done over the years and tried and been unsuccessful. What can they muster up here?
A lot for a moment, because Crocombe set off and then turns and goes back to his mark. And he comes then, bangs this in short, pulled by Root. There's a man set back with a square leg to do the fielding. Not the greatest of throws, but then nobody had gone to take the stumps, and it was backed up by Hughes, 1 run.
Yeah, that man just fielding 15-20 yards off the edge in a catching position for that top edge, in case Joe Root didn't quite get there. On top of the bounce, but he did. Played with great control, away for a single.
Here comes Crocombe again then. Over the wicket. Whiteman has really got hold of that one. Anything that's wide, he's certainly latching onto. And he sort of drove at it with an open face, didn't he? And he's driven it through third man. It wasn't a cut shot, was it? It was too full for that.
No, Crocombe was trying to push that one across him, went a bit wider. He just kind of leant into it and just used a pace and just guided it. It's gone like a tracer bullet away and beat that third man fielder. Beautiful shot.
So if there are any nerves in the 90s, he's certainly not showing it at this moment in time. Crocombe in again. Ooh, Whiteman playing across this one. There's a big appeal, not given. And they've come back for 2 leg byes, says Tom Longley. Good running between the wickets, between the pair of them. They were lickety split there, from one end to the other. End of Crocombe's over, and it's classic Richie. 222 for 2 with 2 leg byes there.
Not sure if we'll get to see the replay, but say right arm over the wicket, taking it away, just feels like it will have pitched outside. Difficult to get a left-hander out that way if you're bowling with a new ball, not swinging it back. Judging on the shot that Whiteman tried to play, felt like it just pitched outside. Change of bowling again.
So 50 minutes in, change at the Howard stand end. James Coles with a bit of left arm spin. 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 39 yesterday. Yeah, ask a question or two.
Yeah.
Slip, leg slip, backward point. Sweeper out at cover. There's a short extra cover. Mid off, mid on, straight mid wicket, and a man a deep backward square leg on the east side boundary, and Root immediately on the back foot just uses the space on the field that he does so well. Cuts one out to Crocombe, who is sweeping square on the offside, 1 run. So Whiteman back with it. Yorkshire closing in on the first batting point of the contest. 250 required for that.
Hit away here, dodge it. Tweaks in the field again. So it's a bit flattered, that one from Coles for his first delivery, firing it into Joe Root.
Yep, man sweeping has just gone central, and the man who was in the covers is down the pitch, and this could be it from Sam Whiteman, and is. Wow, what a way to bring up your first century for Yorkshire-born Sam Whiteman. He's back home, and he's back home in style. 101, and he brings up that century. He's 18th in first-class cricket with a superb lofted drive over long off. 188 balls, it's taken him 247 minutes, 11 fours, and that his first 6, and an ovation that he'll remember from those in at Headingley this Sunday morning.
Well, I did say a one hit away, but I didn't think he was going to do it in that fashion. Brilliant knock from Whiteman. So he's motored through the 90s there, no nerves there.
Coles over the wicket. Whiteman drops this one into the leg side. There's no run. He'll be feeling $1 million at the moment, won't he? Back in Yorkshire and making his first ton for the county of his birth, having obviously predominantly been out in Australia. Coles this time comes around the wicket to him, slants across him, doesn't get a good contact on it, Sam.
He's making his pace up nicely here, Coles.
Who's in now? Whiteman, a bit edgy this time, to backward point. Can't get it past the infield. So 2 Centurions for the first time of the season for Yorkshire in this innings. Still 273 runs behind though. That's how well Sussex played when they were put in. As that final ball of Coles is over, sees Whiteman run it to Charlie Tier down in the gully region. No run.
7 runs in that over. Single and a 6. Applause. Pretty nicely there, just right in the Whiteman score. 11 fours, 1 6. Been out there for 249 minutes. They really deserved 100 that.
Yep, played well. Chanceless. As watching on now, Root on strike facing Crocombe. And again, Joe giving the full face of the blade and still holding the pose as he walks back and forth.
Just so balanced at the crease when he plays his shots. Full face of the bat. Solid.
Yeah, got Kev Sharp in tomorrow, replacing you as third voice, and Sharpie tells a story about when Joe was younger. I'll tell you more in a mo, because Crocombe's coming in again, and Root across and blocking it. When you're talking about self-awareness, really, this is the point of the story. Kev said there was a point when he was younger, and he was getting out LBW sort of because he was growing, he was kind of his balance and all of that was kind of changing, and he must have fallen over quite a few. I think he said something like around about 10 LBWs in succession. Short ball, Root helps that round the corner aerially. For a moment Jack Carson was interested down at fine leg, but in the end the ball's wide of him, and it looked like I lost the ball, to be fair, in the shadow of the Howard stand, but probably 1 bounce and 4.
Yeah, it's a good bounce for that. I think the fielder for a long period was interested down there.
Wasn't he?
It was about 5-10 yards. It bounced over him for a 1 bounce 4. Awful feeling that as a fielder, where he's just asking now, don't be on the edge, don't be in.
Yep.
So Joe Root's got away with one there, I think. Here we go again.
233 for 2. Root on to 8. Crocombe in now. Full. Oh, lovely shot. Beautiful shot by Joe Root, who is going to pick up 4 through mid-wicket. And I was just talking about balance. I'll come back to that story, but there you go. He's certainly got great balance now. Just look, he just holds the position on his head slightly to the offside of straight, that's because he's going to then flick that ball away in front of square.
I think if you look
Great
at
balance.
that, Dodge, it's a classic example. His head's actually not falling over to the offside.
Yeah.
He's actually coming down the wicket.
Still sort of holding a strong position in
so
as he
he's bringing
plays
his
it.
head to the ball, which is a fantastic. If anybody watching out there, is take your head to the ball.
Oh, good attempted Yorker by Crocombe, and Root has to be watchful. So back to the story, and Kev said, he's got this issue at that point in his life, and nobody was talking about Joe Root. And, if you'd have said he's got 50 odd centuries at that point in first class cricket, people would have just laughed. And he came out at one point, and I think he sat in the changing room for whatever, half an hour, something like that, with his head down. And Kev decided to go ask him if he was okay, as he's played a pull shot here. I think he might have toe-ended that one down to long leg. Didn't seem to get the greatest of contact, but he's got a single and will keep the strike. And he said, Joe said, it's really weird, but when I was out there batting, I could feel myself growing. Yeah, I mean, it's a different theory, isn't it? It's not one that I've ever heard before from anybody else, but just talking about is that he could feel that. He said, I know that sounds strange, but I could feel myself growing out there. And then when he got to his full height, obviously that balance became as it had been, I guess, before, and we see the player that we see now, and we've enjoyed watching so much over the years. James Coles, I should say, is going to continue at the Howard stand end. Joe on strike is on 13.
First sweep will be an option for Joe here, one man on the 45 at some point potentially.
So here comes Coles. It's fairly straight, the first delivery, and Root with the spin pushes into the offside where Jack Carson fields in the covers. He's fielding on the wicket ends at a straightish extra cover. Coles in again. This is short of length, and Root straight onto the back foot. Beautiful shot. No chance of either fielder who were attempting to get there making it. Superbly timed. 17 now to Joe. 242 for 2.
And just like that, he's beginning to catch up already. 4 off 22 deliveries. And just like that. Up to 17 now. 30. Beautiful shot that the way he used the pace there to guide it behind point for 4. Raced away.
And again, the Root plays out into the covers, no run.
It just makes it look so simple. So
Sharpie's been in touch actually. Morning, Kev. He said Joe had about 20 innings on the trot when he mostly got out LBW. Here he is turning one just about bang on square on the leg side, out towards the east side boundary for an easy single.
I think you sometimes do see that in his dismissals, obviously when he's playing for England, that one way just gets a little bit stuck on the crease, and that one that nips back.
Yep.
LBW. Surely can't be growing anymore.
Coles in again, and Whiteman turns it to leg, and there is no run. But if you were going to kind of think of a book title for Joe, one of them in the equation, might be The Art of Batting, because he kind of is a work of art, isn't it, when you watch him construct a knock. Well, you've got others besides folks, as Coles is in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Whiteman to complete over number 74. So half a dozen overs to go before that second new ball can be taken. Tom Haynes is making his way back on the field of play.
Yeah, I think he just makes it look so easy. So when he comes forward, he comes right forward, and when he goes right back. And the way just that cut for backward point there, say for spinner, raced away, just leant on it, used the pace to beat that deep point fielder. Amazing.
So double change in the field for Sussex, 2 players coming off, and Tom Haynes and Ollie Robinson making their way back on. We'll also have a change in the com box in a mo, because Ron Harris is about to come back on air. It's Peter Osgood David Webb. Crocombe, Kirkstall Lane end into his 12th over now. Not yet got a wicket. Not from that delivery either, because the face and just takes the easy single once again. This is why he's so good, because even from half decent deliveries, he's just able to work balls into areas. He's quick off the mark. You need good support, of course, from your teammate out there, and he's got that from Sam Whiteman. And he's on to 19 from 33 deliveries. He was watchful to start with.
It's been a step change, hasn't there, in the last 10-15 minutes, I think, from Yorkshire. They're certainly looking to push the scoring rate along. That's the impression I get, Georgie.
Here's Crocombe, in again from wide on the crease, and Whiteman's gone. Chased a wide one, and he has been caught behind there by John Simpson. A good diving catch to his left. It was dying on him as he got the gloves underneath it. And a bit like Finlay Bean, Whiteman's got himself just over the 100 mark, but has not been able to go on to get a daddy 100. 101 from 258 minutes of batting. 195 balls he's faced. 11 fours, and that's 6 that brought up the ton. He gets a consolatory pat on the shoulder from Joe Root as he walks by. But taking nothing away from him, Sam Whiteman, because we have seen what he's got to offer, and he looks a good player.
Yes, he does, and he gets a very good round of applause. It's a fine innings by Sam Whiteman. I just detect, as with Finlay Bean, he'll just be a little disappointed to have got out there. Both of them were set, both of them have got their hundreds. And I just detected before that delivery in the last 10 minutes or so that, you say Joe Root started to knock the ball around, that the scoring rate was increasing, and I was just getting a little concerned from a Sussex point of view that runs were coming a little too quick. It's a really good catch,
Yeah, I mean, look, it's when is a ball that takes a wicket not looking like a wicket-taking ball? It wasn't really, was it? It was up there to be hit. It was wide, thrown up there. He's not quite got to the pitch. If anything, in terms of Henry Crocombe, you say, well, lengthwise, he's pitched just short of length, and Whiteman's not been able to master it, not been able to get over the top. But it was a very good catch by John Simpson. He was having a cracking game for the visitors, and well, if the Yorkshire crowd did want to see this pair at the crease together, they now get their opportunity, because a certain Jonathan Mark Bairstow has made his way out to the middle to bat with Joe Root on a sunny Headingley Sunday. That's time for me to depart for a little while and leave you with Liam and Harmsy first of all.
Yeah, so there's so many times in a 4-day game of cricket that you think, well, this is perhaps the crucial part of the match, but I think the feeling we had in the commentary box yesterday was that these would be the two, if Yorkshire were going to put Sussex under pressure in terms of scoring rate, that this is perhaps when it might happen. So we'll have to see. But well done, Henry Crocombe, who's the quickest of the Sussex bowlers, can sometimes stray with his accuracy, but he's picked up a wicket. He's been a little expensive this morning, but that's a big wicket to get, Liam.
Yeah, definitely. And good time just before the new ball as well. Johnny Bairstow coming to the crease.
Here comes Crocombe, running away from us in bowls, and Bairstow to clip that one down to fine leg, taken by Simpson. There is no, and that's a great point about the new ball, which is now only 5 overs away after this one, and there'll be no question that Sussex will take it, and we'll see a bit of Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, I just said to Dodger on Colin before you came back on Harmsy, I won't be surprised if he's just waiting to stay fresh for that new ball.
Yeah, I'm sure that's absolutely the case. No news on Tom Price. For those of you just joining us, Tom Price had to leave the field in the first over of the day, looking to field a ball. Just break off for a moment as Crocombe is in and bowls. Well pitched up, and Bairstow drives the ball good length down the ground to Ollie Robinson. There is no run. The feeling in the press box down below, perhaps had a slightly better view, only up there a little lower than us, was that he'd turned his right ankle. The fact that he did walk off, so Sussex will be hoping that's perhaps a sprain or nothing more than that, with so many matches coming at this stage of the season, and sorry to sound like a broken record, the Sussex resources being fairly thinly stretched at the moment. In comes Crocombe again. Over the wicket bowls, and Bairstow is on his way. He plays that to backward point. Gets a nice round of applause from the Yorkshire public. 2:45 for three. this is such a crucial partnership, Liam, isn't it? I mean, if these two get in and runs start to come quickly, Yorkshire will feel that maybe they're able to put a bit of pressure on Sussex. Conversely, if Sussex can get one of these too early, they'll feel they're in a very strong position in the game.
Yeah, he's got that field set as well to try and push Root back with that bouncer. That's some short stuff.
Crookham in, bowls, that is short, pulled away by Joe Root, and that's going to go for... That's a brilliant bit of fielding. Brilliant bit of fielding down on the final leg boundary. Throw comes in, very good indeed. In fact, they're now going to get an overthrow because the throw wasn't backed up properly, and they're going to pick up 3 runs. So it was an all-action piece of cricket. It was a brilliant chase down on that final leg boundary. I think that's Jack Carson all the way down there, who's a terrific fielder. He should really have been 4 runs. But a great bit of fielding. The throw came in, it wasn't backed up, or the fielder who was backing it up didn't field the ball cleanly, and they managed to get through for an overthrow. The net effect is that Joe Root has got 3 runs off of that, and he goes to 22, 248 for 3.
Yeah, he's been in the air a long time then again, that ball, when he hit it. He's done that twice now, so just wants to be careful when he's playing that short ball that he doesn't fall into the trap that's been set by Sussex. Yeah, I think going back to your original point, I think it is a massive partnership this for Yorkshire. I think the last thing they want to do now is lose another 2 wickets. I say especially on a day like today, they want to eat into as much of this deficit as they can, and I think these two are probably the best place to do it.
Well, James Coles is going to come in the ball next over from the Howard stand end. A slip and a leg slip, he's in on bowls, and Root tucks that one away on the leg side. That's beautifully played. That is a class shot, isn't it, by Joe Root? I mean, it's not a great delivery by James Coles. He's done the leg side, but he just waited and waited, didn't he, and just played it fine, and it just raced away for 4 runs. And Joe Root may not play much cricket for a while, but he looks in prime form here. He goes to 26, 252 for 3. Beautifully played. Coles again. In and bowls, and Root just steers his way into the offside. Picks up a single. He goes to 27, 253 for 3. You played yesterday. Get the important things. What was tea like?
Tea all right, yeah, not bad. So it were well deserved after. So I think we did 3 hours 15 in the field. So come 20 past 3, I was happy to take my pads off and grab a sit down and a bite to eat. So yeah, it were nice.
Few tired bodies. Was that your first game of the season?
No, second league game of the season. So I'm a bit banged up today. I've got a bruise on my leg. My hands are sore from wicket keeping. So my ego's a bit bruised because we lost as well.
Oh, you can't win them all, Liam.
No, but yeah.
Was that a local derby? Or?
Yeah, Townville v Methley. So
oh dear.
We were come out on the wrong end of that one, unfortunately.
Was it a sporting game? Was there a bit of needle?
Yeah, a little bit of needle. A little bit, not too much. Didn't cross any lines, so it's a bit of white line fever between both teams, but all had a chat, had a beer after the game.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
It's a good way to play. Good hard cricket on the field, and let's have a chat afterwards.
Slip, a leg slip, and now a short leg as in comes Coles, bowls, and Bairstow's back on his stumps and plays that to his short extra cover. There is no run.
Fires it through a bit quicker, does Coles. It quickens it up off the pitch. I quite like it. He's, like I said, just trying to fire it through, catch Johnny LBW there.
Comes again, there's James Coles. Round the wicket in bowls. Bairstow plays firmly through the offside, picks up a single to the field on the deep cover boundary, fielded there by Henry Crocombe. 1 more to the total. Bairstow to 2, 254 for 3. So Yorkshire just over halfway towards the Sussex total.
So leg slip's gone out now into that 45.
Yeah, he has good spot.
So Root's just really good at picking the gaps.
Coles again, Root is forward, and he plays it exactly to that man, so it's a good bit of field place in there by Coles. Clipped it to...
It's just brilliant at using that pace, finding the gap. Even when they put men on the boundaries, it's still, he finds that gap, he uses the pace, he's just masterclass at times.
Charlie Thierry's just coming into a shorter mid-wicket position. In comes Coles, and finds the gap again, just steers it in front of square leg and picks up the single. Does Joe Root. He goes to 28 at the end of James Coles. He's over 255 for 3. Bairstow to Route 28. I've said it a few times, I wasn't a useless cricketer, but I wasn't the best. I've got two brothers, Liam, and they were miles better than me.
Yep.
But one thing I really used to enjoy, I've already said I enjoyed the tea, but I did enjoy the social side.
Yep.
And we would, before, when I used to play, it was before we had league cricket, so they were friendly games, but it was against all the other local villages. So it was competitive, you know. But I used to love the fact that you'd see, you know, I might only see you once a year,
Yeah.
but we'd play a game of cricket, and then you go in the bar and you'd have a beer, and that for me was fantastic. I loved that, you know, the camaraderie. You know, it was a hard game on the field, but afterwards you all had a beer, and that, to me that was part of the magic of cricket, to be honest.
Yeah, I think 8 hours in a day with a group of lads, both home and away teams.
Yeah.
I think, like you say, you've got to enjoy the company that you're in.
Well, totally.
It makes it when, especially when you're playing as an amateur cricketer.
Crocombe in bowl, short, pulled away by Root. That's going to be 4 runs. He's just going too short here. I know he's picked up a wicket in the last over, Henry Crocombe, but can't bowl there to a player of Joe Root's class, really, and he's just eased that down to fine leg for a boundary. He goes to 32, and Joe Root is on the march here. That's not a great delivery.
Yeah, he needs to get that up higher, way higher, if he's going to trouble Joe Root. So hip height, just rolls the wrists. It's gone like a tracer bullet and beats that long leg fielder who's 5-10 yards in. I think he's probably been interested by the fact that he's almost had Joe caught a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand the tactic. Crocombe in, bowls, short again, and the ball whistles over the right shoulder of Joe Root into the gloves of John Simpson, who is alone. There are no slips, so there's almost a very, very fine third man. There's a fine leg. There's a deep backward square he's almost on the 45, James Coles. And there's a square leg who's 10 yards in from the boundary or so, but in front of square, a mid-wicket and mid-on. And that fine third man, a backward point, cover and mid-off. Crocombe in and bowls to Root, who again pulls this time straight to James Coles, who's picking up just a single. Coles throws at the non-strikers then, because Joe Root was just taking his time to complete that single. From Walter Root, he goes to 33, 260 for 3. Down in my neck of the woods, Liam, we were talking about old, you know, soaking inners and that sort of thing. If anybody got a 50, you had to buy a jug of beer, and if you got 5 wickets, you had to buy a jug of beer. Do you do that up here?
No, we used to do, but it's not really been done actually for a while.
Right.
So yeah.
So that was always in place. That if that happened, no one ever really got a century. In comes Crocombe bowls and played onto the onside by Bairstow. There is no run, and there was always a team jug. So you would pay your match, you'd pay your subscription, you'd pay your match fee, which covered your tea as well, and a proportion of that went towards the team jug. So each team would buy a jug. So I mean, we're talking a few years ago now. So there was always plenty of beer in the bar.
No, I think
good job we were walking home, you know, or someone was nominated to drive your turn this week, mate.
Yeah, I think that some clubs do that. It's a bit of a tradition.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, in comes Crocombe bowls. That's beautifully cut away. That's a class shot by Johnny Bairstow. Just too short and wide from Henry Crocombe. He's picked up the wicket here, but he's going a bit around the park here. That was too wide and just belted away through Bairstow. He's too good a player, too much width.
Yeah, lets the ball come, stands up, hits it through backward point for 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Like I say, he's been given a bit of a tough task here.
Hey.
He's Crocombe, he's before the new ball, he's coming in, he's working hard, he's hitting halfway down. Probably a softer ball on a flat pitch. It's
not easy. No, it's good learning curve. Crocombe in bowls, that's short, and it just sails over Johnny Bairstow's shoulder into the gloves of John Simpson.
He's got a bit of pace, hasn't he, about it?
Well, Henry Crocombe is the quickest, Liam, of the Sussex bowlers by some distance, but I would say he has played a lot of first-class cricket. I mean, I had to have a look at how many games he's played. He's only 24, but he has played a lot of cricket. But he's just bowled too short there, really. Henry Crocombe, looking at my records, he'll be 24 on the 20th of September, but he seemed to have been playing forever. But I'm going to guess that he's played... I'm going to guess that Henry Crocombe has played at least 50 first-class matches.
42 first-class matches.
Okay, so not far off. So he's, I mean, that's a significant amount, isn't it?
It's a good chunk, isn't it? He's 94 wickets.
James Coles is going to come in from the Howard stand end to bowl to Joe Root, whose reverse sweeps the ball into the floor and fielded by Tom Haynes. There is no run. In fact, just come back to jugs at cricket, and I'm not extolling the use of alcohol in any way, shape or form, but that's a tradition at cricket clubs. In comes Coles again, bowls, forward comes Root, plays into the offside. I think about a single, but it wasn't there. Johnny Bairstow had come probably a third of the way down the track, and he was sent back in no uncertain terms by Joe Root. There was never a single there.
I do like this option from Root, though. Maybe try that reverse because he found it a bit flatter and a bit quicker. So there's only one man to beat on the offside behind point, so you can get that reverse sweep away.
Coles in again, bowls to Root, who plays firmly to mid-off, fielded by Ollie Robinson, but there was by Daniel Hughes. Goes through for a single, he goes to 34. Yeah, our jug wasn't like a proper jug, it was actually a watering can. Anyway, all good fun back in the day. Ollie Robinson now warming up, Liam. I can see him down at mid-on, so the new ball will definitely be taken in a couple of overs' time. We've got 15 more balls with this ball, and then the new ball, which can pick up wickets, but it can go around the ground as well.
Can.
Coles in again, bowls. Well, a chance. I don't think it was. It went straight. It went to Jack Leaning. I don't know if it came off the gloves of John Simpson. Ended up with Jack Leaning. Leg slip. There's a slipper leg slip and a short leg for Johnny Bairstow.
Shove that angling in, trying to catch him inside edge onto pad LBW, potentially just trying to skid it on the surface.
Coles again, bowls to Bairstow's forward, yeah. And these two would know each other because they both played each other for, get the name of the side, I think it's Sunrisers Cape over in South Africa in the winter. Johnny Bairstow and James Coles, that was a competition that they won. So Bairstow would know a bit about James Coles, who's in and bowls. And Bairstow sits on the pad, there's a loud appeal, good shout from James Coles, that's a good delivery, you know.
You can tell what he's trying to do with the field that he's got set. He's just trying to, like you say, cut across that ball, skid it on.
Yes.
He's just getting a little bit of zip off the surface.
So it was said then, you know.
I'll get a chance to have a look at that. The little inside edge there, potentially. I'm not sure. Just going down, not much turn. We're interested for a while.
Just saw Johnny Bairstow turn around and there were a couple of words exchanged. We'll have to see. Either way, the umpires haven't got involved, so that's good news.
That don't sound like something Johnny would do. Eating fire with fire.
Maybe someone said something like, "Ooh, that was lucky." Oh. So I think some world records have been broken at the London Marathon today, which is so well done.
Especially in the conditions as well, like you say, it's warm as well.
It is warm in, yeah. Henry Craven's going to carry on. He'll need to pitch the ball up a bit, I think.
I don't think so with this field, though. I've said that fine third man's come into slip now, so maybe a mixed bag of what he's going to deliver.
In he comes, bowls. That's a better delivery. Forward comes Joe Root and plays it very respectfully. Ball pitching around middle and off. Draws Root forward and he punches it back down the offside of the track and there is no run. So I would imagine here the new ball will be taken in a couple of overs' time. Almost certainly Ollie Robinson and Finn Hudson-Prentice will take that new ball. We'll wait news on Tom Price. For those of you who weren't listening earlier on, Tom Price injured, we think, his ankle in the first over of the day, chasing the ball around the boundary. In comes Crocombe, bowls, hits on the pad, the ball bounces out onto the leg side, and it's a single. Well, I'm presuming it's a leg by. Let's wait for the umpire to...
No, inside.
No, it's
Yeah, I think it were unlucky for Price, who were on the boundary there.
Yeah, he was, yeah. He just chased the ball around the boundary edge and very innocuous and just seemed to lose his footing. And
sometimes they initially hurt on impact like that, but maybe hopefully it's not too serious.
Yeah.
He was walking around below us.
Yes, he was. I mean, absolutely. He walked,
gingerly, but
he went down and it did look really quite serious. Broken. In again, bowls, forward comes Bairstow. Much better delivery from Henry. I mean, I do understand the idea of the short pitch bowling and all the rest of it, but you know, sometimes just pitching the ball up and bowling at the stumps is perhaps more likely to get you a wicket.
Yeah, I just think sometimes you need to, when the ball's gone soft like that, can you mix it up a little bit? Can we try to not get predictable? If we can push them back, and then next time they don't come forward with a front foot and don't come forward with the same conviction.
Crocombe to Bairstow. Bairstow plays to mid-wicket, much tidier over from Henry. 266 for 3. Very good morning to all of our listeners. If you want to get in touch, it'd be lovely to hear from you. Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. Myself, Adrian Arms, alongside Liam Thomas.
Yeah, if you want to get in touch with myself on X at LMThomas7, let us know if you're in the ground today, any thoughts, or if any Leeds fans travelling down to watch the FA Cup semi-final.
I'm sure there'll be a few thousand.
get in touch and let us know your thoughts if we're going to win today.
Crocombe in bowls, and Bairstow looking to pull that onto the leg side for a moment. I thought that was going to dribble back onto the stumps. Johnny Bairstow is not going to pick the ball up for John Simpson. He lets John come all the way up and pick that up. John Simpson yesterday, Liam, on Friday you were here, that was his 10th 100 for Sussex in just 31 first-class matches for Sussex. It's an extraordinary record.
He's a fantastic player. Good wicket keeper as well.
He is. Interview with him is available on BBC Sussex Twitter feed as in comes Crocombe over the wicket bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now, I reckon he got a little nick on that, otherwise that might have been very close. Good over from Henry Crocombe. I do understand the idea of, the leg side trap and all the rest of it, but he's just looked a much better bowler when he's pitching out. Well, that was going down leg side, actually. A good over, and just what Ollie Robinson would have wanted with the new ball evidence. So this will be the last over with this particular ball, because I'm pretty certain that Robinson will take the ball because it is available. James Cole's peeling off his sweater. 266 for 3, route on 35. Johnny Bairstow is on 6. The arrears 236, which if these two get going, could get wiped out fairly quickly.
Yeah, I think there might be some opportunities when that field comes in to score with that new ball. I think Johnny will be happy that he's managed to get a few overs under his belt before he faces that new ball.
Coles comes in, bowls to Root, who attempts to reverse sweep, but only as far as Tom Haynes, who's in there at orthodox slip. James Cole's in his 16th over. He's playing a lot more than Jack Carson, which is perhaps a little surprising. Carson being the frontline spinner. Cole's in again, bowls, Root drives, doesn't really time it, but gets a single out to the fielder on Henry Crocombe, who's patrolling the offside cover boundary. One more to the total. Root to 36. Scoreboard's a little bit behind today. 267 for 3. Coles shines the ball on his trousers now. The short leg has moved across to silly mid-off. I'm not sure I'd want to field there, it's very, very close.
Yeah, I won't be happy being in there.
In comes Coles. Bowls, and Bairstow plays that onto the leg side of the ball, short of a length. Fielded there by Finn Hudson-Prentice. I'm sure we'll take the new ball, Ollie Robinson, who's limbering up down at mid-on. Coles again. Bowls. Oh, he's bowling! James Coles gets the wicket. Johnny Bairstow is gone. His middle stump is knocked out of the ground. Johnny Bairstow picks up the ball and gives it to the umpire, but that's a huge breakthrough for Sussex. Right on the stroke of the new ball being taken, James Coles gets the wicket. There's a stunned silence around Headingley. Bairstow has gone for 6, and Sussex this morning have picked up 3 wickets.
Yeah, a great bit of bowling. That's what we spoke about previously. He's just trying to skid it on and get it through the defences of Johnny, which he has done there. Fantastic piece of bowling. Right on the cusp with a new ball as well. That'll give the Sussex team a big lift. So breaking that partnership felt key.
Well, I wonder if as much as anything else, Liam, I wonder if it just sort of changes the Yorkshire plan a little. John Sadler was saying last night when he spoke to the press that the plan was to sort of clearly bat today, but maybe when they got to tea, if they're still batting, then to appraise where they are. And I think what we all read into that was if Yorkshire could get to tea with maybe 3 down or within 100 of Sussex or whatever, then you may see the big guns coming in. That's a good bit of bowling, isn't it?
Yeah.
No huge celebration from James Coles there, I think, perhaps because he knows Johnny Bairstow through his time over in South Africa. See this again?
Just drifts in a little bit, straight on with the arm. Johnny's played for a little bit of turn there.
Straight between bat and pad, isn't it?
Yeah, little gap there that he's left between bat and pad, just playing for a slight little bit of turn, which is surprising seeing when the way he were trying to bowl and the way he's been skidding the ball on.
I see this from all sorts of angles, actually. Here we go again. Just see this. Well, he's knocked his middle stump right out of the ground, isn't he?
Usual for a spinner, that knocking stumps out of the ground.
It is, isn't it?
Levis comes to the crease.
Well, Sussex have had a good hour and a half here, having toiled away yesterday and picked up just the 1 wicket, and now they've got the new ball in hand.
Levis comes to the crease anyway. Highest score of 152. Healthy average of 40 first-class matches.
Yeah. He's going to face James Coles.
2 deliveries remaining in the over. It's a pivotal partnership now for Yorkshire. They don't want to lose any more wickets. Sussex will be right up for this now.
And it will.
Right on top.
Goals. Around the wicket, bowls to Revis, who's forward, placed a mid-wicket, and there is no run. And sometimes you do wonder, you know. So, you know, James Coles has picked up a wicket with the old ball. They've just got rid of Johnny Bairstow. I just wonder whether in Ollie Robinson's mind now he's just thinking, whether I should take the new ball. I mean, you'd have thought certainly he would, but you know, all of a sudden, you know, Coles has picked up that huge wicket, and you just wonder whether Ollie Robinson might think, whether we should just leave it for a couple of overs. All around the bat now, there's a slip, a leg slip, a silly mid-off, and a short leg. So pressure here on Matthew Revis. In comes James Coles around the wicket, bowls, and Revis tucks that one away through the wicket for 4 runs.
Was having any doubts, Ollie Robinson, I think after that shot, I think he will be taking the new ball.
Just have a little look here and see. I feel certain that he would. It was just that little bit of me that wondered, having got that wicket with a new ball. Now, here we go. So the jumper's coming off, the cap is being handed to the umpire, Tom Lungley, and we are going to get Ollie Robinson, and I suspect the new ball. Let's just wait and see if the umpire signals to the scorers. There we are, he's got the new ball. Yeah, there we are, he's waving to the scorers. So the new ball has been taken.
In his sights, new ball.
271 for 4. With Root on 36. And Matthew Revis on 4. I'm going to have to go and leave you on your own, I'm afraid, Liam, because I'm going to do an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex.
Cheers, Hamza. So Ollie Robinson coming on with a new ball to Joe Root from the Kirkstone Lane end. 3 slips, a deep gully, cover mid-wicket, and he's coming in. It's Ollie Robinson to Joe Root, full of length, and Joe Root pushes the ball back down to the bowler. Half a stop from Ollie Robinson there, gets a hand on it for no run. Joe Root's off 36, off 49 deliveries. Score is 271 for 4. If you want to get in touch with us today, I am on X at LMThomas7. So let us know your thoughts on this game so far, how Yorkshire are doing. That's Ollie Robinson at the top of his mark again, comes in to Root, and Root's a couple of steps down and pushes it into the offside, wide of mid-off for 1 run. Which brings Revis on strike to Robinson. Coming for the 3rd delivery of this over so far. $272 for 4. Yorkshire still trail by 230 runs. The game right now for Yorkshire. Sussex will be really happy. Feel like they're on top at the minute. Looking to pry another one out. Robinson comes past the umpire to Revis and defends to mid-off for no run. Halfway stage. Weather set beautiful. Shining down. It's the crowd. Maybe not quite as busy as Friday when I was on. 1,000 in. 3 slips ready and waiting. A good length so far. It's been a good start for Robinson since he's took this new ball. He spins at the top of his mark again, coming in. Number 25 on his back, and he's full again, and Revis leaves it through to the keeper, Simpson. Just a little bit of shape there from Robinson, just swinging the ball away slightly. Trying to get Revis in to play that drive. Joe Root's 37. So Joe Root manipulating the field, using the pace of the ball, rotating nicely, as he often does. Revis is 4 from 4. It's penultimate delivery of the over. Robinson in past the umpire again at the popping crease. Full again in swinging and works into mid-wicket by Revis. Fielder comes round for no run. The skillful bowler is Robinson. The ability to swing the ball both ways. Relentless in his line and length. Deep cover. Point now at Gully fielder is just going back to the boundary now, and as does mid-wicket. To get out the over with a no boundary for the final delivery as Robinson is in to Revis, and he's full, and just gets a little bit low that one as it run through to the keeper Simpson for no run. And that is the end of the over. 272 for 4 at Yorkshire. Update go okay, Hamzy?
All done, yeah, all done. Just as I did the update, because we give updates to the radio station on a Sunday, broadcast to Surrey, Sussex and Kent. And so I'd got all the scores in my mind, and just as I was giving the update, I noticed a wicket had gone down at Worcester, and it's the wicket of Zach Crawley. He's out for 31, so he's not in good form, is he, Zach Crawley? And Kent are having a miserable start to the season. They're 67 for 4 in their second innings, and still trailing Worcestershire by 184, so it doesn't look like good news for Kent in that game. Now, this is interesting. The new ball is going to be shared with James Coles. Now, I think that's quite an innovative bit of captaincy by Ollie Robinson. Coles has picked up the wicket, and he's going to keep him on, as opposed to turning to his to his seamers. As here comes Coles, bowls, and Root is very cautiously forward, plays to short extra cover. There is no run, and if nothing else, the wickets that Sussex have taken this morning would have just put the brakes on Yorkshire, or perhaps dented the plans they might have had to have accelerated during the day. Coles in again, bowls, Root leads back and places beautifully away through backward point. They've picked up one, they'll think about two, but it is there because Henry Crogham's got a fair way to come round from sweeping on that cover boundary. I think this is worth an experiment with James Coles for a couple of overs with the new ball, perhaps before he turns to Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, I think so. Say that new ball, harder ball, it's a bit more pace and bounce, might manage to get, like I say, skid on a little bit quicker than he has been doing. So like I say, he's just trying to run it on. Coles in again, and Root works this one through the onside on this occasion. He goes to 39, 274 for 4. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Leeds, Adrian Harms, Liam Thomas, your commentary team here today. Just reading here that it was a sub 2-hour marathon, apparently. Just break off for a moment. In comes James Coles. Bowls, forwards comes Revis, plays on the offside of the track and no run. Kenya's Sebastian Sully, I don't know this particular athlete, but what a wonderful man he is. The first to break the 2-hour mark in race conditions. I don't quite know what they mean by that. I think... Is that when you don't have pacemakers? Yeah. I don't know if it's official race conditions or track time. I'm not sure. Coles. In again, bowls. Revis plays into the offside. It was slightly in the air from Matthew Revis. Bit of a howl from James Coles. Two hours for a marathon, that is unbelievable, isn't it? Coles round the wicket, bowls. Oh, is he bowling? Oh, Joe Root's come down the long way for throw, hits his out. Oh, that's a brilliant bit of fielding by Jack Carson. Well, just to explain what happened, I thought Matthew was Revis dropped. I just don't know what happened there. The ball seemed to turn. We might see a replay of it. The ball went down to third man. Jack Carson picked the ball up, threw the ball at the stumps. It hit the stumps. Joe Root was back in his ground. Now the umpire is coming across. Is that the end of the over? It is the end of the over. That was all action, wasn't it? Let's just see this again. Here we go. That's the throw from Jack Carson, which knocked out the stumps of Joe Root. But Joe Root was home. So, interesting tactic here from James Coles, from Ollie Robinson, keeping Coles on with the new ball, which I don't think we were expecting.
Liam is got us to enjoy the biscuits. Thank you to Liam, who's brought in biscuits on 2 days, that's not something that our host did this week. But anyway, Robinson runs away from us in and bowls, and sliced away with the slip corner. That was inches away. Joe Root picks up a boundary, but it was a streaky boundary. The field really out the third slip. Let's just see this again. Here's Jack leaning in there. Root flashing at one outside the off stump. Well, I don't know whether he got his fingertips to it, but Joe Root survives. He goes to 44, 279 for 4. It's a fought back well this morning, Georgie.
They have, and they could still end up putting Yorkshire under some serious pressure if they continue to pick up wickets, given the still 223-run deficit for Yorkshire to try and erase.
Robinson in, bowls to Root, who's forward and plays this away through. He'll pick up another boundary here, Joe Root. It's just a sort of a push through backward points. So back-to-back boundaries. Joe Root goes to 48. To 83 for when runs have come this morning, they've come very quickly. There's that. They started on 192 for 1, so they've added 91 this morning in relatively quick time, really, because we had 60 overs. This is the 22nd over of the day, so they're about 5 and over Yorkshire this morning, but they have lost 3 wickets. It's been good cricket. Robinson in again, bowls, Root forward to a ball of good length and plays it to short extra cover. There is no run.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when Johnny was out there for that fairly short stay at the crease, I think with the way he just naturally plays and with the way that Joe naturally plays and their abilities, they'd hoped to have a couple of hours together, wouldn't they? And then you would have seen the scoring rate increase significantly. I remember saying 3.08 at one stage this morning, 3.43, so it has been up a little notch.
Robinson in again, bowls, Root again, place very carefully to mid-on. There is no run. Ollie Robinson straining every sinew here to pick up another wicket. But Sussex would have been delighted to have picked up 3. For those just joining us, Sam Whiteman going through to an excellent 100. In fact, bringing up his 100 with a big 6 down the ground. And then well caught by John Simpson, diving low to his left-hand side off the bowling of Henry Crocombe. The first wicket to go down, man of Finley Bean, who was LBW to the persevering Hudson Prentice, who hasn't been given the new ball. James Cole's given that honour, having picked up the wicket of Johnny Bairstow. With the old ball, Robinson in bowls, and Root. I don't think he intended that to go there, Joe Root. He just looks at his bat. He was looking to turn that onto the onside. It ended up at mid-off on more to the total, which will give Robinson 1 ball in this over to the new man, who is Matthew Revis. 284 for 4. The arrear is 218. Changing the field, Tom Haynes has gone back from an orthodox mid-wicket to a deeper mid-wicket, probably 15 yards or so inside that boundary edge. So, in again, bowls, Revis is forward defensively, placed to mid-on, fielded there by Henry Crocombe. So end of the over. An over that cost 9 runs, but an over that nearly saw the downfall of Joe Root. The ball just going over the outstretched hands of Jack, leaning in at the third slip and down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. Now, I wonder whether they're going to continue with the Coles experiment. I think they are, and I quite like that. I think it's good captaincy by Robinson. Coles has picked up a wicket with the old ball just as the new ball is available, and he's kept him on. And you might have thought, well, turn to your seamers. I just wonder if he's going to give this 2 or 3 overs and see how it works out, and then perhaps turn to Hudson Prentice.
Yeah, Coles then, buoyed by that wicket of Johnny Bairstow, took his middle stump out, didn't he?
Yes.
Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Joe Root, who moves one into the offside and brings up 50 in first-class cricket for the 89th time. Centuries. Warm applause from around the ground. 78 minutes, 59 deliveries, 7 fours. And just keeps on churning him out.
He does. How did you make the point, Jonathan? The scoreboard just ticks over when Joe Root's batting.
Yeah, Coles is in and Revis opens the face and square drive, 1 run. Yeah, in fact, I mean, I've been off for 25 minutes. Went out the press room, was trying to sort the coffee machine out, turned around and you looked at the board, and I can't remember exactly what it was on when I left the commentary position, but I thought, he's already on that, and that's just Joe, and he's not played a big shot or anything like that. It just keeps it ticking. Here he is again on strike and just drops it into the leg side. No run. Never saw Bradman play, obviously, but there was this. There's always talk, wasn't there, about every ball was a run-scoring opportunity, and that's the sort of way I think that the feel that you get with Joe is just always looking to just put it in a gap, and you don't have to do anything more than that. He's just found the field there, short extra cover. Tom Clark, I think it is.
Yes, it is.
As Coles is in again, and there you go, just drops it into a gap. It's not going to go down in history as the greatest cricket shot ever played, but it's got him a run, hasn't it? He's just dinked it into a gap. Yep. 51. Keeping it simple was something that George Hill was talking about with reference to Jack White's bowling the other day, and that's just what Joe does with his batting, isn't it? Revis back foot, turns that one back out of square. He'll pick up another single, taking his score to 6. 288 for 4 come the end of the 84th over. Just checking, I think the new ball was taken at bang on 80, was it?
It was.
Yep.
Yeah. The score was 271 for 4. Joe Root had 36 at the time. Very good indeed. We were just talking about the marathon. The 2-hour record was broken by 2 runners. Yeah, isn't that extraordinary? And also in the women's race, the world record was also broken at the London Marathon. The lady who won, extraordinary. So I'm sure that'll be featured across the BBC later tonight with highlights. Isn't that remarkable? 2 hours. Ollie Robinson runs away from us, coming into bowl to Matthew Revis, and Revis is beaten. That's a cracking delivery by Robinson. Revis is beaten outside the off-stump, no run. He puts my efforts at sort of park run rather to shame, really. I haven't done it for a while, Georgie, but where I live in Guildford, there's a big park, and you have to run around it twice to make the 5K. And my objective is always to get round the first lap before I'm lapped. But, when you've got mums running past you with pushchairs with children in, and people in fancy dress running past you, it's a little bit embarrassing. But
bloke with a Zimmer.
Yeah.
Gives you a wave as he goes by.
Robinson on his way. Old Revis is forward this time, plays down the onside, no run. An opener who has made 100, much talk about the test match team. Dominic Sibley, who is now out, but he's made 101 for Surrey today. Surrey 256 for 4. A fairly slow 100, has to be said. It's coming 283 balls. But then just in correlation to Zach Crawley, who's out for 31 for Kent at Worcester today. There'll be a lot of pressure around that opening spot when the Test series begin. Robinson in bowls and played to the onside by Revis, fielded by Henry Croker at mid-on. Revis picks up a single. He goes to 7, the total 289 for 4.
Yeah, and it will also give a good indicator in terms of the thinking of the powers that be among the England captaincy in terms of where they're going following all of that brouhaha, the Ashes. If they go back to a player like Sibley, it is a change in tack.
I thought surely you go with form players, don't you? Robinson in bowls and forward comes Root, play back to Robinson, no run.
It depends how sort of stubborn, obstinate that little group is, because if they do go back to Sibley, it's almost like they're admitting defeat, isn't it, in terms of how they want to play the game, because we know that he's a very, very good player, Dom Sibley, who doesn't play in that style that they've adopted in recent years.
the counter argument to that is, isn't it, that it's a style that was shown in the Ashes that it didn't work. I think when you were there, Doige, Robinson over the wicket, bowls, forward comes Root, plays into the offside, and there is no run.
I was, and I'd love to go back again. I mean, both experiences were good. Obviously, great to see England win in Melbourne, short as it was, brief as it was, but I loved Adelaide as a city. It's a lovely, smart place.
Yes, I've never been to Adelaide. I've been to Australia a couple of times, 3 times, but I've never been to Adelaide, so that should go on the list. But there were people who, felt very let down, Jonathan, didn't they, with the amount of money they'd spent to go out, and I think the recognition of the failure of the series was a little slow to come. Robinson in, bowls, and again, Root is right in behind that. Good over by Ollie Robinson, who's hasn't picked up a wicket in this match, but he has bowled as the figures go up on the screen. No wicket for 48 in. Sorry, the sun's just obscuring in 14 overs.
A couple of emails to get through. Random scarf lady Miriam, who is back home in Brighton.
Oh, yes.
You remember Miriam?
No, I do. Only that I was the people I were in the pub with on Friday night was Miriam's partner, saying that she often emails you.
Yes, she does, and here she is. So, hi, Jonathan, she says, had 2 lovely sunny days at Headingley with my husband. His first Headingley trip, and Sussex supporting mate. That's all you can ask for when you plan a long-distance trip. I jokingly said at the start of day 2 that I would be pleased if I didn't see Root bat, and got my wish. I gather I missed out on meeting Adrian on Friday night as I went to my first rugby league match and loved it.
That's it. So they were in the pub and they were with Simon, and they did mention Miriam. I meant to mention that yesterday, Doige. So there we are, back in Brighton, back in sunny Brighton.
Yeah, Richard Brown has been in touch with regard to Street House CC, which is not too far away. He says, hi JD, quick shout out to Street House CC seconds for a superb chase down of 268 to win away at Gummersall in the Bradford League yesterday. Great team effort after a promotion last season for both sides. Knocks of 88 and 86 from Robinson and Brown were the highlights, and finished off by father and son duo, the Tuckers. Well done then. As Revis on strike waits, change of bowling at the Howard stand end, because Finn Hudson-Prentice is back on to replace James Coles, who's done an admirable job with his left arm spin this morning. But they gave him a go with a harder new ball, and it didn't add to the wicket of Johnny Bairstow that he'd already taken just before that new ball was taken. Sally McCombs has been in touch. Sally was up in the com box having a look yesterday on our return to these shores from the States. Hudson-Prentice makes his way in. Bowls, Revis turns that to leg. No run. She says, good morning all. Great to hear Whiteman reach his ton after watching Finn get his last night. Hoping it bodes well for the future, even though this match looks like being a draw. After being at the cricket all day yesterday, today I'm doing the mundane tasks such as washing. The highlight of my day will probably be tuning into the FA Cup semi-final. Go Leeds. Thanks for letting me see behind the scenes in the com box. Fascinating to see how everything you have to do for us listeners to follow the game. And with that, Whiteman is out, she says. So it was a while ago, this email. Oh, well, great knock. And now for Johnny and Joe. Well, we've seen the back of Johnny as well. That's a lovely shot by Matthew Revis. Just leant into that, punched it away in the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Lovely off drive. 4 runs.
Super shot, wasn't it?
77 and 66 out there at the moment, and 33 bowling at them.
Yeah, good spot. Not much escapes your attention, Jonathan.
Not a lot. Not a lot.
You just say that.
That was Paul Daniels. Not Phil.
I've had a nice email in as well from, I'll read at the end of the over, from Steve Bond. Just reading a mo.
Congrats, by the way, to York City on getting themselves back into the Football League. You've probably already seen or heard the viral commentary by our colleague over there, David Ward, who got rather excited, shall we say, as Revis is in behind that and punched up to mid-on. And there's no run. David, big Yorkshire cricket supporter as well, will often take the opportunity of bringing his recording gear along for an event and speaking to one of the players.
Have they had financial difficulties, York? I mean, or have they moved ground or something? Because they've been out the league for some time, haven't they? I didn't realise that.
Wouldn't be an expert on York's recent history.
Right. Well, they've moved grounds, though, haven't they, in recent years, or am I completely off?
Yes, they have, yeah. New stadium built. Here's Revis punching firmly up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, I mean, I've been there, and in fact, did a rugby league commentary or two from the stadium.
Oh, well, they show it with the rugby league side.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
I mean, I did the Rugby Football League have got an app called Our League, and I did a commentary there on Leeds Rhinos women against York. I remember because there was a massive stoppage in the game in the second half. It was something like 25 minutes because a player was injured. So it was almost like starting a game again for the girls out there.
Oh, goodness.
Here's Hudson Prentice, good delivery, nipping on Matthew Revis, and he plays and misses to the final ball of the over, 293 for 4. In fact, I think it was a Sunday afternoon, and I had to go from York straight down to Southampton for a match, for a cricket game, because obviously the seasons run concurrently on the back of that. That was a late night.
Steve says, just a short note, so I'm listening to today's play whilst tending to my vegetable patch. That's rather nice, isn't it? It's been an eclectic mix of where I followed the cricket so far this year. I listened to the Leicester game in between whale watching in Antarctica. My wife, Linda, who is one of the matchday safeguarding stewards, mentioned this to you when she bumped into you the other day. That sounds rather nice. I was at home for the whole of the Warwickshire game, the Saturday of which was, and now it's gone off my screen, so I'm going to have to get that back. I will find it, Steve. The sun is sort of glaring in onto the email as well, but I'll finish that in a minute. But here comes Ollie Robinson. 7 or 8 minutes to go until lunch. In and bowls to Joe Root, who turns that wristily down to fine leg field, way down in the distance by Charlie Tier, who gets in the throw. Charlie Tier on the field because earlier on today, Tom Price, the Sussex all-rounder, left the field in the first over of the day, appeared to turn his ankle whilst fielding a ball. It looked pretty innocuous, but he was in a good deal of discomfort. He did leave the field walking unaided, but he was definitely in some discomfort, and we'll have to see how that pans out today. See if we can find out. No news yet from the Sussex camp. My battery is low on my computer, which is probably why it's doing what it is. So I shall plug that in a second. Here comes Robinson. Bowls and Root. Revis turns to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Do you have a vegetable patch, George? Have you ever had an allotment?
Neither. No, there's not a lot going on. The lawn needs mowing at the moment in the house that we've moved to.
Right. Yes, that's the time of year, isn't it, when the grass grows on a...
Yeah, fair old lick.
Yeah. Well, there isn't much rain around, I don't know right up here, but it's very dry down in the south. In comes Robinson. Bowls. A bit of extra bounce there from Molly Robinson. Revis lets that go through to Simpson, no run.
We had an incredibly wet winter, but it has been dry for a while now. Good afternoon to Ronnie while you're sorting your laptop out. Yeah. Ollie Robinson's walking back to his mark. Ronnie with an optimistic message on Blue Sky saying big stand required from Root and Best. Hopefully that's come to an end, but he says if they both get a biggie and declare at lunch tomorrow, the win could still be on. It's nice to hear an optimistic message.
Well, there's meant to be a little bit of rain around tomorrow, isn't there? So maybe better bowling conditions as well. Who knows? Robinson in, bowls, Revis again. Let's get a bit of extra bounce on Robinson. John Simpson taking that pretty much above his right-hand shoulder. So the husband could carry in this pitch, Georgie.
Yeah, I mean, from here, Yorkshire's, if they fancy the chances of winning the game, still got the two routes, I guess. If they're out cheaply, then their only real option is to bowl Sussex out extremely cheaply and then try and knock them off. Or, well, say cheaply, the 294 for 4, but you know what I'm saying. If they're bowled out with a sizable deficit.
Robinson in again, bowls, and Rivers turned this one down to deep backward square, picked up a single.
While they're out there at the moment, I'm sure Route 1 would be about as long as you can, get as many as you can, and then obviously try and inflict some damage on Sussex and see how close you can get to winning that way. But still a lot of work to do, and as we've seen already this morning when wickets have fallen at fairly regular intervals, just by natural progression they may end up being all out short. We'll see.
Robinson back to his mark. I think we'll get one more over in before lunch. He's in a bowls, and Rivers again lets that one go outside of the off stump. Sorry, Joe Root, I apologise. How could I get that wrong? 295 for 4. 3 minutes to go until lunch. I'm just going to get my power cable, Georgie, because I know this is your over, because I'd like to finish Steve's email before he's been good enough to send it in.
St Prentice going to continue at the Howard stand end of the ground then. Gloriously sunny morning once again, 3 successive days of it. Bring it on. Pitch is holding up as ever very well out there in these conditions. Still 69 overs to go on this third day as Hudson Prentice bowls to Revis. He turns that one up to mid-on and it quickly calls through Joe Root. Unfortunately for Rev, he'd run 10 yards past the stumps at the bowler's end as the throw was misguided. They might have got back for a second had he just touched his batting, but even that would have been touch and go. No harm done, 1 run. So he's on to 13. 296 for 4. Yorkshire with that 1 batting point so far. And they ain't got many of those in this season so far.
Yeah, I guess Sussex now with 5 bonus points in the game.
St Prentice in. Root turns that one down to fine leg, and he's got such a thin contact on it that it's able to beat the man at long leg. Picks up another boundary, 56 to him. That is a second Yorkshire batting point because it takes them to 300. I'm just checking, I said they haven't got many so far. I don't think they've got any so far until this match. Yeah, 226 all out they were in the first innings at Glamorgan. And then against Hampshire here last time around. All out for 177. So your third match of the season and your first 2 batting points. Root on strike, Hudson Prentice bowls. Root solidly blocking.
So just finishing Steve's email, how amazing that he was listening to the Leicester game while watching in Antarctica. Isn't that extraordinary? You know, the reach of the internet. He says, I was at home for the whole of the Warwickshire game, the Saturday of which was colder than Antarctica. It was absolutely freezing. I'll be at the next home game and then visiting Taunton for the Somerset game with my long-suffering cricket-watching mate Julian, and we're hoping for the good weather to continue. If it does mean wasps will be attracted to the cider. Yeah, you're off to Taunton, aren't you, next week, Georgie?
Yes, yeah, we're there on Thursday. Hudson Prentice is in, that's turned to leg by Root, no run.
Regarding sharing cricketing equipment, my experience of the game in Oldham in the 70s was unfortunately having to share more intimate equipment than just wicket-keeping inners. Well, absolutely, that was the case with our club as well. There was a club protector that used to cause much hilarity, as you can imagine. But that's the way that it was. I mean, that's not making things up. There was a club protector. He says, keep up the good work as a Lancastrian. Of course, I'd like to see Sussex beat Yorkshire, but this seems to be heading for a draw, especially if Root and Bairstow give the crowd a treat by batting together for a few hours. Thank you, Steve. Of course, Johnny Bairstow now out.
Hudson Prentice is in. Root turns that to leg. We've got 1 more ball to come before the lunch break here. Yeah, I mean, hand-me-downs as well. I started playing in handed-down kit, so my flannels, as we used to call them, boots and shirt that I first played in for Hospital Park were all had the name Jonathan Ross in, not Jonathan Ross, but Johnny Ross, who was a few years older than me and had played junior cricket there. And I got his old kit that he'd outgrown when I first started playing.
Well, I think he bells on kit that will read just after the players leave the field for lunch.
Hudson Prentice is in. Delivery has the measure of Joe Root. Final ball of the session. So Sussex finishing it well. They'd started it pretty well too with the early wicket of Finlay Bean, who was gone for 105 LBW to Hudson Prentice. Sam Whiteman ticked off 100 with a spectacular 6 over long off, but then shortly after chased a wide one from Henry Crocombe and was well caught behind by John Simpson. That was just after the hour mark, 2:44 for 3 at the time, and then Johnny Bairstow's stay at the crease was relatively short, just 21 minutes before he was bowled middle stump by left-arm spinner James Coles for 6. At the lunch break, Root 56 not out, Revis 13 not out in a partnership for the 5th wicket, so far worth 33. Yorkshire have got to a second batting bonus point because they're 300 for 4, but still 202 runs behind Sussex's 502 all out.
I think Sussex will be pleased with their morning's work, having only picked up the 1 wicket yesterday. To pick up 3 this morning, they'll be delighted. But also the fact that Yorkshire haven't got away, that would have been the big danger for Sussex in this game. That Root and Bairstow were together and were scoring really quickly, and then there's a lot of pressure on, which could lead to some interesting cricket tomorrow. So that will please Sussex. Just a couple of quick emails. Bob Pook in Hastings. Hello, Bob. Sorry I didn't read your email out earlier. He says, further discussion regarding club kit bags at my club, Hastings Wanderers Cricket Club. Each player had to take a turn in looking after the bag. When it was my turn, my wife insisted the bag be kept in the shed due to the rather pungent odour emanating therefrom. Thank you as ever for the commentary. Thank you, Bob. I can fully appreciate that, because the old kit bag used to be a bit smelly. I remember turning up to a game, doing G, and someone turned up and said, well, who's got the kit? Well, I don't know. Well, it's the skipper's meant to get the kit from the pavilion. It was an away game, so someone had to drive back to the pavilion and get the kit. So, Peter's been in touch. You mentioned the funny noise. Yeah, I think Peter was mentioning about. He says there was a message popped up onto his screen to say there was no video connection, but it didn't interrupt the video, which is fine, and we didn't hear the noise on the radio sound. So I know we had 1 or 2 little issues around sound with the kit, etc. So there are our emails. Thank you everybody for listening, and Jonathan and I are going to go have our lunch and back with you in half an hour or so.
Okay then. County Championship starting in Division 2 with my two women's persons total of 4. That was the trail Yorkshire by 122. Now finally, sorry, 271.4 with my two Essex's persons total of 402. Derbyshire on 265 with my two Gloucestershire's persons total of 400. Lancashire in the second against Durham by 53.5 against Durham by 120. Ollie Sussex. Joe Root and Matthew Revis continue the batting for Yorkshire.
Welcome back from Headingley for the second session on this third day of Yorkshire versus Sussex then. 300 for 4, the Yorkies, with Joe Root not out 56 and Matthew Revis with him on 13. 3 wickets fell for those of you who weren't with us this morning. Finlay Bean, LBW to Hudson Prentice for 105. Just been having a chat with Finlay at the lunch break, asking him how his thighs and quads and all that glutes are after all that keeping and batting. Seems to be in pretty good spirits. I suppose when you've got a ton, you don't feel it as much. Sam Whiteman also got one of those, 101 before he was caught chasing a wide one by Simpson off the bowling of Crocombe, and Bairstow bowled by James Cole's middle stump for 6. The 3 wickets to have fallen. Second new ball was taken at bang on 80 overs. Liam Thomas and myself, Jonathan Doidge, you 2 commentators to start this afternoon. Harmsley will be back in half an hour or so as Ollie Robinson begins the afternoon then from the Kirkstall lane end with a pretty slow loosener. Dies on its way through to John Simpson. Matthew Revis on strike, was happy to watch it go by, and we're back underway. Yorkshire still with a 202-run deficit. Got to first of all erase the possibility of being asked to follow on, so they'll need another 52 as Robinson receives the ball from Daniel Hughes. A few people making their way back to the seats in these early moments of the post-lunch sesh, as that's wide of off stump, and Revis again happy to watch it go by.
Looks like he's just getting loose after lunch, Robinson. Afternoon, Dodgy, afternoon, everybody. Couple of loose deliveries. Wide of off stump there from Robinson, tees into his spell. 15.2 overs, none for 50. Looks look good so far, hasn't he, Dodgy?
Very. Crocombe just getting himself loose at mid-on. And Robinson is in again. It's wide of off stump once more. And Revis again, shouldering arms, 2 slips, a long leg, a very wide third man. Hudson Prentice also going through a bit of re-loosening as he jogs from one end of one of the practice strips and back. He's fielding in the covers. Got Tom Haynes in a catching position really at short extra cover. Hughes at mid-off, Crocombe at mid-on, and Jack Leaning is at a straightish mid-wicket. Big gap between he and long leg. As Ollie Robinson doesn't stray down the leg side, he's wide of off stump again. Revis happy to watch it go again.
Yeah, looks like he's just trying to set him up here, I think. He's going to cross, going to cross, going to cross. Sorry, away from him for these 4 deliveries. I wonder if he's just going to run one back, potentially. Tracking Matthew Revis across his crease. So maybe just try to go a little bit straighter with this delivery, angle him back in potentially.
And he comes then. Bowls it now. It is a bit straighter. It dies again on its way through to John Simpson, who made a bit of a Horlicks of it. He's beaten him for a bye. So strike rotated. Yeah, it was straighter. It wasn't quite on the money, was it?
No, we're coming back in. Allowed Revis to leave, but yeah, as we said, going away, and then run that one back into Revis. Just one on the right line, which brings Joe Root on to strike now from that bye. I won't be surprised to see him take a couple of steps down. The ball's just starting to die. I think he'll just do his little shuffle down the pitch. Potentially. Try and knock Robinson off his length straight after lunch.
Here's Robinson again then. Bowls it now, and Root right in behind that straightest delivery of the over was the last one. at the end of it. Yorkshire have added just that one by, so 301 for 4. Revis still on 13 and route 56.
Yeah, start after lunch. Like I say, just looked like they died a couple of them deliveries. What's in that bag out? Anything interesting? I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, straight into that. There we go. Get it out all in, lad. Don't waste anything. Yorkshire still trailing by 201.
And it's going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice at the Howard stand end then to open the afternoon. Bowling here to Revis, right arm over the wicket. And that's turned to mid-wicket. Fielded in there by Tom Haynes, no run. Sun is at just about his full height. There's barely any shadow being cast on the players. 1:45. Good day, good 3 days in terms of the weather. Hudson Prentice then making his way in again. 2 for 51 against his name at the moment. Bowls this one now. Lovely drive by Revis. And well stopped as well. Over at mid-off, because that was boundary bound. Offered the maker's name, Matthew Revis, and struck it well. 1 run.
Yeah, beautiful shot, timed that really well, especially with that cover blocked off. Managed to put it just to the left of the mid-off fielder. Good stop. Really impressed with Hudson Prentice. Really hustles into the crease. Really gets some momentum through his action. A lot of energy.
It was Daniel Hughes who made that tumbling stop. Well fielded. Hudson Prentice then in and bowling to Root, who gets right in behind that. Has that habit, doesn't he, of playing a defensive shot and then looks back, checks his feet position, has a look at the whole situation in terms of how he's just played it. Was it technically correct? Has a little wander off to the side, recomposes himself, and then we'll crack on again.
2 pegs on his shots, this spectator.
Yep. Liam, for those who are listening and not watching, his eyes on the streaming, which showed a gentleman tucking into something as Root drops that out to point and picks up 1 run.
So good at turning them deliveries. Good delivery. Ball will be happy. Stop ball on a length. Drops it in dead weight into that offside and always manages to get a run. Really frustrating when you, as a ball, when you, well, trying to bowl your best ball and still that's going for a run. Robinson working hard and shining the ball there. Great conditions for batting. At the minute, sun is shining, baking down on the pitch. Looks pretty flat at the moment.
Revis on strike on 14. He's going to get 4 more. I think we'll give him very much the benefit of the doubt there. It kind of looks edgy, doesn't it? But I think he opened the face. He certainly didn't go at the ball. He just ran it into the gap wide of the 2-man slip cordon. Jack Carson is the man who's come down to pick it up from down beneath the covers. And Revis moving on to 18 with that boundary. 307 for 4. Just a bit too much width on that occasion from Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Let it come nicely, did Revis, so just using the pace of the ball. Just letting it come, played it down, and raced away to the boundary.
Hudson-Prentice in again. Revis, just for a split second, looked like he might have been launching into attacking stroke, but then thought better of it. And that dot ball through to the gloves of John Simpson completes over number 90 of this Yorkshire first innings at 307 for 4. Big call for Leeds in terms of who's going to get the keeping gloves, I think, today.
Judging by what Farker said earlier on in the week, he said you can follow the pattern. I think it will be Perry, but Caldaro's been immense for Lee since he's come in as the number 1 after Perry this year.
There's Robinson from the Kirkstall lane end bowling to Root, who gets the delivery wide of off stump. Gets across to cover it and then shoulders arms.
It'll be a good battle these two. Robinson, relentless with his line and length. Just trying to bowl that away, and then just trying to run one back, potentially. So, Root looking to be proactive. Take a couple of steps down, knock him off his length. Get back in his crease. So play it late. Always looking to be on the attack is Joe.
Robinson in again. Ooh, Root just having a little nibble at that one, which left him outside off stump. Good delivery from Robinson, and that carried nicely enough through to John Simpson's gloves. Unimpaired view down to town. Bridgewater Place, those 10 cranes that I counted yesterday, and a fair few high-rise buildings. That's down to our left from the com box. Over to the right, see across towards Armley, west side of Leeds. Here comes Robinson again, wide of off stump, and Root does some more leaving down beneath our commentary position. Well, there's the players' balcony, also the discarded covers. We've got various warm-up equipment, mats, a couple of wicket-keeping pads, 3, 4 helmets down there, football, a couple of footballs and a rugby ball, in fact. The equipment down to the right. As Robinson is in again. That's played out nicely backward of point by Root. Where there's a sweeper, 1 run. Little lad in his Yorkshire shirt and blue Yorkshire cap, just been having a swing on the metal fencing at the foot of the Truman stand. He's dashed back off into the stand now, just out of view. We've got the light roller down there, wheelbarrow, trailer, a couple of wheelbarrows in fact. A hammer just thrown on the sort of AstroTurf matting that they've got at the side of the pitch as well. Big sweeping brush. As Robinson's in, no sweeping there for Matthew Revis. He defends that to Henry Crocombe at mid-on, no run. That's the kind of scene, a bit of hose pipery as well down there.
Robbo and his team, all the gear. So little lad just run down the steps again.
Yeah.
Near all that equipment, having the time of his life. Full of energy.
Might be on there soon, pulling the light roller. Mind you, if he tripped up backwards, it could be messy. Here's Robinson, good delivery as Revis leaves that one, having had a push at it wide of off stump.
Been a bit wide, but that one was much better for Robinson there, drawing a batter into play. So he's just been hanging it outside that off stump while the batter's been watching it through. So a little bit frustrated with himself, I think, that he's not quite got his line right. Length's been fine, but I say just been 6th, 7th stump. No real danger for the batters. These two are looking to get to work this afternoon. Bring it up around 3.38. 65 overs remaining in the day. Hudson Prentice is going to continue from Howard Stand end. Ringfield 2 slips.
And Root standing tall, high backlift, just drops it out down to Jack Carson fielding the gully region. No run. Hudson Prentice, a bit of chat going on between Robinson and Daniel Hughes at the end of Hudson Prentice's run. Maybe they've got other ideas about how to approach getting Joe Root out. He's on 58 at the moment. Hudson Prentice bowling at him now. Didn't play that one cleanly. It just balloons up into the leg side and there is no run. Already some mad scenes going on down Wembley way.
Still sent into the group chat. Two of our lads are down at Wembley already. Look like they're enjoying themselves. Bonnie and Charlie, hope they're not getting in too much trouble. Just jagged back a little bit, did from Hudson Prentice there, just nipping back a little bit. Inside edge onto Joe Root's pad. So there's a little bit of movement after lunch for these two bowlers.
Hudson Prentice to Root, right in behind it, playing out into the offside. Again, no run.
Solid in defence.
Just has a wander away once again. A glance across maybe towards the scoreboard on the northeast corner of the ground.
Just gets in his zone, same routine method. Clears his mind. Taps his bat 3 times.
It's Hudson Prentice then, and again, bowls it now. Root walking into this one. Again, doesn't play it cleanly. Maybe a bit of bat onto pad. It's rolled back down the pitch beyond the bowler. As we have some passing traffic. 308 for 4, having resumed on 300 for 4. So slow progress this afternoon so far. Hudson Prentice making his way in again. Bowls it now, and Root runs that beautifully into the gap between second slip and Jack Carson at point. Carson is going to win the chase to get the ball back a couple of yards in from the rope. Just down through third man. They're going to get back for 3 of many shots that Joe plays. That's one of the kind of signature shots, and it's just a great out shot for him.
Yeah, just lets the ball come. Uses the face of the bat to guide it through that vacant area. Very productive area for Joe Root. Say, just the way he accumulates, runs, builds an innings, puts a bad ball away, rotates strike on the good balls. No margin for error when you're bowling at Joe Root.
Some Prentice bowls then to Revis. Plays up to Hughes at mid-off to conclude that 92nd over. 311 for 4, Root 61, Revis 18, partnership now worth 44.
Yeah, it's been a handy partnership this. Say Yorkshire still a long way to go. 191 behind. We're looking for a big partnership. So don't want to lose a couple more wickets and let Sussex wrestle the initiative back and be in control of this game. Looking for these two to really dig in at Yorkshire this afternoon. This looks solid so far for 18. Joe Root ticking away on 61 as Ollie Robinson heads off with him again.
Yeah, Yorkshire will want to try and just up the run rate, won't they, if they're really going to try and get themselves into the sort of position where they could put some pressure on their opponents. 64 overs left today, 96 tomorrow if needed. Root just defending into the offside there. So 311 for 4. Welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. That is the score, 311 for 4 Yorkshire, 191 runs behind the 502 posted by Sussex. Joe Root still there since lunch with Matthew Revis. They were 56 and 13 respectively at the lunch break. 61 now to Root and 18 to Revis. Partnership worth 44 for this 5th wicket. As a rare risque shot from Joe Root, turning it to the leg. He's got an outside edge on it. It's scurried away and has beaten the diving third man in the shadow of the Howard stand. So 4 more to him. 65 now to Joe, 315 for 4. Yorkshire have 2 batting bonus points, their first 2 batting bonus points of the season in this innings.
Just going for his routine there, got squared up a little bit. Good bowling by Ollie Robinson. He raced away to that third man boundary there. Fielder tried to come around to cut it off, but just couldn't quite get there.
Here comes Robinson again then, Kirks to the lane end, bowling to Root, who takes the ball fuller of length and again opens the face, and it's just clever little adjustments, isn't it? He knows where the field is. The man is way out there in the distance, Jack Carson, and a wide third man, if you know the ground here at Headingley, on the east side, southeast side of the ground. He'd be about 25, 30 yards from the end of the relatively new Howard stand in that corner. And Joe just opened the face with the man back. Knows he can find at least one run if he puts it anywhere in a pretty big area. And he now has the same as his number on his back, 66. It's Revis on strike, who is happy to watch that ball from Ollie Robinson go by on the rise. Robinson into his 18th over here, a couple of balls left of it. 2 maidens, none for 56 so far, but he's been tidy. Hudson Prentice, Finn Hudson Prentice, 2 for 60 from 19 overs and 3 maidens. Has been bowling at the other end. And the other wicket takers for Sussex in this Yorkshire first innings. Henry Crocombe 1 for 61 from his 14, and James Coles bowled Johnny Bairstow middle stump 1 for 71 from 19. As Revis plays this good length ball from Robinson out to Jack Carson, who'd been brought up from third man to gully. They've gone 3 slips. Robinson to Revis. Matthew Revis, of course, he had a fine season last year, and that was that plus his England Lions call up for the tour during the winter. Major reasons why he deservedly received his cap during Yorkshire's most recent match, their first home game of the season against Hampshire. Tom Haynes has now moved into gully. There are 3 slips of gully, and Carson is wider than gully. He's walking in at point as Revis punches to short extra cover. Fielded there by Hudson Prentice, and there is no run. So 93 overs now, just getting going again for the afternoon session. 316 for 4. Interesting game bubbling up, Liam, but we've got to fully acknowledge that the quality of the playing surface here means that taking wickets is not easy, and that means that Sussex had a pretty good morning, didn't they, picking up 3 of them?
Yeah, I think obviously best time for bowling at Headingley. So overnight, coming into the morning session, so a bit of dew in the wicket potentially. Seems to be the best time to get a bit out of it, and that's what Sussex did this morning. Tom Haynes coming into the attack, being quite economical so far. Keeper stood up. Slightly new ball in his hand.
Comes then Tom Haynes with his little darts, seamers, and bowling to Root, who opened the face and ran that out towards point, and again just very quickly through for another single. 60-17. The applause is for the 50 partnership between this pair. It's come from 81 deliveries, 18 of them scored by Matthew Revis and 31 by Joe Root. The other one was a bye, of course, early on in this afternoon session of the bowling of Ollie Robinson. Scoring rate at the moment 3.4, which is fine. Revis turns that in front of square on the leg side, but can't get it past the infield. But given the time left in the match, there's no panic at this stage. But you would think that Yorkshire will want to try and increase the rate just to move this game forward at pace and give themselves a chance. 185 runs they trail by, so first job, of course, is to see off the possibility of the follow-on as Revis turns that into the leg side, fielded there by James Coles.
I think the ideal situation for Yorkshire this morning would have been to obviously consolidate, take a bit of time out of the game, not lose, say, a couple of wickets, and then ideally drive the game forward in the afternoon. But unfortunate that they have lost them a couple of wickets, so these two are probably just going to look to consolidate and rebuild. And if they get the chance later on in the day to maybe push it forward and up the scoring rate.
Haynes in, Revis opens the face, runs it into a big gap on the offside. Man set back. Jack Carson coming into field. He's out in the covers. Two right-handers, of course, in here. Been some slight adjustments, subtle adjustments field-wise between when Root and when Revis are on strike, particularly from the bowling of Ollie Robinson. But no real change here as the strike rotated and Root back on strike. There's a stifled appeal as the ball balloons up into the leg side, but no run. But it is a lovely scene here at Headingley. There's just there's a thin haze of cloud, if you like, around on the horizon. But sunshine down at pitch level. Not sure exactly what the temperature is, but we can probably find out on an app. It reckons to be 18 degrees on my app as Root pushes that one back to Haynes to complete that over. Tom Haynes, 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. Yeah, 18 degrees and cloudy it says, but it's sunny at the moment.
It's bearing down on the Headingley pitch at the minute. Yeah, I just want to be a little bit careful, Yorkshire, at what point they do decide to maybe push on, they'll run the risk of, if they do try to accelerate, maybe losing a couple more wickets and handing in the initiative back to Sussex. It's a game feels slightly in the balance right now. I think you look at the field changing as well with the 3 slips. I think if you watch Revis play, he kind of comes down the pitch with his bat, so he gets a little bit squared up. I think Robinson will be trying to angle that ball in and just catch that outside edge. So he does come down the pitch with that bat, giving full face. So I say just cuts across it slightly. So there's something to think about for Revis. And I say that another man goes into that slip cordon, something that Robinson's cottoned onto, slightly getting squared up. So we'll see how this plays out in this over.
In comes Robinson then, continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. And a good length ball, just defended into the offside by Matthew Revis, who does that batter thing of wandering off towards square leg for 4 or 5 strides. Turns, comes back and remarks his guard with a stroke of the foot, stroke of the stud. And Robinson, big left, big get swept on his left wrist, turns, comes in once again, past umpire Tom Longley. Oh, now then, Revis played that one late and crashed into the ground and bounced up behind him out towards second slip, really. John Simpson was across in front of Tom Clark at second slip to clean that one up. That's prompted Matthew Revis to go down the pitch and do a little bit of gardening. Joe Root unmoved, leaning on his bat at the non-striking end, legs crossed. Last wicket to have fallen, that of Johnny Bairstow. Just before 25 past 12, 80th over of the match. We've now had 94 and a couple of deliveries. Good ball here from Robinson. There must have been a little bit of nip away from Matthew Revis as he played and missed. So that cordon is waiting for an opportunity. And with deliveries like that, you can't say that one is not going to be coming, but it is. It's still a good pitch. There's an element of grass left on top. Not sure what the specific measurements are, but I think it was around about 10 mils for the first match, and I think it was going to be something similar. So that still always keeps the bowlers interested, even though it played really well. And that's punched into the offside now. Ball just short of length. Hudson Prentice, good piece of fielding in the covers, denies Matthew Revis a boundary, with nobody out there in the distance to offer any boundary protection. Revis on 19, partnership now 51. 2 to come in this 95th over as Robinson's in again and Revis Turns that one just to the onside of straight. Crocombe is just on heels at mid-on, and that allows them to get through for a well-taken single. So again, I mean, not just Joe Root, because they've run well throughout this innings, but it's just one of the many features of Joe Root's game that he's always on the lookout for the next run. But slightest opportunity to get those first couple of strides in. Get yourself down the pitch.
I mean, that's the thing, he's always looking to score, he's not looking to survive. He's always trying to move the scoreboard forward. How can I make runs?
There's Robinson again. It's wide of off stump and left by Root to complete that over at 319 for 4. It's not just, though, is it, from his own batting. It's just the support he's giving to his teammate out there as well. You knock it and I'm ready. Let's knock it and go.
Yeah, I think obviously sometimes as a batter, when you start facing too many dot balls, you sometimes feel that little bit of pressure and sometimes get a little rush of blood. If that scoreboard is constantly ticking over, then I think it just gives you that comfort that you say you're in control. You know what you're doing, and then the opportunities to score then keep coming. So there's nothing worse as a batter when you feel bogged down, there's no way out.
Making his way back in. 319 for 4. Liam is going to have a breather, and Tom Haynes is not doing that because he's continuing at the Howard stand end. Revis defending that first ball of the over. So we heard him singing during the lunch break. Doing a bit of singing next door. In comes Haynes, nicely driven by Revis, but can't get it past Daniel Hughes.
I didn't realise I was singing that loudly, Doidgy. Was I singing along to ABBA?
Oh, was it ABBA? I'm not quite sure what it was. I mean, I'd love to say that it was clear as a bell and we fully identified with it. I thought it was the Eurovision Song Contest entry from Turkey.
Yeah, probably sounded like that.
Haynes is in, and Revis will get 4. Back and playing an expansive shot, trying to cut that square. He's got a bit of a top edge to it, but it's guided away wide of slip and through third man. And it did race away, so he's on to 24. 323 for 4.
Runs starting to come at a sort of a decent lick, aren't they? The news, I do have news on Tom Price, that it's a twisted ankle. They're treating it with ice and just sort of hoping that it's, see how things are. But
not out.
Yes.
As Tom Haynes bowled and Matthew Revis stepped across. There might have been some bat involved. It was always a hopeful rather than confident appeal.
But of course, if they were to replace him in this game, it would mean he's then not eligible for another 8 days. So he'd miss the game at the Oval. So I suspect Sussex are probably, you know, his eye start. I'd be very surprised if he's back on the field today. Perhaps just trying to see how it plays out.
Here is Haynes, and defended by Revis, a good length ball.
So yeah, so being iced, and you know, fingers crossed.
You're as cold as ice.
Yes.
One day you'll pay the price. That's just Ice and Price. It just brought those lyrics back. To which song?
As cold as ice. Da, 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 da.
Well, I've just given you the title.
Yeah, I know, but I can't remember who sung it.
So that's driven down the ground, an over-pitch delivery from Haynes, but Robinson round from mid-on to field. They get through for 1, which means that Revis will retain the strike. 96 overs in. 25 to Revis, 67 to Root. Partnership now for this 5th wicket unbroken at 57. And it's 324 for 4.
Pretty good partnership, wasn't it? Because when Johnny Bairstow was out just before the new ball, Sussex may have just sniffed an opportunity there, but these two have batted very nicely since then. I took the opportunity in the lunch break to watch the world record in the marathon. Quite extraordinary as the chap was running down the mall, probably faster than you and I could sprint, Doidgy. It was extraordinary. The man's run 26 miles. Amazing. They always said someone would run a sub 2 minute mile marathon, and it's happened. Thousands of people watching.
Sub 2 minute. Tell you what, that
2
would
out.
be good. Mind you did well to watch a marathon in 40 minutes at lunch, to be fair.
Yeah, I did, yeah. Slips in place, or would you say 3 slips in a gully? I'm going to go 4 slips, I think. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on as Robinson comes running in to bowl to Revis, who's forward and plays into the offside now. He's had a lengthy spell here, Ollie Robinson. I think he's been a little unfortunate, been past the outside edge on a couple of occasions. Into his 20th over, he's typically miserly. I mean, he hasn't taken any wickets, but only going at 3 and over is Robinson. 324 for 4. I mean, the deficit now is what, Deutsche? 178. We've still got we've got a lot of overs to be bowled because we had that lengthy delay, didn't we, for the Tom Price injury. You know, still 60 overs to be bowled today. So there's still a lot of cricket. Robinson in, bowls, and it was plays that into the offside, well fielded by Hudson Prentice. And there is no run. So just I'm trying to think of possible scenarios here. Supposing Yorkshire were to score at 3 and over from here on in for the rest of the day, then we're pretty much even Stevens, aren't we, at the end of the day's play? If they were to score at 4 and over, they've got a lead of, you know, clearly they've got, basically they don't lose wickets. On the other hand, if Sussex could nip 2 or 3 out now, but it's, you know, it is starting to cloud up a little bit. I noticed out round the back of the Kirkstall lane as in comes Robinson. Bowls, defending is Revis down in front of him, no run.
Foreigner was the band you were looking for.
Was it? Have you just thought of that, or did you know it all the way along?
Knew it all the way along.
Yeah. I bet when you're in a pub quiz, I bet you're a complete pain because you know all the answers. Do you like a pub quiz?
Well, I like a pub quiz when I know the answers. Just like anybody. So it's amazing if you do a quiz and somebody's done well, they'll always come up and say to you, great quiz that. Really good questions.
Here comes Robinson and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Simpson. Well, I've enjoyed the last 2 years. Our listeners may not know that Jonathan does a quiz. The first year I went to Scarborough, you did the Question of Sport quiz in the, was it the Working Men's Club by Scarborough Station?
Yeah, the Railwaymen's Club, yeah.
It was great fun, and it was a dads v lads. And it was dads of the Yorkshire players and the players themselves who turned up. And it was great fun, and fair play to the Yorkshire lads who came out that night, and it was really good fun. The place was packed.
Yeah, the dads got the bragging rights, didn't they?
Do you know, I can't remember who won. But then
it was
last
very
year...
close, but the dads won.
Yeah. Comes Robinson again, bowls, and again defending his Revis into the offside. No run, good accurate over from Ollie Robinson. And then last year you did a quiz in the tent at Scarborough. And I was on a table with let's get this right, he was a Yorkshire supporter who I think had been a university lecturer in the States somewhere. Extraordinary, the people that you meet. And he was now back in this country. But again, that was very well. So I'm slightly pulling your leg about the quiz because they were two good nights. So I've missed it this year. No quiz at Headingley.
No.
Robinson. In and bowls and driven sweetly through the covers. That's going to be 4 runs. Just slightly over pitching there, Ollie Robinson. It's a relatively short offside boundary, and Matthew Revis had waited for that and drilled the ball through the covers. I just wonder whether that might be the end of Ollie Robinson. Takes his jump up and has a natter away to Finn Hudson Prentice. End of the over, 328 for 4.
If there was a quiz this year, the first question for you would be, who was the first person to run a marathon in under 2 minutes?
Yes, and I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it was... He's a Kenyan. Yeah.
Should we go around the grounds while we've got a moment?
Good idea.
Lancashire in all sorts of trouble against Durham, leading by 144 runs in their second innings, it has to be said, but they're 69 for 5 up at Chester Street in Div 2. Also in Division 2, as Haynes comes in and bowls to Root, who defends. Kent 122 for 6 are in a fair degree of discomfort as well, because they're 129 behind against Worcestershire's 447, and they have a second innings to come if needed. It's perhaps not looking that way. At Sophia Gardens in Division 1, in reply to Glamorgan's 440, Leicestershire are 331 for 4, as Haynes bowls to Root, who turns that one nicely down to final leg for a single. Back in Division 2, we're hopping around. Gloucestershire 498 all out, and Derbyshire 217 for 7. You don't often see the clatter of wickets for those sort of scores at Derby, really. It's quite a placid pitch down there, isn't it? So Derbyshire 281 behind. Have got a lot of work to do on their home patch. Haynes turns, running towards us, and bowls to Revis, who punches it to mid-on. He just hesitated for a moment, so they didn't bother going for the single to Ollie Robinson. The champions are also in a bit of bother against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 459 knots were bowled out for 279, but are now 98 without loss in their second innings, so they're recovering, but still 82 runs behind. As Revis punches firmly back to Haynes, who half stops a bouncing ball. And then the other one to mention is at the Oval, where Essex made 409, and still in their first innings, Surrey are 319 for 4. 90 runs behind, and those 6 first innings wickets still in hand. As Haynes comes in again, it's wide of off stump, and Revis does have a little push at it. There's a stifled yelp from around the Sussex fielding contingent.
Sebastian Saw is the gentleman, so you need to remember that for the quiz. 1:59:30 he ran the marathon in.
Okay, and speaking of quizzes, I was collared by Charlotte Evers down at the side of the ground yesterday. She had emailed me a few days ago, and I've not managed to get back to her. As Revis defends his latest Haynes delivery to bring up 329 for 4 at the end of 98 overs, and Charlotte, secretary perhaps of the Yorkshire Cricket Supporters Association, but it's in association with that organisation that I do the quizzes, Harmsley, over at Scarborough, and she's on to me again to do one this year during the Warwickshire match, the first of the 2 games at Scarborough, on the Saturday night of the Warwickshire match. So that could be a go. And I think the idea is to get Jordan Thompson, who's always up for a quiz and he's competitive and was on the Yorkshire quiz team in the marquee at Scarborough a few years ago. I think she wants him to organise a Warwickshire team,
right,
and to play against some of the Yorkshire boys.
That'll be good. It's a lot of effort, though, isn't it, Organ? You were very helpful. I ran a question of sport on the back of what you did at Scarborough. I ran one at Hove last year in the game against Worcestershire. And there was 2 teams. There was the coaches against the players, which was a good, was a good fun evening. But it's a lot of work, Deutsch. It's not like a 5-minute job, is it, to put a quiz together?
No.
And I had buzzers like you had buzzers, but they weren't taking any notice of the buzzers. All got a bit rowdy. A few ex-footballers in there who were causing. Oh no, it was. There was 3 teams, actually, from memory. So that was quite... That's right. Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Forward comes through. There's a beautiful shot, a long drive, fielded at mid-on by Robinson. There is no run. That's right. They decided they wanted 3 teams, which made it quite tricky. So there was an ex-Brighton and Hove Albion players team, a coaches team, and a players team. James Coles is warming up at first slip, so maybe we're going to see a bit more spin. Yeah, he's going through few twists and turns, is James. Hudson Prentice back to his mark. 329 for 4. Hudson Prentice glides in, bowls, and Root is forward, taking a couple of steps forward, plays the ball down the ground. The ball trickles onto the stumps, the bails topple off, and Matthew Revis helps umpire Lungley to repair the wicket. But always good fun, a quiz, but as I say, it does take a bit of putting together. 2 slips and a gully. The fielder on the cover point boundary. Extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance where a few people are sitting in the shade. Must be a bit chilly down there, I should think, watching from the end of the ground. As he comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Root, who just dabs that away on the offside and goes through for a typical Joe Root single. It's a rapturous round of applause from those inside the ground. 330 for 4. I'd imagine a few of those people might be putting in the earpiece maybe to start to listen to the build-up from Wembley. I'm sure there's a 3 o'clock kick-off in the semi-final. Willie Robinson just changing the field a bit here. He's bringing the gully into to a sort of a short extra position for Matthew Revis.
Every day, we're all going to say, we love you, Leeds, Leeds, Leeds.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, and Revis covers up and plays it down the offside of the track. And there is no run. Had a very pleasant evening last night with, was it Horsforth where you live, Deutsche? And went and enjoyed a glass of beer with you and your family for your birthday. It's a happy birthday for Tuesday.
Yeah, you didn't drive home, did you?
I did, yeah.
Back to your hotel?
Yep. Yep.
Dear me.
After my 0% Guinness, which is really nice, actually. In comes Hudson Prentice bowl. Short. Revis attempts to pull, but doesn't time it. The ball comes off the bottom of the bat. Picks up a single through square leg, 3:31 for 4. In fact, the hotel was really busy when I left. There was a wedding. And I think it was that sort of interim stage between the formalities and the meal, and then sort of getting ready for the disco in the evening. So everyone, lots of noise and chatter. But apparently there was also some sort of boxing event at the hotel. I don't know quite what that was. So it was really busy. But when I got back, it was all seemed pretty quiet, So I didn't leave you till about 11:15, I think it was. Comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Forward comes Root, plays onto the onside, no run. End of the over, 3:31 for 4. Root is on 69. Revis is on 30. I would say, actually, that it didn't take me long to drive back, actually, Jonathan, but probably Sebastian Saw would have probably done it in about 12 minutes, I expect.
Yeah, the reason I asked if you'd driven was, you did fall out of the door on the way out, so I wasn't sure if that was the 0% alcohol or just the aging process.
I was amazed how busy the pub was when I got there. I got just to let you know, Liz, when I did get to the pub, I couldn't find Jonathan, so I WhatsApped you twice, rang you twice.
Ironically, we'd been standing in a different area of the pub, and I had my phone out on this little shelf ledge thing, waiting for you to call me, and then typically a seat became free, so everyone in the group dashed for it.
Yes, for the seat in the corner.
And then I ended up with it on the seat next to me, and so I couldn't hear it.
I was thinking, because when you walk into a strange pub you don't know, and it was a very friendly pub, but I think everybody could tell they didn't quite know what I was doing there, if you get my drift. Changing bowling.
Yep, James Coles. Revis plays expansively to the first delivery, which bounces a bit, and he's not so far off getting a top edge on that. Got away with it. There is a slip and a leg slip in place. I'll give you the rest of the field in a moment, because Coles is coming in again, and Revis this time plays more comfortably out to Tom Clark, who's at short extra cover. There is a backward point. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice. Looks like Jack Carson, who's daubed up with green beneath the left knee. He's out sweeping at cover as Revis drops that one back down the pitch to Coles. There's a deep backward square leg on the boundary edge in front of the northeast scoreboard. A straight mid-wicket on the one who's on the wicket ends. Ollie Robinson and Daniel Hughes are a little bit deeper than the norm at mid-on and mid-off. That's your field setup as Revis defends to this latest Coles delivery. Already making his way back around umpire Ben Debenham down at that Howard stand end of the ground. He's in again. And Revis punches firmly to Ollie Robinson. He's going to have to get the wheels going there, and had he hit direct, Debenham might have been called upon to make a decision. It wasn't so far away, probably missed by a foot, but miss it did, and they got through for a single.
He's a good fielder, Ollie Robinson, in that sort of situation, and quite often does hit the stumps.
Ball of the over. There's a suggestion by Jack leaning at leg slip to move somebody, but Ollie Robinson is not for budging, nor is James Coles, as Root punches into the offside, but straight to Clark. No run. Jeremy Bowman, afternoon to you, Jez. He says, I recall JD hosting a sports quiz at Pudsey in the 1980s, yeah.
Really?
He asked the question, name the jockey who rode Red Rum to victory in the National in 1974. to which a member of my team replied, Brian Murphy. There was a notable pause followed by howling laughter because, of course, Brian Murphy was George of George and Mildred.
Oh, it was Brian Fletcher, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the answer he was after. Brian Fletcher
One of the
rode Red Rum in 73, 74 and 75 in the Grand National. I think I'm right in saying Tommy Stack took over in 76 when he came second to Rag Trade, and then, of course, was on board when he won famously that third Grand National in 77.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, clipped onto the onside by Revis, fielded at Robinson, again shies at the stumps, rather irritated. I think he's Ollie Robson. Revis was out of his ground.
Will we see a second horse complete 3 wins in the Grand National next year or in a future year?
A Gaelic Warrior.
No, Gaelic Warrior's not won the Grand National.
Oh, who won it this year then?
I Am Maximus won it for the second time.
Oh, okay. I do remember that 1973 National because my dad had put sort of 10pence each way or something on Crisp. And it was a wonderful race, wasn't it? Poor old Crisp. Just beaten on the line. Some Prentice in bowls and punched into the offside by Revis. There is no run.
Without going too far down the horse racing route, in the middle of the afternoon in the Headingley sunshine, that was arguably, possibly, one of the greatest weight-carrying performances of all time.
Got by Crisp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Carried
He was
12
top
stone
weight,
that day, and Red Rum carried 10 stone 5. So
Was he a Fred Winter horse?
big.
It was
Crisp was a Fred Winter horse,
It was
yeah.
ridden by Dick Pitman, wasn't it?
He
Who I don't
was.
think I don't think ever won the National.
No, he didn't. He finished second twice. He also finished second on Steel Bridge in the 1969 National. Crispian, incidentally, is buried in Yorkshire.
Really?
Yeah, up in North Yorkshire.
Comes up to British Bowls. That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played by Matthew Revis. Just stroked away through the covers. Beautifully played. He goes to 35. Yorkshire to 320. Sorry, 320. Get it right, Adrian. 336 for 4.
And speaking of crisp, that was crisply driven, wasn't it, by Revis?
Very
Just
good.
lent on it.
Was there some sort of Australian connection to Crisp?
He was it was Australian bred. Based in Australia, and then came over to these parts.
Yeah. He just sort of ran out of puff, didn't he, coming to the line? Hudson Prentice in again. Bowls to Revis, who solidly forward plays to leaning. He feels at short extra, no run.
I don't know if you saw this year's race, but there were comparisons drawn because a jockey called Ben Jones got to the front on a horse called Jordan's about just before the second lap as they come across the Melling Road, and he went for home, that's a long way out in the Grand National when you consider they've already run 3 3/4 miles at that point. And he ended up running out of petrol down the, past the elbow.
Past the
and
elbow.
ended up finishing third. And of course, the criticism back in the day of Richard Pittman going for his stick on Crisp, and that unbalanced him as he was tiring.
Hudson Prentice down the... Oh, he's rather got away with that. It was down the leg side, pulled away by Revis down to fine leg field in the distance. I think that's Charlie Tier all the way down there. One more to the total, which goes to 337 for 4. Route 69, Revis 36. I didn't realise that Pittman got a bit of criticism for that. I didn't.
Yeah, and he blamed himself. I did a podcast with him quite a few years ago, during COVID actually, and we talked about all that. And he always blames himself for having picked up the stick. And if you watch that race, he's heading for the taped off bit towards what was the chair fence, because that was roped off on the second circuit, and he was so legless at that point that just the effort of having to get him back to where he needed him to be heading cost him the race.
Hudson Prentice in bowls, played by Root onto the onside. A sprawling Ollie Robinson prevents anything more than a single. Root moves into the 70s. Yorkshire 338 for 4 at the end of the over.
If you are that way inclined and you like riding horses or whatever, even if you're not a jockey, the buzz, the feeling that he must have got for 9 minutes that day, even though he ended up getting collared on the line. He was clear of that field by so far, wasn't he? soaring over the old big fences like he did. Magnificent performance, wasn't it? It was great to watch.
It was great to watch. And we love sport, we love cricket, we love all sports, don't we? But sport could be quite cruel. I wonder whether something happens like that, whether it's one of those things that sort of almost sort of every day you wake up and you think, if only. I think back to the Open when, was it Doug Sanders missed a 3-foot putt to miss the Open? Whether the poor fellow with the rugby league when he missed the kick to win the Challenge Cup, all those iconic moments in sport. It bears down on someone's shoulders, Doige.
Yeah, I'll tell you a little story about that in a sec, actually, because James Coles is about to bowl to Joe Root, who just defends into the offside. So I did going back 25 years more, Radio Leeds extended interview with Don Fox, the man who missed the kick. By that point, it's already 30 years after he'd missed it, and people were still talking about it as Root defends quite firmly up to mid-off, no run. And I remember having to sort of persuade him to do the chat with me because he, got sick of talking about it over the years. But he was lovely about the whole thing and was, kind of very honest about it all. As Root pulls this ball,
poor ball,
which it was. It just drifted round about leg stump there, Coles, and Root has helped it on its way around the corner. Takes him to 74. Partnership to 75, and the long and short of it was that the day before, when they were practicing at Barnet Copthall Stadium, they did their drills for the day, the Wakefield Trinity players, and then Don stayed with his wife at the side of the pitch, he said, doing some extra practice of goal kicking. In comes Coles and Root forward and misses that, ends up in the hands of Jack Leaning at leg slip. What was the point I was going to? Yeah, so he kicked a goal from wide out on the right-hand touchline. He kicked one from wide out on the left-hand touchline. He finished up with one in the middle. And Root goes back foot here and eases that one away, backward of point. It is going to be reeled in by Jack Carson, but they're going to get back for 3. And he just keeps on accumulating, doesn't he? And, there's never a lot of flash and dash, a lot of flourish about how Joe Root plays his shots, but there's just a joyous elegance about how he goes about his game. And again, just how he touched that ball on its way backward of point. Joy to watch. 77 to him now, 345 for 4.
Well,
so Dom missed the last kick of the lot in practice in front of the post, and he missed it. This is the day before the Wembley Challenge Cup final of 1968, as Revis blocks that final ball of the over. 345 for 4 after 102 overs now. Yorkshire still not rubbed off the threat of following on, but they pretty much have 157 behind. And I think he said to his, I think his wife said to him, "You're going to take that again?" And he sort of went, shrugged it off and said, "Well, I've been kicking him from everywhere. Do I really need to?" And of course, it prompts the question, doesn't it? Do you think that in the moment, did you recall that when you stood in front of the posts the following day in those horrendous conditions, the water splash final and all that? And he just sort of said, "Well, maybe I did."
It's quite sad, isn't it?
It was very. I mean, yeah.
In front of all those people and a big television audience as well. The Rugby League Cup final at Wembley. He must have felt dreadful.
Yeah, there was a book written about it by David Hinchcliffe, I think, who was a Wakefield fan, so it was written very much from a Trinity point of view. And of course, they thought they'd lost it. Then they thought they'd won it with that, sensational last-minute try. and then
it was the last kick of the match, wasn't it?
Yeah. So they came back to 11-10. If you remember, 11-10. It's all on the goal. Were there Eddie Waring's words?
Tom Clark, first bowl of the match, comes in and bowls wide outside the off-stump, let go by Root through to John Simpson. I doubt if Joe Root's probably faced Tom Clark before, so just having a little sighter. It's what could be very cruel. I think, talk about Doug Sanders, talk about Dick Pittman, talk about Dom Fox, you talk about players who miss a penalty, you think about Stuart Pearce, in the World Cup, and all those moments in sport where someone has to bear that on their shoulders, don't they? It's, I wonder how difficult it is to get over that. Comes Clark again bowls, and Root steers it onto the onside, fielded by Tier, no run.
And it's how you come back from it. Look at this sport. Look at Ben Stokes. Look at that
Yes.
World, T20 World Cup
Yeah,
final.
totally. Yeah,
And
4 sixes. Yeah,
how he, has come back from that. That could have crushed many people, couldn't
Yes,
it? In
yeah.
front of that, with what was on it, in front of the crowd and the world's media watching,
yeah.
could have absolutely crushed you.
Clark runs away from us. Bowls. He just steers it onto the onside through his square leg. Picks up another single. He goes to 78. 340. That got up. Perhaps the scoreboard was quicker than I thought. There we go. 346 or 4. Yeah, Root to 78. I mean, you think as well with the example of McIlroy in the Masters last year. Had he not hold that putt to win it, having how would he have felt then? He's since gone on to win it twice, hasn't he? But it's what makes sport so wonderful, really. Clark pulled away by Revis. That's going to be probably 4 runs, but Jack Carson's like a hare down there. He does well to get to the ball. Gets in the throw, but it's 2 more just erring down the leg side. I don't want to put the mockers on Joe Root, but since he came into bat, really, Jonathan, you sort of get the feeling that he's 100 almost has seemed inevitable. Actually, he probably won't get one now, but he's looked so straightforward for him, hasn't it? It's just been wonderful to watch, really. The 1s and the 2s. Clark comes in, bowls to Revis, lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
After your famous viral commentary when we were together down at Hove.
Oh dear, what did I do then? Yeah, who did I drop in?
You talked out one of the Sussex players.
Was it Orr?
I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, who's since gone to.
He's played really well, Joyce.
Yeah, I said he's such a good player, this lad.
You know what's going to happen next ball now, you said, didn't you? And then bang, he was.
And he got out. Yeah, he did get out. Clark. He came almost wide of the off stump, and Revis had flung everything at that. Couldn't reach it. The ball goes through to Simpson. No run. End of the over. 3:48. Can I just ask you one question before you go, Doidgy? And that is, and I'm sure I've asked you this before, but back in the old days with Headingley, back in '81, and I was just to watch, on BBC, and one end of the ground had the stand with the heads just sticking. Was that here?
Yeah, this end, yeah.
Right. Okay.
So that was what they call the coconut shy.
Right.
And on top of it, in the area where we're sitting over, was the winter shed. So there was seating on top.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, the last time I can remember sitting on the winter shed, and possibly the only time I can remember sitting on top of the winter shed, was on that horrible day, 7-7. England were playing here that day against Australia, was it, in a one-day international?
Right.
I remember Monty Panesar bowling. It was, what was that, 2006-7, something like that?
Reverse sweep by Joe Root, and a very good bit of fielding, and well done to... Who's that down there? Just dragging himself to his feet. Fidhudson Prentice prevented a boundary. 3:49 for 4. Nice message from Zach Tomazzi, formerly chief exec down at Sussex. Hello, Zach. Comes Coles, bowls, and Revis plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Yes, I haven't seen you for a while, Zach. Be good to catch up. Perhaps listening in the back garden, having a barbecue on this lovely sunny day. I'm sure it's lovely down in that part of the world as well. In comes Coles, bowls, and Revis clips this one away. It's going to be 4 more, a little too short by James Coles, and we're just starting to come a little too quickly here from a Sussex point of view, and that's 3:53 for 4, so it's another batting bonus point. So 3 batting bonus points in the bag for Yorkshire. Sussex are just going to pick up probably the 1 bowling point to add to the 4 batting. But I think if you'd said to Yorkshire, to Sussex rather, coming up here, if you go back down south with 13 points, I think they'd have probably taken that, because their record here isn't good. Coles in and bowls. Forward comes Revis, punches, 2 short extra cover. There is no run. Doidgy has gone. And Liam is back with us.
Afternoon, Hamzy.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Are you?
Thank you for running around for us today. He's very kind running down and getting all the lunch and everything. In comes Coles, bowls to Revis, who rather gets away with one there. That was short down the leg side, and I think Revis is a bit annoyed. He's not tucked that one away for 4 runs.
Yeah,
to find Red.
Just missed out a little bit there. Well, I have to do some running around because you guys keep taking the mick out of me for being so young, so I need to keep running around for you old folks, don't I?
You're doing well. It'll take Georgie half the day to go down there and get the food. In comes Coles, bowl. Out. Caught at first slip by Ollie Robinson, and James Coles picks up his second wicket. Matthew Revis driving on a wide one outside the off stump. Robinson snaffles the catch. Well, having said Sussex will only get 1 bowling point, they've got another 6 overs in which to pick up another one. And Matthew Revis, I think, will be disappointed with the way he's got out there. James Coles just luring him into a drive. Robinson takes the catch. Revis is on his way for 42.
Yeah, we're disappointed that one, Revis. After playing nicely. A little bit frustrated that he missed out on the ball previously, but he just worked into the leg side that he felt like he could have got a boundary for, then just a bit slower and wider from Coles, luring him into the drive, and a nice, comfortable catch to the midriff of Robinson.
Don't often see Ollie Robinson fielding at slip out to do sort of a slight double take, actually. I think that partnership, therefore, Liam, was worth 86 between the two.
A little bit of turn there off the pitch. A bit slower there from Coles. Beautiful bowling.
So,
George Hill to the crease.
well, Sussex will be pleased clearly to have picked up a wicket. That's always good news, but they'll also just be pleased. There's a couple of occasions today when I've just felt as if Yorkshire were just looking to step on the accelerator a little bit, and I just got that feeling with Revis. And Joe Root, so a timely wicket as far as Sussex are concerned.
Yeah, it's Yorkshire just starting to rebuild there. It's a nice little partnership.
We've still got today, Liam, 52 overs to go, so Georgie and I were sort of speculating where the game might be going. If Yorkshire were to score at 3 and over, the deficit is currently 149, so we'll be about even Stevens at the end of the day. If they were to score, 4 and over, then they've got a bit of a lead, and the Sussex will be very keen not to be sort of put under any sort of pressure tomorrow.
I think it all depends on the wickets intent. I think Yorkshire's ideal day would have been less wickets, go into the afternoon session with wickets in the tent, and then really step on the accelerator. I think Johnny and Joe would have been really happy at that point coming together. It's a key wicket from Coles to slip one past Johnny's defence, ripping out his middle stump. And I just think now with Yorkshire, it's touch and go whether. I think they've got to rebuild again now, consolidate. He'll come into the crease. I think Joe just go about his business as he always does. But yeah, could just afford to lose a few wickets. Yorkshire now.
Tom Clark comes in, bowls to Joe Root, who plays that to backward point. Very well fielded there by Henry Crocombe. Prevents a run. Yes, because the weather forecast for tomorrow was a little uncertain. There was a prospect of a few showers around tomorrow and a bit more cloud, and we all know what cloud and Headingley combination of those can bring, swinging balls and wickets falling. So Sussex will be mindful of that as in comes Clark over the wicket, bowls, and Root covers up, plays again to Crocombe, a backward point. Again, there is no run.
Good delivery of that there. Angling in, just trying to take it away.
We'll have a little look about what else is happening around the country in a moment. Just the one slip in place. There's Clark, who does bowl. What sort of pace would you describe Tom Clark as? He's in and bowls, and Root clips this one away through square leg. They're going to run at least 2, and that's what they'll leave it at as a Root goes to 81. 355 for 5.
Yeah. Slightly quicker than a medium pace.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Late 70s. I think probably touching. Quicker than Tom Haynes.
Yes, definitely.
Simpson could stand up if he needed to, but no real reason to now.
Clark, and again, bowls and beaten outside the off stump was Joe Root on that occasion. That was a genuine beat. Might be able to see a replay of that. I don't think he let that go.
Yeah, it's quite an awkward one, I think, because he kind of looks like he's a little bit like Ben Stokes, where he's like angling in and you feel like you have to play, and he's just nipping it away and swinging it away. So, say it's probably quite difficult to face. Is that? Does it look like does he bowl a lot, Clark? Or
Well, he doesn't, and perhaps should bowl more, but he's been a little wayward. Comes in again, bowls, and he strikes Joe Root around the thigh. But I think he bowls at a decent lick, does Tom, and he gives Ollie Robinson, some nice options. And indeed, with this, fairly threadbare attack that Sussex have got in terms of numbers available, Ollie had said, they need the Tom Clarks and the Tom Haynes to come on and bowl tightly. And if Tom can get it in the right areas, he's a dangerous bowler, as I say, and he's quicker than he looks. I mean, John Simpson's standing a fair way back.
yeah, I'd definitely say late 70s, maybe touching 80.
They've changed the field as well now. There's a gully in place for Joe Root, which is an interesting field placing. Clark in bowls. Yeah, it's down the leg side. Having moved the field, he's disappointed with himself, isn't he? Yeah, they've moved the field and then he shovels one down the leg side.
I think he's just trying to, like I say, cut that scoring option for Joe. I think he can kind of, he scores really freely, does Root. And I think if he can just, that's a really productive area for when he's scoring. I think if he can kind of nullify that, maybe. I don't think he's one that particularly enjoys loads of dot balls as Root. So I think bringing the field in there, just trying to squeeze a little bit, put a little bit of pressure on, not allowing him to get off strike so Coles can have a fresh go at Hill.
Elsewhere, Leicestershire 356 for 4 down at Cardiff against Glamorgan. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 118 for 1, but still trailing Warwickshire by 62. Hamid is still there, 59 not out. Ben Duckett yet to score. Slow going at the Oval, Surrey 349 for 5. Still trailing Essex by 60 runs. James Coles is going to come in from the Howard stand end. Sussex with a slip and a short leg. In fact, there's another change in the field now. They're going to bring in a leg slip as well. In Division 2, Lancashire have lost another wicket. 99 for 6 they are at Durham, leading by 174. In comes James Coles, bowls to Hill, who's forward, and plays to Hudson Prentice, who fields at backward point. And there is no run. So just to confirm, slip, leg, slip, short leg. Field on the cover point boundary. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. In comes Coles, driven by Hill to short extra cover, fielded there by Clark, who's all round the best fielder in the Sussex side. He makes nothing of that. It's belted to him at short extra cover, and he fields the ball without any problem. Coles again, bowls, cut away firmly through backward point by Hill. There's a couple of runs here. Jack Carson chases around the boundary edge, gets in the throw, but Hill picks up his first runs, goes to 2, the total to 357 for 5. I've seen a lot of Jack Carson today, which is James Coles has been very much used as the frontline spinner. He's into his 23rd over, is James Coles. Picked up a couple of wickets. In again, bowls and turned by Hill through mid-wicket. Takes his 3rd run. Total goes to 358 for 5.
With 2 right-handers in, turning the ball away, bringing the outside edge into play potentially might be the reason. Yeah. I'm surprised to see Joe on the reverse sweep again. He's tried it a few times without getting one away. It is a vacant area, and there's one man behind square on the offside at short 45. Especially with the pace that Coles is bowling, he's firing that quicker ball. Maybe see that reverse sweep.
In again is Coles, and this time Joe Root opts for the for the conventional sweep and just hits the ball in front of the square. Ball crashes into the mid-wicket boundary. Lovely shot. He goes to 85. Total to 362 for 5. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, great shot that. Field only moved 2 yards to the left and we're already racing past him. Great shot by Root there.
Again, the bowls, and Root this time hammers the ball away through the offside. That's going to be 4 more. Ball racing out towards the boundary. Jack Carson chasing, he won't get there. Ball rolls over the rope. 4 more to Joe Root, who moves on to 89. And Yorkshire 366 for 5. The arrears coming down all the time. They're now down to 136.
Beautiful shot. Like I say, nails that hard sweep off length. A little bit shorter and wider.
from Coles, rocks back, hits him away beautifully through the covers for 4 runs.
There's still 50 overs to go tonight, you know. I mean, there's a lot of cricket to be played here today.
The spinner's on, get that run rate up.
Well, you
Not
know,
over it, sorry.
well, this ball is now, what have we had, 106 overs. This ball is now sort of 26 overs old, so the lacquer's probably coming off, and it'll just be very mindful here, Ollie Robinson, that runs have been scored quickly throughout the game. I mean, it's a quick outfield, a short boundary. Sussex will not want Yorkshire to get a lead here. Clark comes in and bowls, let go by Hill outside the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run.
Still in a good position though. I think if they could prize route out,
That's
got
the
Hill
key.
in, fresh batter. I think if they can nick 6 and 7 out here, I think they'll be best pleased. I think it's still in the balance, 50-50 on us even really.
Yes, I mean, I think at this stage of proceedings, with just 15 wickets having fallen in the match so far, a draw would seem very much the obvious result, but you never know, things can change. Clark in, bowls, let go by Hill, taken by Simpson in front of Coles at first slip, and there is no run. Yes, I mean, what Sussex won't want is a scenario tonight where maybe Yorkshire have got a lead of 50 or 60 with a few wickets in hand, and tomorrow morning perhaps they come out and, you know, it's to lunch they're 150 ahead, and suddenly Sussex have got to bat through the rest of the day, and if it is going to be a bit cloudy tomorrow and maybe a bit of rain, you don't want an awkward last day.
Second slip's just gone a little bit
Yeah, he
closer
has,
now.
There's almost a big gap, though, isn't there, between first and second slip. As in comes Clark bowls, up on his toes is Hill. To turn it into the onside, there is no run. More, better over from Tom Clark.
Yeah, I think he just sounds a little bit frustrated at that first delivery, a little bit too wide. You can see what he's trying to do. See the ball that 4 stump line, swinging the ball away and trying to catch that outside edge when he's bowling full of length. So I think it's just a little bit inconsistent at times, but if he's not bowling all the time, I think if he could nail his consistency, especially with the run of games that you've got coming up, if you squad is threadbare, Armsy,
It is.
You might going to need him in the coming weeks.
Clark in. Down the leg side. And that's what I mean. There's almost a full ball in every over, and he bowled 3 good deliveries, loose delivery down the leg side, and Hill just tucks inside the line and turns it down for 4 runs. He can't really afford to do that.
It's a bit of a gift, that, really. Especially when you feel it's just gone into where you want it. The slip come a bit closer, and then you fire it down the leg side. It's not ideal.
And with 50 overs left in the day, if Yorkshire do score at 4 and over, they will be in a lead tonight. So, as I say, no one means to do that, but it was a bit of a gimme, to be honest. Harkin again bowls. That's much better. Forward comes.
He bowls a heavy ball as well.
Yes, he does. He does.
Into the bat of Hill
Yeah,
there.
absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, he's a good cricketer, Tom Clark. I mean, he made 100 first game of the season at Warwickshire. He's a very stylish left-hander. He's the best fielder in the side. And he bowls at a good lick as well. Just, the odd ball that just strays.
Yeah, that's why that field's gone out. Just to give him a little bit of cover, I think, just in case he just stray a little bit straight, or he wants to bowl that short ball.
Yeah.
Square leg just gone back.
Bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Simpson, no run. So it's just that one ball. I mean, it's just that one loose delivery, but could have been a maiden over. So it's not being critical in any way of Tom, who takes his jumper and hat. He's just sort of talking to Ollie Robinson there about the angle of his.
Just falling over slightly.
Yes, he was. Yeah,
because he's coming over. Because he
He'll
comes
know.
over the top. Like I say, he tries to angle it in. Sometimes falls over a little bit. Don't quite get it where he wants to. But I think, like I say, if he can bowl a good chunk of overs in this game, so you get a little bit of consistency, a bit of rhythm, a bit of confidence. Going into them, say, a busy period that the counties have got, then I think it'll stand him in good stead and can, like I say, be a really good option for Robinson, especially on pitches that do become a little bit docile.
Yes.
The other seam was to get a little bit of a breather, as Coles to continue. To Joe Root, was on 89.
Yeah, down at Jack Castle. I mean, I'm presuming Jack hasn't picked up any sort of injury, but he's only bowled in this innings.
He's only bowled 8 overs.
Well, there you go. Which is quite surprising. 8 overs in.
For 23 runs, he's only going at 2.8, so that's a healthy economical rate.
Coles in, bowls to Joe Root. Root looking to sweep. There's an appeal from James Coles, but only from Coles.
Pierce that square leg and deep fine leg gap, which is quite shorter on that side towards the crowd.
Coles in again, Bowles. That was in the air. Played to backward point. Fielded by Hudson Prentice, who gets in the throw to the non-strikers end, but not before Root has scurried through for his 90th run. 371 for 5. James Coles, Lee Robinson, maybe about a fielding change. And immediately Joe Root's off the strike. They've got the short leg and the slip in place. The leg slip is gone. Here he comes. Bowles and Hill plays that into out the offside. They were thinking about a single, but it really wasn't there as Tom Clark closed in on the ball. Again, there is. And again, it's Coles. Bowles. I thought for a minute that had looped to short leg.
Like it was just going to spill up there, wasn't it?
It did, didn't it? Charlie Tier under the helmet there. I just thought for a minute that was making its way straight into his hands, and there was a cry of catch here, but in the end it was absolutely nowhere near Tier, and it signalled as a leg by anyway, so much ado about nothing. Coles. Round the wicket. Joe just touches it. If they come off the bat or whether that was off the pad as well, just wait for the umpire's signal again. Which is not a leg bye. So Joe Root goes to. Well, it wasn't signalled as a leg bye.
91.
Yeah.
He's on now, 373 for 5.
Yeah.
Partnership up to 20 now.
Coles. Round the wicket. Bowles, Hill falls back onto his stumps and then plays to short extra. There is no run. Another over drifts by. We're only halfway through, Liam, the overs for the day.
Yeah, feels like we've got a lot of time left unless the spin can get through some overs.
48 overs gone, 48 to be bowled, 373 for 5. So the arrears now are 129, which with a lot of overs left in today. I mean, Yorkshire have still got Don Bess, Logan Van Beek, Joel Richardson and Jack White to come.
We'll have to stop talking now anyway, Armsy, because
the football started.
The football just kicked off, so I'm going to edge slightly to the right now because I don't want to be too near you.
Tom Clark, he doesn't mind. He's running away from me. He comes into bowl to Joe Root, who eases that through mid-wicket. They've taken one. They'll think about 2. I don't think the second one is there. There's a good bit of fielding out there by Charlie Tier, who was in very quickly to prevent the second run. Good bit of work by Tier.
Yeah, looking for 2 there, pushing hard. I think they would have been in trouble if they come back for the second.
Yes. Twiddle of the bat from George Hill at the far end of the ground. In comes Clark. Bowles let go outside the off stump. There is no run. 55 first-class hundreds to his name has Joe Root. 41 Test match hundreds. It's an extraordinary record. And nothing is ever inevitable in life, but a Joe Root 100 today almost looked inevitable. From the minute he walked to the crease, really, he's batted beautifully. Clark. In and Bowles, and Hill drive straight back down the ground, fielded by Clark of his own bowling, and there is no run. Total remains 374 for 5. Not a big crowd in by any means, but the ovation that Joe Root got when he walked to the wicket was enough to tell you a lot of people had come to watch him bat today. Been a bit of a masterclass, really. There was a smidgen of a chance, though. It was just before lunch, went off. He nicked one over third slip.
Yeah, just for his. I think the fact that he went hard at that helped him.
Clark in Bowles and Hill. That's a good. That's a pacey delivery by Tom Clark. Good delivery, and Hill's beaten outside the off stump through to Simpson, and there is no run. A little bit more cloud around this afternoon. It's not quite the blue skies that we've had on the first 2 days. It's very high level, wispy cloud.
It's a bit hazy, isn't
yes,
it?
this is a sort of, where you think the ball may just sort of start to nip around a little bit. This ball is now in its 28th over. Comes Clark bowls and Hill squirts that one in the direction of second slip. There is no run. Yeah, 29th over with this ball. Hill wanders away towards square leg. Coles and leaning the two slips. James Coles always wears that white sun hat. Is he the only fielder with the sun hat on? Yes, he is at the moment. Clark in bowl. That's a good delivery. That's pacey and
Yeah, he's getting a bit of zip off the pitch. I think
that was a good over by Tom Clark.
When he gets it right, he's a handful.
He is.
He really is.
No, he is. He's 374 for 5. He's he's quicker than medium pace, Tom Clark. No question about that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's touching towards 80, I bet. It's that shape really nicely. If you just shore up a little bit, find that consistency, I think you'd be really handy bowler for Sussex.
Yes. Is James Coles carrying on? I think he is. Yeah.
Carson looked at it when he's in the field, though. He's fielded well, he's moved about, he's been mobile.
Jack, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's obviously a tactical decision that they've... it's coming into bowl to Joe Root, who's 92 not out.
Man, going into extra cover to shore that up, so they've got 2 extra covers now.
Yes.
Leg side open for Joe Root.
Here comes Coles, bowls to Root. Root just tucks that one away through square leg, picks up his 93rd run, 375 for 5. We've got a long way to go until tea. I was sort of thinking, maybe Yorkshire will get to tea. And that's what John Sadler said last night when he was talking to the press, and we'll sort of see where we are. But that is some way away yet. We've got another 16 overs. No, 14 overs until tea. So if Yorkshire are going on here at 4 over, that's 28, 56, best part of 60 runs. He just would have been around about maybe 4:30 by that stage. Coles, drilled down the ground by Hill, 4 runs.
Beautiful shot.
He almost made up his mind, George Hill, and he just came down the wicket and crashed the ball away, 3 mid on for 4 runs.
Yeah, not really seeing much turn, so it feels like a fairly low risk option with the ball not spinning that much.
Yeah, and the mid on is relatively wide as well, so there was a big gap.
He's got a bit straighter now.
Yeah, he has.
2 slips in place, ready and waiting, just in case one does grip.
Coles. Hill's at it again, but this time he doesn't time it at all. And that's one of those, but when you hit it, it suddenly makes your hands hurt because you haven't timed it at all.
Yeah, he missed out there again.
Looks like he's looking to get after James Coles a bit here. There we are. That's got a many a mile. That's going to go for 6.
Yeah.
Whee! There we go.
Tag it up, cow corner there.
Yeah.
Right there. That was it. I think it says maybe looking to take on the spinner, try to get the seamers back into the attack, not let them settle. Beautiful. Great off the bat.
Well, the first one sounded horrible. That one sounded great, but there's 10 off the obvious. I'm just saying about where Yorkshire might be at tea. 385 for 5.
Yeah, a little bit flighter. A bit more flight on that one.
Coles in again, bowls. Hill cuts away, that's going to be 4 more. Cuts away, Carson's racing around the boundary. Will he cut it off? He does manage to cut it off. That's good fielding by Carson. 2 more. It's 12 off the over.
Just knew we were going to fire that one a little bit quicker.
387 for 5.
Goals.
Interesting.
Yorkshire trail by 115, now it's coming down.
Coles in again, bowls. And Hill drives.
Pushing out in front of himself there slightly.
He did, didn't he? Slightly uppishly to mid off. But a good over as far as Yorkshire are concerned. 387 for 5. Hill on 19 off just 23 balls. Joe Root on 93. 46 overs remaining in the day, so 14 until tid. I'm just, at risk of being a bore, I'm just sort of keeping the maths in my head, really, Liam. Sussex can't afford for too many overs to go for 12 and over, because if they do, Yorkshire are going to be up with Sussex at come tea time.
Yeah.
But these two Yorkshire have scored. I mean, they began today at 192, so they've virtually added 200 runs today. There were 60 overs gone. We're now 110, so we had 50 overs. So they are scoring at 4 and over. Clark in, bowls to Root, who dabs that one away on the offside and picks up his 94th run as Joe Root. Total goes to 388 for 5.
Just saying to Dodge earlier how Root just even turns your good balls into singles, shimmies a couple
He
of
does.
steps down.
Yeah, he does, and he just the way that he plays, isn't it? And he's probably quite happy. He's seen George Hill look to take on the bowling. Maybe that's the tactic here, Liam.
Potentially. Says maybe move the game on.
Clark in the bowls, but Clark this time shoulders arms, watches it go through to Simpson, no run.
It's quite demoralising as a bowler when you're delivering your best ball and you think, yep, I've nailed my skill. And Joe's still taking a single.
Yes.
Of your best delivery.
Yeah. Doy just returned. We'll get him in here for Joe's 100. I just finished this over. Comes Clark bowls and defended into the offside by George Hill, and there is no run. Interesting though, Jonathan, who comes back next to me, you know, George Hill, a bit of a step change there, a 4 and a big 6 he's heaved away over Cow Corner. And suddenly, we just speculate there's a lot of cricket here to be played, you know, still another 46 overs tonight. Clark on his way, bowls, and it's played firmly by, well, slight misfield at backward point. I think the Sussex fielding's been good actually today because they've been put under a fair amount of pressure in the field. The overs under which you can score bonus points have now gone, so they'll settle with what they've all got. So Sussex with 4 batting bonus points, 1 bowling point. Yorkshire with 3 batting and 1 bowling. Thank you. Clark. Away from us, bowls, Hill lets that go, wide of the off stump taken by Simpson, and there is no run. 388 for 5, so there is just 114, Jonathan, and we, you know, I was sort of saying to Liam that Sussex can't afford too many overs that go for 12 and over, because otherwise that target getting equal with Sussex could arrive sooner than Sussex would want.
Yeah.
Clark in again, bowls, and Hill is forward, and there's a good over by Tom Clark, a nice maiden over, and just what Sussex needed after that previous over. So I will say thank you to Jonathan, who's going to come back in, and it's been a real treat to watch Joe Root today, and it almost seems inevitable he'll go through to his 100, so I'll leave you with the 2 Yorkies to describe the great man going to what will be his 56th first-class 100.
See, still 6 runs required. Sussex still trying to work out a way of removing Joe. Scoreless in the early moments at Wembley. Scoreless in the early moments at Wembley between Chelsea and Leeds. 388 for 5 here. James Coles round the wicket, bowling to Joe Root, who lays his bat on this one and guides it out to Finn Hudson-Prentice coming round from short third man. No run. Coles 2 for 110 now in his 26th over. Got through plenty of work. Remember, Tom Price for all but 2 balls of today after that injury early doors when fielding. Joe Root working one through mid-wicket will tick off another single, take his tally to 95. And he won't be surprised if he does get there, if he brings it up in singles.
I don't think he'll be taking the Whiteman approach. Bonking one straight back down the ground for 6.
Hill on strike on 19. Turns that one just a couple of yards square on the leg side. Has to dive in at the non-striking end. Joe supported him for the run, and George felt like he had to get the hurry up on, and then a full-length dive. The throw was wayward, and so didn't trouble the timber at the bowler's end.
All right, smile from Joe to George then, asking if he was okay.
Goals in again. Root defending out into the offside, and again no run.
So I think that reverse sweep's on for Joe. There's only one man back with a point.
Goals in again. Root goes back foot. Ball bounces a little on him. And again, enough control to get that away into the yawning gap out square on the offside. Carson Fields, they skip through for another one. 96 to Joe.
Yorkshire's trail by 111. It's coming down. A decent rate, to be fair, this afternoon since tea.
Goals again. Oh, lovely cut shot by George Hill here. May have the legs. No, Jack Carson is going to make his way round and cut that off, but they're back through for a comfortable enough 3. Was for the George Hill shot that takes him to 23. That is the end of 112 overs now, this Yorkshire first innings. 394 for 5. They lost steady wickets during the morning session. 199 for 2 when Finlay Bean was LBW to Finn Hudson-Prentice for 105. His first of the season, in fact his first since he scored a double century in June of last year at Trent Bridge in a Kookaburra game on a hybrid pitch. Sam Whiteman, he'd made it to 101 and thwacked a 6, a lovely lofted drive over long off to bring about the ton, but then was out fairly soon after for 101, chasing a wide one off Henry Crocombe. Was well caught by a diving catch by John Simpson behind. And then 267 when the 4th wicket went down that of Johnny Bairstow. That was at 12:24 in the 80th over. He was bowled middle stump by James Coles. And then just the 1 wicket since the tea break, since the lunch break, I should say. Matthew Revis caught at slip by Ollie Robinson off Coles for 42. There's a change of bowling at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. And it's going to be Henry Crocombe back into the Sussex attack. Crocombe, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 61 thus far. Has been going at over 4 and over. Bowls it now, and he's going to go for a single first ball there. George Hill getting under it slightly, but nobody anywhere near in a catching position because the fielder was Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in off the backward point boundary. Hill to 24 and 395 for 5.
Leeds have missed a sterling opportunity to score, Brendan Aronson. I think it was a save from Sanchez. From what I'm hearing, it's lucky not to be 1-0 Leeds.
Crocombe in and bowling, and Root has a nibble at this one, and he's gone. He will not get to a 56th first-class ton in this innings. It felt like he'd taken Root out there in the middle, but he just nibbled at a ball that went past the off-stump on the rise. He'll probably be annoyed with himself because he's chased it a little bit. But still, a super knock by Joe Root, 96 from 127 deliveries. And yeah, the crowd getting to their feet to applaud him off. They just love to see him play, don't they? Don't we all?
Yeah, we're slightly disappointed there. It's been a fantastic knock. I think just signaling that it bounced a little bit on him then, did Joe. Good gutted. Not to make 100 after getting so close. Good delivery from Crocombe, a little bit extra on that. Just angling and nipping away. Yeah, just catches the outside edge. Simple catch from Simpson. Just what you want as a wicket keeper. Just took off a little bit, off a length, didn't it? Just bounced a little bit. Surprised Joe that. Big wicket.
Yeah, and a good change, wasn't it? Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, he's looked lively. It's a big wicket that for Sussex now. Can really get the squeeze on Yorkshire. Every time they've just started to keep going a little bit and get going, they just lost a wicket. I just feel like that's been the trend. So every time they've started to put a little bit of pressure back on, this Sussex team just lost the wicket, which has stifled the momentum that they were having. And Don Best comes to the crease.
So the wicket falling, second ball of the 113th over. Root 127 balls, as I say, for 96, 12 fours. But that is the end of him for this particular knock. We may see him again tomorrow. We shall see. Yorkshire still 107 behind here, so they've got work to do.
We're up at 3.52. We're down about 3.3. Did you say at the start of the day?
Yeah, and it went down further still to 3.08. That's the lowest I can remember seeing it at. It may have dropped below that. Here's Crocombe again, and nicely timed by Best first up there. He's going to pick up 4 first ball through the covers, and he's just done nothing more than lay the bat on that. It seemed to gather pace as it was heading towards the east stand. And it has bobbled up off the rope. Tom Haynes was chasing it, and he's had to go through one of the little metal gates onto the concourse to retrieve the ball.
Tell you what, if you were nervous, he didn't show it. Stood up tall, top of the bounce. Nothing more than a little back foot push. Raced away to that. Oh, it's a shorter boundary out there, but that's prompted a change in the field now as Point's gone out to deep point. Beautiful start.
Here comes Crocombe again. And Best turning that one to mid-on, where Robinson picks it up, fires it across to his mate, Daniel Hughes, who's at mid-off. He'll do a bit of ball shining. That's most recent partnership with 42 between Root and Hill. Yorkshire, well, they've had a record in this innings already so far, as Best turns this latest delivery to mid-wicket, and there is no run because the second wicket partnership between Finley Bean and Sam Whiteman was a record for the second wicket for Yorkshire against Sussex. Took them from 17 when Adam Lyth was out to 199 when they lost Finley Bean. Crocombe, short, nicely played by Bess. Went back foot, watched that really well onto the bat. There's nobody out at deep backward square leg, and that is precisely where he decided to place it. Just a controlled little jab of a pull shot, really.
Beautiful, just swiveled at it, top of the bounce, rolled his wrist, kept it down, raced away to the boundary. Bit of a mixed bag there. Crocombe going back into the attack, but will be delighted after the big wicket of Joe Root. 403 for 6.
So 99 runs now the deficit.
Johnny around the ground with his kids there, look, for those that are watching on the stream.
Yeah, Johnny Best up. With some fatherly duties to attend to while he's not out there in the middle. Here comes Coles then to Hill, and he's really got something on that. There's a chase on for Carson, and he's done well there, Jack Carson. Ooh, he fumbles it. They've got back for 2. The way he struck it, you felt 4 from the moment it left the bat there. Back foot. And he gave it the kitchen sink, George Hill. But that was a good chase by Jack Carson. He's got a few steps in out there today as Jack.
Just going to say that, He took the words right out of my mouth. Every time he's gone a little bit, tried to go a bit quicker, he's dropped it a little bit short and wide, so that obviously prompts a change in the field again. So we've got 2 covers now just to stop that, to give that protection for that one if he does drop a little bit shorter.
Not seeing much of him with the ball, have we, Jack Carson? Just 8 overs. As he's going to come into play in the field again because George Hill rocks back once more to a ball short of length from Coles and punches that one out square on the offside. 1 run. I speculated, by the way, when Finley Bean was out, that there may have been possibly some doubt that it might have been going down leg, but asked him and he was of the opinion that he was out. So, fair enough. Goals in and punched into the offside by Bess this time. Tom Clark is the closer of two fielders in extra cover type positions. He's the straighter of the two. As Bess tries to play a paddle sweep to a ball delivered roundabout off stump and turning away from him, and he misses out. John Simpson tidies up. And 6-4-6. Oh dear. Coles is in, and Bess drops that into the leg side. No run. Chelsea lead. Sound of things. A Fernandez goal. The three of us of one team or other persuasion in that match. So we're keeping our eye on things at Wembley as well. As Coles comes in, and that's dropped into the leg side by Bess. And there is no run. 406 for 6 then at the completion of 114 overs of this Yorkshire first innings.
Still looks a good pitch though, out there to bat on. It can be described as just a good cricket wicket. Just enough in it for the bowlers at times if you put it in the right area. Batters, value for shots. So Crocombe to continue. Two slips. Gully. On strike 27. Still got another 10 overs before tea. Could be a late finish today, Dodgy.
Looking that way. 42 still to go in the day as Crocombe makes his way in then. To bowl here to George Hill, who's going to get 4 through third man. It was a bit edgy between second slip and Gully. Jack leaning the Gully fielder, just skipping off after that one. And collecting it from the foot of the Taverner's corner of the ground. So George Hill on to 31. 410 for 6 now. 92 behind Yorkshire.
A little bit streaky, that one there. Brings 4 nonetheless.
Still to come, Logan Van Beek, Jay Richardson and Jack White. The umpires are consulting over the ball now. It bobbled over the boundary rope and landed on some discarded covers, I think they are, down in the far corner. Not sure if it's picked up some moisture. It's been given a rub by Tom Lungley, who by the looks of things is going to return it to Ollie Robinson. He now inspects it, gives it a rub on the back of his left leg. Henry Crocombe waits patiently to receive the return of the ball. Robinson really is giving it a good rub on his sweater now as well. So temporary stoppage. George Hill goes through a few bat twiddles. First time I can remember today, the sun is behind cloud. And in comes Crocombe. Oh, it's full on leg stump, and he's going to help himself to a boundary there, George Hill. He latched onto that very quickly. Lovely little flick off his legs. 35 now to him. 414 for 6, and that run rate is beginning to climb. 3.62.
Moves on to 35 from 35 deliveries. It's been a brisk inning so far from Hill. Played some lovely shots. Took 12 off one of the calls over there in a 4 and a 6. Mighty strike as well, that one straight off the middle of the bat. Going along nicely here.
Again, Kirkstall Lane end. George Hill playing across this one slightly as he tried to work it into a gap on the leg side, missed it. And, you heard the stifled appeal, but no interest from Tom Lungley. And following that, Charlie Tier, who's out there as a substitute fielder for Tom Price. He's been sent from a one-saving, potentially catching position out into the deep on the leg side. He'd be 10 yards in from the mid-wicket boundary as George Hill gets a ball that he works to leg, and then Ollie Robinson with a bit of a Horlicks of the fielding in trying to prevent the single. He missed his pickup. Apologises to Crocombe because he ended up conceding an extra run.
Good intent there from Hill. Sort of recognised it with Ollie Robinson. Bowled a fair few overs his last day and a half. Puts him under pressure, managed to draw the mistake. Come back for a second. Good batting.
37 then to George Hill. Crocombe in again, and this time he lays his bat on it. That's 4 more. Lovely shot this time. Just a deft touch. Late cut between the 2 slips. Well, not between the 2 slips. Between second slip, I should say, and gully. Where is he? His first such 4 in this over was a little bit edgy. That was a deliberate run down in the gap. Just deflecting the ball, using the pace of it. So he's on to 41 now, and already this partnership, which has only been together for 2 overs and 3 balls, has yielded 25 runs. So Crocombe got the big wicket of Joe Root, but is leaking a few. He's bowled a short one here that Hill has pulled out to the incoming Charlie Tier, and they've got a single, so George will retain the strike. 115 overs now. He's on 42, and it's 421 for 6.
Going at 5 and over. It's Crocombe. Managed to get that big wicket, but obviously leaking a few runs, like you said. Run rate creeping up now. Josh only trailed by 81 runs. I think needs to be looking to eat into a big chunk of that, especially with who's to come. Van Beek, Jai Richardson, and White. Tom Clark coming back in from the opposite end now. Our stand end. Bowled some decent deliveries on his first ball, but obviously lacked a little bit of consistency. It seems to bowl a really heavy ball. So it gets that extravagant movement away. So it kind of comes over the top of it. So it makes you feel like you want to play as a right-hander, and then just takes it away. Get some decent movement. Got a ring field, 1 slip in place. Try to contain them runs.
Now, Hill works off his legs down to fine leg, and will pick up a run. Tom Haynes doing the fielding. Clark will want to keep still attacking the stumps. Still need 4 wickets. Sussex, they've got 80-run advantage over Yorkshire at this moment in time. But the way things are going, that's been eradicated fairly quickly now in more recent times. Partnership now worth 27. Yes, he's accustomed to scoring reasonably quickly when he's in at the crease. And he waits. And then comes Clark, and that's turned to mid-wicket there, where Jack Leaning is only about 3 pitches widths away from the batter. Does the fielding. There's 1 slip in place, a fine leg. Man posted on the east side boundary, which, as we know, is only 55 metres, so not a big hit for players of this ability. And he'd probably be about 10 yards in front of square, doing a few stretching exercises, then leaning at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, backward point, and a square man on the boundary edge. And he has been brought into play again, Jack Carson. He's had to run a good 30 metres or so to come and field that Dom Best cut. And he picks up 2, the man from Devon.
Done some yards today, Carson, down here. I'm saying I wonder if he's picked up. He don't seem to be moving gingerly, or like I say, he's throwing it in okay. But I'm surprised that he hasn't come on and bowled a few more overs.
Here's Clark again, and nicely played by Best, just tucks it into the leg side. Bounces up off one of the, what look like Hessian mats, covering, protecting the practice wickets on the east side of the ground. On its way out to the sweeper, 1 run. 425 for 6.
And we're now down into the 70s. Sussex.
Clark making his way in again. Hill just walks into this shot and then turns it to leaning.
Seems like he's got a real swagger about him this innings as Hill. He feels really confident. Some of the stroke makes that he's been playing.
Yeah, I'd agree, because for a couple of seasons, maybe even 3, his confidence looked like it was on the wane. Number of runs he scored was probably reduced from the way he was playing when he started, and he has looked more confident. He batted well here the other week. Yeah, it looks like he's back in good frame of mind and technically playing pretty well out there, I think, as well. 43 he's got now. That's the end of the over with a dot ball. 77 now. Yorkshire are behind. Sussex, a reminder, made 502 all out, and Yorkshire 425 for 6.
Yeah, got 52 in that second innings against Hampshire. We're looking to back that up again here today.
It's back with Crocombe then, who's got 16 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 85 against his name. Still 40 overs to go today, 8 before the tea break. And Crocombe bowls first up to Bess. Ball short of length. He's guided along terra firma around the corner for a single. Charlie Tier, I think it is, doing the fielding. Sun back out at the moment. Still that bit of peripheral haze over on the horizon as Crocombe's in, and worked nicely off the legs by Hill down to long leg. Carson returns for the concession of 1. Not a lot of movement among the spectators here. Not sure what the numbers have been on the first 2 days, but I think pretty healthy. Certainly day 1 was. Day 2 was, I thought, well populated for a Saturday, where you often get the lowest of the crowds. Here's Crocombe in and bowling, and Bess opens the face. Runs it out to the square sweeper on the offside, 1 run.
Sitting nicely here, the Yorkshire batters, swapping singles. So far on this over, Hill striking it above 100 just, 44 from 43 deliveries.
Crocombe making his way in once more. And Hill takes on the quick single again against Ollie Robinson, and they're going to come back for 2 here. That's the second time in the space of a few minutes that Ollie Robinson has run in under pressure for the ball and not kept his eye on it. And, you know, once can happen, twice, you can imagine your junior coach having a pop at you for that. Keep your eye on the ball. Really, the ticket from the skipper in terms of example setting, doing it for a second time. 130 for 6. And George Hill got 2 out of that to take him to 46. And then defends this next fuller length delivery from Crocombe into the offside. Harms is back, and we'll have a swap in the box. Liam can't wait to get off now because it's the FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea 1, Leeds 0. And Harmsy, he's got the celebrations all planned as Crocombe is in, and George Hill defends to complete that over at 430 for 6.
Yes, I don't think I'll be wandering down Leeds High Street with my blue and white scarf on this evening. That may not be a particularly good idea.
You won't need to, because I'll just tell everybody that you're a Chelsea fan. You're not going to get back to your hotel alive.
I'm just sort of doing some maths next door. I mean, the lead now is 70, or the arrears, I should say, is 72. But the way George Hill is batting here, from a Yorkshire point of view, I mean, there's every chance. I mean, I don't know about the rest of the batting order. I mean, you know, Van Beek, Richardson, White. Yorkshire will have their eyes on some sort of a lead here, won't they? And you know, that could come. Runs have been coming fairly quickly. Running in is Tom Clark. He's pulled away by Don Bess. Has that gone all the way for 6?
Just waiting for Ben Debenham's signal. I lost it.
I think he might have done, actually. They're just waiting for the signal. The umpires are just saying, did that go for 6?
He certainly got underneath it, didn't he? The way he played the shot, it was just quite an easy loft.
Well, he still hasn't signalled it.
No.
Yes, he has. 6. I was thinking, Jonathan, so Yorkshire began the day on 192. So they've actually scored 244 runs today. And I'll tell you how many overs. In 244 in 58 overs. So they are rattling along here. They've been going up 4.5 for the best part of the day. And if that were to carry on now up until tea, what have we got? Another... Sorry, my eyesight.
6 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, so if you're going at 4, 5, you know, they're going to be, you know, we said originally we thought Yorkshire might be sort of around sort of 400 mark at tea. They could be sort of 460, 470 at tea, you know. Jack Carson's warming up. I'm a little surprised that Jack hasn't bowled more. Oliver Robson's very much turned to James Coles as his frontline bowler. As in comes Clark again, bowls, and Bess is hit on the pad. There's a stifled appeal from Tom Clark. I think that was an inside edge onto pad, which is perhaps why the other Sussex players didn't appeal as well. It was strange when Joe Root got out. I was sitting next to him, and there was just sort of a stunned silence around the ground, wasn't there? I think everyone was just sort of waiting for the moment. It seemed as inevitable as, you know, Christmas coming or whatever, didn't it? It was... But a bit of extra bounce from Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, I mean, you can never assume these things, can you? It's cricket.
Clark in and bowls and defended by Hill. He's played very expansively since he's come in. George Hill, 46 or 47 balls.
Just because he's Joe Root, once he got to 20, everyone's giving him 100, but he's still got to score.
It just seemed inevitable. It just seemed inevitable, didn't it? The way he was playing. I mean, it barely seemed as if he was sort of shifting through the gears, wasn't he? And you know, masterful innings really, but it wasn't to be. And again, it's Clark bowls and forward comes a Hill. Or dribbles to backward point. Is that given as a leg by, or did he get a little nick on that? I think he got a little nick on that as well. Hill goes to 47 for 38 for 6. I was extolling the virtues of George Hill. I've had the, you know, only seen him play 2 or 3 occasions, but he played well in both defeats that Sussex had at Scarborough in the last couple of years, and he just seems a very good all-round cricketer. Did he go with the Lions at all? I think he did, didn't he?
No, he played for the Lions in the early part of last season here.
Clark in to Bess, played onto the onside, no run.
Played against India. He got some wickets as well.
Right.
Yeah, he averages just over 30 with the bat, and he averages just under 23 with the ball, and that will continue to tumble the way things are going.
So yeah, Arrears now down to 64. Clark motors in, bowls. Best guys that one away. It's a lovely looking shot. Jack Carson's done a lot of work to do down on this boundary. Well done, Jack. Good bit of fielding. He's quite the competitor, is Jack Carson. And he's sprinting along that boundary. Lovely little shot there by Best. Just waited and caressed the ball away through backward point. He's moved very quickly on to 22 off just 17 deliveries, and I think probably from a Yorkshire point of view, they're thinking here, well, there's not a lot of point hanging around, is there? They're probably thinking, let's we're going to score these runs, let's get them quickly, because that's the best chance that Yorkshire have of trying to make life difficult for Sussex later today and tomorrow.
Yeah, they've got to try and get themselves into a position where they've got a lead of sorts. They may still be all out, the 62 to rub off. They may still be, have a first innings deficit, but the way they're playing, it's looking like they're probably going to have a lead of some sort. And, try and kick on, get as many as you can, as quickly as you can. and just give yourself more time to try and have a positive effect on this.
Henry Crocombe, who's been busy today, coming to bowl his 18th over from the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. In and bowls and deflected by Hill to backward point where the distinctive James Coles in his white sun hat fields, and there is no run.
Thanks for doing that one for me.
I'm sorry, was that your over? Was it? Sorry.
Any further score? No. Oh, you've got the cricket scores on.
I thought it was very.
Good on you.
I thought it was very professional of me.
I
Actually,
think that's absolutely. You've nailed it.
We're here
Again,
to-
that's why you won the Christopher Martin Jenkins Domestic Broadcaster of the Year award, as Crocombe is in, and that's turned to leg by George Hill and fielded by Ollie Robinson at mid-on. No run. What year was that? 18.
Actually, I mean, clearly I was very proud to win that. But before that, people got money and a nice award, and since then, people could have the Lords for a dinner.
Oh, really?
Well,
And you were in the intervening years, weren't you?
I had to go to Lords and pick it up myself. I wasn't desperately impressed, I have to say, but there you go.
Here's Crocombe and Hill dropping that out into the offside, no run.
Yeah, so they were going to do some sort of presentation. I mean, in the end, Sussex were very good, actually, and Paul Farbrace and John Philby, who was the chairman at the time. I was invited to a dinner at the club, and it was very nicely done, but I'm not going to lie, it was disappointing the way it was done. Yeah, do you want to come to Lords? And they gave it to me in a carrier bag, and yeah, it wasn't great.
The prestige.
Yeah,
Being
but-
the CMJ Domestic Broadcaster of the Year.
Yeah.
Here's Crocombe. Oh, ball goes past Hill on the rise. He's trying to guide it again in the gap. There is a third man now blocking that gap, but he risked getting an edge. Didn't.
And particularly as well, Jonathan, because, I mean, in all seriousness, Christopher Martin Jenkins was a great supporter of Sussex cricket, and his photograph hangs in not the commentary box at home, which you would know, but the press box, his photograph of Christopher there as well. And of course, Robin played for the club as well. So there's a lot of tradition around the Martin Jenkins family in Sussex.
Yeah.
Which made me very proud to win it. Anyway.
Here's Crocombe. Full, flicked off his legs by George Hill. It's going to run down to fine leg. And is returned by Jack Carson. One run. Yeah, I mean, look, I never met CMJ.
No, nor did I.
I was in. I mean,
Oh.
I was in press boxes when he was around, but didn't know him. But I used to love listening to him broadcast.
When I say I never met him, I actually did play in the Guildford era, in the Surrey era. There used to be a limited overs competition, 16 8-ball overs. It was called the Florodorus Cup. And we played. Christopher used to play for Albury at one stage, which was a village they were better than us. And I remember him playing in a game in that competition.
Here's Crocombe in and bowling, and that's short of length and run out towards point by Best to complete the over at 441 for 6. He also did some TV commentary, didn't he? It was only a short while, wasn't it? He is definitely, his voice is definitely on the 81 Botham's Ashes series. If you
Is
listen
it?
to it, yes.
Is it?
Yeah, but I don't know how long he did it for. I don't know if it was somebody else's decision or his own to go full-on radio again, but he's a great radio broadcaster voice and a lot of very good things to say, didn't he?
Yeah, and that TMS in those days, I think of some of the great people. Clearly, they had Fred Truman on, they had Trevor Bailey on. I used to love listening to Trevor Bailey because he was very to the point. Trevor Bailey, there was no, in this sort of world where perhaps I'm not saying he was ever politically incorrect, but he didn't stand on ceremony. Trevor Bailey, he was just very direct.
I think similarly Don Mosley.
Yes,
wasn't he?
yeah, no, absolutely, yes. Did they call him the Alderman? I think they did, didn't they? But it was just growing up listening to that. I think this is my over. Tom Haynes coming in over the wicket, bowls to Bess. Oh no, it doesn't, to George Hill, who steers that onto the onside, picks up another single. Yorkshire to 442 for 6.
And you'd have somebody saying, Ian Botham magnificent, and Truman would be bristling, wouldn't he? Fred would be there. Ian Botham. Trevor Bailey, one of the finest all-round cricketers this country's ever produced. Magnificent player. Marvellous.
Haynes runs in and bowls. And Best sits on the pad. That looks close, and he's given. Yeah, he's rather trapped on the crease there, is Dom Best. Now, I would say that's dissent. Wouldn't you?
Sorry, I was looking at the board straight after it happened, so he has lingered.
The umpire's having a natter, and I don't think they're very happy about that.
No.
And that was clear. I mean, Dom Best just stood there for probably...
He's just tapped his bat as if to say, yeah, he's looking at his bat on the way off. I think what he's saying is, I hit that. And he's obviously wanted to let the umpire know his disappointment, but there are ways of doing that, aren't there? And perhaps not his best moment, but just looking at it once again, yeah, he did certainly hit it. An inside edge, and Ben Debenham has given him. Tom Haynes celebrates. Dom Bess is trudging off. He's still 15 yards from leaving the field of play. It's a very slow walk.
I'm sure he would have reviewed that if he had a... If we had DRS. And Sussex have just taken wickets here, just as the run rate has just started to start to not to get out of control. See this again, Georgie?
Yeah, it's just... Look,
did he hit the bat foot?
Yes, it definitely is. But if you see it from straight on, you need to see it from straight on. Without question, it's an inside edge, a thick inside edge as well. But obviously not discernible to Ben Debenham's eyes. It's the first bad one of the match in that respect. So we've had 17 wickets fall. That was not out, but given.
Yes. 442 for 7, so the arrears are 60. I'm not seeing anything of Logan Van Beek. Can he bat, Georgie?
Yeah, he's useful.
As indeed most can these days.
I don't think he'll die wondering.
Right. Haynes in bowls and down the leg side. They think about taking a single, but John Simpson nips from behind the stumps to field and there is no run. Done a decent job actually, Tom Haynes. Ollie Robinson was saying he needed the other seamers to sort of stand up and bowl some overs, and particularly that's accentuated by the fact that Tom Price has been off the field for such a long time today. Hurt his ankle. Haynes in bowls. Forward comes Van Beek. Plays to short extra cover. There is no run. I'm just looking. Someone's sitting down just inside the infield here.
Yeah.
Who's that down there? I didn't know if that was...
I think it's Alex Donnelly.
Oh, right. Okay.
S&C.
Okay.
I think.
Right, fine.
This angle.
Okay. Haynes. In again. Bowls. Van Beek is going to pick up 4 runs. Cuts that one nicely away. It's running towards the boundary. Henry Crocombe's in hot pursuit. Don't injure your shoulder, Henry. No, he doesn't. Pulls the ball back.
Have you thought about going into racing commentary? That was...
Was it? I'd like to do racing commentary, actually.
Crocombe on the near side, the ball on the far side. The rope coming up now.
3 to Van Beek. But I was discussing downstairs, actually, with the lads in the press box about this business of chasing around the boundary, saving a single. And Paul Edwards, very fine journalist, was talking about the likes of the Trumans and the Stathams and the Bedsers. You were down a fine leg, but you weren't sort of throwing yourself around the boundary. Haynes bowls, Hill eases that to backward point. Fielded by Henry Crocombe, and the applause around the ground is for a very fine century by George Hill.
Half century.
Did I say century? Did I? Half century, I'm sorry. Of 55 balls, it's been an excellent knock.
Listen, he'll take a ton, I'm sure. If you want to give him another 50 at this point.
A 6 and 5 fours for George Hill. He's come in and played very aggressively and very well, and cementing my opinion of him as a very fine all-round cricketer.
Yes, his 19th first-class half-century. He's made 400, so his conversion rate hasn't been fantastic in that respect, but he's obviously, as you've said, a quality all-round cricketer.
How old is he, Jonathan?
25.
He's got plenty of time, then. Good cricketer. I always enjoyed watching him play, so well done to George. We were having a serious conversation for once, actually. I can't remember what it was about.
No, neither can I, because we don't normally tend to have serious
No.
conversations, do we?
We were. Jack Carson, for my money, a little belatedly into the Sussex attack. I'm sure there's a good reason behind it, but James Coles has done the majority of the spin bowling for Sussex in this match, and he's going to come into bowl to Logan Van Beek. He's in and bowls, and Van Beek turns that one in the air, actually, down towards fine leg. But there is no run. Jack Carson is just into his 9th over of the innings, whereas James Coles has bowled 27. So 8 overs out of, 120 for top off spinner. I don't quite know why he hasn't bowled, but he's in now, bowls. Now look at his Van Beek. Oh, what a catch that is! That is magnificent. I'm guessing that's Tom Clark.
It is, yeah.
Diving away to his left-hand side, and that is a tremendous catch. But he's the best fielder in the side, Tom Clark. And that's brilliantly taken. It was clipped in the air by Van Beek. And, sorry, by George Hill, I'm sorry. And Tom Clark diving to his left-hand side, took the catch. And a terrific catch as well. George Hill comes off, having made his half-century. Said he hasn't converted many, but that was a Jack Carson into the attack and picks up a wicket straight away. Clipped in the air.
Yeah, he's just slightly off balance as he plays.
That's a good
It's
catch.
Brilliant catch diving to his left.
He's very, very good in there, Tom Clark. Makes nothing of it as well. So Sussex with a couple of breakthroughs just before tea. And, we were talking about the possibility of Yorkshire maybe getting quite close to this Sussex total before tea, but those 2 wickets going down have just stalled progress.
Yep, there you go. I think I was saying at the time they've still got to get there. They're 60 odd behind, I think, at that stage. And it's looking less likely now, isn't it? Having lost both Bess with a poor decision and Hill with a brilliant catch in the space of, well, precisely 6 deliveries, 119.2 to 120.2 overs. And still 56 behind.
There's still a lot of cricket to be played tonight, Jonathan. I mean, you think you could see Sussex batting tonight again. We've still got 35 overs to be bowled. So he could be delayed here if Sussex pick up another one.
Yeah, Jack Carson's into the bowling attack with that wicket, and it was a good change again. There's been a few of those by Ollie Robinson. And that one flicked away by Jai Richardson down to fine leg. He's off the mark with a couple first up, 448 for 8. Slip in place. They're just bringing Charlie Tier in to go leg slip as well now, in the general direction of where that little flick had been. And the man backward of square leg is being moved deeper as Carson is in. And Richardson smothers that, turns it square on the leg side. It's not Charlie Tier, in fact, who's coming at slip, because he is in a cap now rather than the flopper he had earlier on, and he's just off the cut strip at a catching position. Oh, that one's ballooned up in the air. Simpson is round to do the catching, but presumably off pad, because not given Tom Lungley was unmoved. So dot wicket to dot dot. Yeah, it was nowhere near his bat or glove, was it? Actually, just ballooned up off the thigh pad. Final ball of the 121st over. And Richardson defends into the leg side. 448 for 8.
This is live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doidge, high up in the pavilion, 5th floor of the pavilion. I walked up here this morning, actually, Doidge. I'd walked down from my hotel. It's quite a nice walk, actually, down from the hotel down the hill. It was a bit more of a puff going back up last night, I have to say. Lots of people out running this morning. A couple of nice coffee shops on the way down, and then I got here and I thought, no, I'm going to walk up instead of taking the lift, which made me puff even more, to be honest. Tom Haynes isn't short of puff. He's bowled 14 overs, respectable figures of 1 for 26 as he comes running in over the wicket and bowls, and forward comes Van Beek and plays to short extra cover, fielded in there by Charlie Tier, and there is no run. Shadows lengthening across the ground. A little bit more cloud around, but it's all high-level stuff. Haynes wheels around, arrears of 54 now, comes in and bowls, forward comes Van Beek defensively, plays back up the offside of the track, and there is no run. I just wonder in this situation, Jonathan, I mean, Sussex have been out in the field a long time, whether there's anything in Johnny Bairstow's mind that thinks, do you know what, just break off. In comes Haynes, bowls, and just steered by Van Beek back to the square. Picks up his 4th run, 4.49 for 8. Whether he might just think to himself, do you know what, let's have 20 overs at Sussex tonight. So Haynes has done quite a bit of bowling, and I don't know. There are many ways to win a game of cricket.
Oh yeah.
Or might just say to these, look, we'll just go and have a swing. Just let's get this over and done with. Let's get Sussex in, and just see what happens. Haynes in, bowls, and a play and a miss from Richardson, taken by Simpson, no run. Because what I'm thinking is that when Sussex bat tomorrow, there's no way Sussex are going to declare and set Yorkshire a target. That's just not going to happen, not having with all the hard work that they've done. So from this position, you'd have thought the most likely chance of a result, I hate to say it, is maybe Yorkshire getting in amongst Sussex tonight. You never know. Of course, Sussex can then do it the other way. As here comes Haynes, bowls to Richardson, who plays the ball down on the onside, no run. Yeah, I mean, in doing that, Yorkshire might do that, then Sussex come and bowl Yorkshire out. We don't know what might happen on the last day, but it seems as if bowling maybe there could be a little more assistance for the bowlers tomorrow if the weather forecast is to be believed. In bowls, Richardson plays back down the offside of the track. You sort of went end of the over as the sun disappears, 4.49 for 8. You sort of went as if you thought I was talking utter nonsense.
No, I mean, I'm just going to throw in that if Yorkshire have got any pretensions, any designs on winning this match, they're going to have to bowl one heck of a lot better as a collective in the second innings than they did in the first.
Yes.
I shall exempt Jack White, George Hill, and to a slightly lesser extent, but a good holding role, Don Best from that. Logan Van Beek, definitely not at his best, and absolutely not at his best. Jai Richardson went round the park, and they're going to have to be much tighter and just continuously apply pressure, aren't they? Because they're going to have to keep scoring rates down and take wickets. And that still doesn't feel easy on this very good batting pitch, even with some grass on it, as there is. And I think the fact that we've only seen the 18 wickets in 2 days and 2 sessions almost of cricket would bear that out, as Van Beek turns this first Carson delivery of the over with the spin around the corner, and will pick up 1 for 50 up. That's the reason for the public acknowledgement down to our left in the main. 55 balls it's taken to get the 9th 50, 57 balls for the 8th. That's an appreciable upping of the ante from the 97 balls for the one that came prior to those 2. Another defensive push, this time by Jai Richardson. 52 the Sussex lead now. It's still handy, you'd rather have it than not. Carson in again, that one worked square on the leg side by Richardson, picks up 1. It's just zone in for a mo. A batting record of Jai, 29 years of age. As Van Beek plays one into the offside and picks up 1. Jai Richardson averages 19.87 in first-class cricket from 43 innings, 700 and odd runs. He's made 4 first-class half-centuries.
Right,
so he's no rabbit.
No.
And he's facing Carson now playing that one nicely to Tom Clark, who's at straight mid-wicket, no run.
What's his state, Jonathan? His state side?
Western Australia. So same as Sam Whiteman, they'll obviously know each other well. Richardson waits, goes back foot, watch that well actually, because it nearly snuck its way through.
Good.
Off the bat, off the bowling of Jack Carson. Yorkshire still have Jack White to come, who...
It's been an eventful session, Jonathan. Sorry, we've had 152 runs and 4 wickets. Since lunch.
And Logan Van Beek, by the way, batting-wise, this is his 152nd first-class innings. He scored nearly 3,000 runs and does have 2 first-class hundreds to his name, as well as 13 50s and averages 25. So they're not sort of...
Who would have made those for?
They're not Danny Morrison tail enders, are they?
Haynes comes in bowls too. I've been calling him Van Beek. Do you call it Van Beek? As in bake a cake? Right.
I'm advised that that's the correct pronunciation.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. Haynes, the sun has reappeared. Just the one slip in place. Haynes in bowls. Forward comes Bake. Plays into the offside. There is no run.
He's previously played first-class cricket over here for Derbyshire. He's also played for Canterbury and Wellington in New Zealand.
Right, okay.
Which is... He was Christchurch born, which is in Canterbury.
There'll be some tired legs out there for the Sussex lads this evening. 123 overs they've been out there for. In comes Haynes bowls, drilled down the ground, 4 runs. Nice shot by Van Beek. Over pitch by Tom Haynes. Yes, the Sussex innings lasted 131 overs. This one has so far lasted 123 overs, and with another game coming up starting on Friday down at the Oval, which has been flat as a pancake this year so far. I think Sussex will be very keen to make sure there's no alarms when they bat tomorrow, because they won't want to be, they want to get the quicks to put their feet up, I should think. Notably Robinson. It does seem a slightly bonkers schedule, doesn't it, really, these early 6 weeks? I know you get the week off in between, but I mean, older players would say, well, come on, you should just play. But comes Haynes, bowls, and put onto the onside by Van Beek. Picks up a single. He goes to 11. And 4:57 for 8. This is the last over before tea. So the deficit down to 45. I'm sure there'll be a bit of discussion downstairs with the Yorkshire lads about how they're going to take things after tea. My feeling is they'll want to crack at Sussex if they can. Haynes in bowls. Richardson covers up, plays to mid-wicket, there is no run. Or do they think to themselves, well, let's just bat and, if we have a lead going into tomorrow, maybe that's the tactic.
Now, if they're lucky enough to get themselves into a position to make a decision, then we'll see. But you'd think that just natural wastage, they're going to lose a couple of wickets.
Haynes in and bowls, let go outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by John Simpson, who collects the ball, gives it to the umpire. Well, he doesn't actually. He gives it to... No, eventually he's going to get given to the umpire by Jack Carson, I think. And that is D. Players make their way off. So, interesting session. 157 runs. 4 wickets have gone down. I still think that the most likely result here is a draw, but of course you never quite know. We've still got 4 sessions to go. The arrear's now just 45 as far as are concerned.
Yeah.
A good session of cricket, Jonathan.
Yeah, it only takes one poor session, doesn't it?
Yes, it
with
does.
the bat from these sort of points.
Yeah.
And if you have a session where you lose 5 or 6, something like that, then things can unravel fairly quickly. So
think about Durham here last year, the last game of the season, when when they just completely capitulated, didn't they? So these things do happen. So we shouldn't assume anything, apart from the fact that Jonathan is now going to make us all a nice cup of tea.
Nice cup of tea. Yeah, well, maybe just have a sneaky look at what's going on down at down Wembley Way when we get the opportunity. Your lot still winning 1-0 by the looks of things. Must be round about start of the second half. Now we'll see you soon, folks. We'll just take a breather while the players do.
Players Ben Debenham and Tom Lungley.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Headingley for the final session of the day. The two umpires, Tom Lungley and Ben Debenham, are out in the middle waiting for the players. The two not-out batters, Jai Richardson and Logan Van Beek, are standing on the boundary edge, but the Sussex lads are not there. They're just sort of slowly coming out in dribs and drabs, having had their cup and tea and sandwiches, or quite what they have in professional cricket, I'm not too sure, but they've been out in the field a long time, have the Sussex players. But I guess that's what all the winter training's for. I was talking actually yesterday to when Paul Shaw was here, talking about training for cricket in the winter with yourself. When you were in and around the England disability side, how difficult is that to do? Training and keep it interesting when you're indoors a lot of the time.
Yeah, I think you just got to say keep it fresh, mix it up a little bit, go through your skills. It's difficult, obviously, to do your fielding indoors with the limited space that sometimes you have, but batting and bowling, working on your skills, grooving stuff, so trying on new things potentially, new skills, new tactics. It's a really good opportunity, like I say, from September, October onwards, if you've got any technical things that you want to work and break it down, build it up, so really get into it.
Overtime again tonight, Liam, because it's 6:30. There's still 32 overs to be bowled. We would lose a couple if there's a break between innings. But we'll see how things pan out. But maybe with the spinners on, perhaps we'll rattle through the overs. So Jack Carson's going to get us back underway. Picked up a wicket before. See, lovely catch by Tom Clark, diving away to his left-hand side, real sort of goalkeeper style, to take the catch that dismissed George Hill, who played very well for 50, and I think probably be a little disappointed the way he got out. Liam.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift that, I think, after playing so well. Just chipping it up to mid-wicket. Great diving catch, like you say. First we've seen of Carson today. I don't know, does anything going on? I wonder why.
No, I'm a little surprised. I mean, James Cole's bowled 27 overs, and Jack Carson's barely bowled today. Anyway, he's coming in now. Comes into bowl to Van Beek, who turns this wristily to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark, and there is no run. So the arrears are 45. As Carson in again. Bowls. Forward comes Van Beek, plays onto the onside. There is no run. Are you back with us tomorrow, Liam?
I'm not tomorrow. I'm at work tomorrow.
All right.
Back to the day job.
Right. Where'd you work, locally or?
Yeah, I work for Yorkshire Water as a project manager.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
I took the Friday off to get a good opportunity to do this.
Carson in bowls, played into the offside via Van Beek, and he picked up the first run after tea. He goes to 12, the total to 4, 58 for 8.
Interesting to see what Yorkshire's approach is here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's two schools of thought here, Liam. Do they just start to smash it around the ground, see how many they get, and get Sussex in tonight if they could pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets, or do they just sort of try and bat for a lead? But
I think a mixture of the two. I think.
Carson in bowls and Wistely turned onto the onside by Richardson, no run.
I think if they show a little bit of aggression, maybe see where they get to. I feel like it's difficult. It's going to be to edge out a result for this game.
See, I can't see Sussex. If Sussex were to bat again, there's no way Sussex are going to set Yorkshire any sort of target. That's not going to happen. There's not enough time left in the game, I don't think. The only way I can see a positive result is if Sussex then get bowled out in the second innings, then either side could win. Sussex might bowl out Yorkshire to win the game, but I just wonder whether Yorkshire might just think it's worth getting Sussex in tonight. As cut away firmly through point by Richardson, picks up a single.
Yeah, especially if that sun goes in, a little bit of cloud cover. Say the Sussex have been in the field for just over a day now, maybe some tyres, minds.
Yeah, definitely.
Nick a couple out. Yorkshire bowlers maybe a little bit fresher this afternoon, later on today, potentially.
Carson in bowls and just swept nicely down towards the final leg boundary. In hot pursuit down there is Henry Crocombe, but he can't cut it off. And that's 4 runs. Nice shot by Logan Van Beek. He goes to 16, the total to 463 for 8 at the end of the first over after tea. That was expertly played.
Lovely little paddle sweep, that.
Nicely played. By the same token, if suddenly Sussex were bowled out and left Yorkshire, a target to win, who knows? Sussex might bowl Yorkshire out. So you never know. There is the reason we're discussing these things because the weather is meant to change tomorrow. It could be a bit of rain about. It could be better bowling conditions. So, but both sides having worked so hard in this game, certainly Sussex. I don't think there's any chance whatsoever of saying, let's set Yorkshire some sort of a target on the last day. That is not going to happen.
No, I think the first protocol is to make sure you can't lose the game.
Totally.
I think then whatever else happens there from that, then it can be a bonus. Hudson Prentice comes back into the attack. 2 for 68 off 21 overs. A decent workload so far.
Hudson Prentice motoring in from the Howard stand end in bowls. Up on his toes is Richardson and plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Who's that warming up at mid-off? Looks like mid-on rather. Looks like Ollie Robinson is warming up. You've got a keen eye on the football.
I'm looking, yeah. It's the one behind, I think. Bit of dark arts from Chelsea. Sanchez going down in goal. Leeds kicking off as always.
Oh dear.
So interesting to see how it plays out. Leeds were a bit passive in the first half from what I'm reading.
Hudson Prentice back to his mark. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg as Hudson Prentice smoothly comes in bowls and let go by Richardson, taken by Simpson. And there is no run. So everyone back at work and school tomorrow. What's the traffic? Do you work in Leeds, Liam, or?
No, they'll move in offices in September, I believe. So the offices will be in Leeds. But right now it's currently in Bradford. But like I say, I work 3 days from home, 2 days.
Well, that's quite nice.
In the office, so.
Has that been the case since sort of COVID? Is that the job?
Just when it went since COVID, yeah, and then obviously working from home, which is good for the school pick up and drop off, which helps.
Here comes Hudson Prentice bowls, driven beautifully by Richardson to mid off, and there is no run. So do you do that? You do the drop off, do you?
Yeah, well, we both do it if we're both at home.
Right.
So yeah, me and the wife, and we're both at home, managed to get the steps in, so to speak. Shot flat, Gerritsen for no
Beautiful,
run.
wasn't it? Yeah, beautifully played.
Still at the crease, punch into the offside. Timed it nicely. Really like Hudson Prentice, how he comes hustling in.
Yeah, it is.
It's
a lovely, smooth approach, isn't it? Here he comes again as the shadows lengthen. He's in on bowls, and there comes a low, and Bridgerton plays it carefully to mid-wicket. There's a slight misfield there, but it doesn't cost a run. So it remains 463 for 8. It hasn't been unbroken sunshine today. It's kind of hazy sunshine. I mean, lots of very high cloud around it, just obscuring the sun. It's still very pleasant, and I don't say the weather for tomorrow is just meant to be the chance of a shower or two. We'll see how that all pans out. Hudson Prentice wheels around. I thought that comes a little low as well. Play to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Let's have a quick rattle around the other grounds Liam, Leicestershire 433 for 4. Still trailing Glamorgan by 7. I'm glad to see Leicestershire making a good fist of it this season. Johnny Tattersall.
Yep.
55 not out for Leicestershire. Steve Eskenazi on 49 earlier. Jake Weatherall, yesterday, he made 104 before retiring hurt. Down the M1 at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have recovered. Asif Hamid, 95 not out. Notts 197 for 1, now leading Warwickshire by 17 runs as in comes Hudson Prentice Bowles. Carved away into the offside. He's annoyed with himself, Richardson, because a yard either side and that would have been 4 runs. There's no protection on that cover boundary, but it's straight to the fielder. And it is the end of the over, 463 for 8. Yorkshire trail by 39 with Richardson on 4, Van Beek on 16. Briefly in the other games. Surrey 434 for 7, leading Essex by 25. Dan Lawrence making 125. Jordan Clark not out 43. That game might be heading for a draw. Derby 29 for 1, still trailing Gloucester by 188 in Division 2. Lancashire have recovered 194 for 6 now, leading Durham by 269. Paul Coughlin, formerly of Durham, in the runs there. He's 60 not out as Carson comes in and bowls. And I didn't see what happened to that delivery. Played to mid-off. There is no run. So it could be a good finish at Durham tomorrow. And Kent on the verge of losing again. Down at New Road at Worcester, they're 249 for 9, still trailing Kent, Worcestershire rather, by 2 runs. In comes Carson and bowls. Forward comes Van Beek, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Not a good start to the season for Kent. Slip and a short leg in place. Backward point, there's some protection on the cover boundary. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and a backward square leg, come fine leg as down the wicket comes Van Beek to Carson, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. My feeling is that Sussex will be, if they can go back down the M1 tomorrow night with 13 points, I think they'll feel that's a good return. Still be unbeaten this season, and it's a ground where they haven't performed in the last, or County haven't performed against away from home in recent times, as leaning back is Van Beek and just plays that through backward point, picks up a single. On board to the total, 464 for 8. Deficit now 38.
Been a good cricket pitch, to be fair. You've got it in the right areas. So, been nothing for the bowlers, but when your batters get in, manage to really get after it, and some runs to be had.
Carson comes in, bowls, and stylishly played by Joe Richardson after the sweeper on the cover boundary. One more to the total. 465 for 8. Arrears now 37. Still the slip and the short leg in place. Carson in, bowls, forward comes Van Beek, plays onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, fairly uneventful over. Van Beek 17, Richardson is on 5. Live cricket here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Liam Thomas, your commentary team. So do you have, with your club, you've got to, obviously next weekend, do you have nets and things in the week, Liam? Or?
Yeah, Thursday night nets, and then we'll play on Saturday. So we've got a double weekend next weekend. So we're in the first round of the Priestley Cup next week. So Saturday we've got a tough fixture against Woodlands, and then Sunday we're against Sandal in the cup of the division below. So you've got 2 cups. So you've got the Jack Hampshire, which is divisions 2 and 3, and then you've got the Priestley, which is division, or the Premier Division and Division 1.
How many overs is that aside?
50 overs, pink ball, coloured kits.
In comes Hudson Prentice bowls and clips onto the onside by Richardson. He picks up a single, he goes to 6.
Yep, so Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, busy week.
Right.
Busy on the old body as well.
Yeah, I bet.
Will
you keep in all of those?
Yep. So I'll do a bit of training, and then just my hands are a little bit sore because I'm getting into the season a little bit. Hopefully that come Sunday I'll be all right. But yeah, it's
you tape them up?
Oh yeah, thumbs. Yeah, take my thumbs up. Sometimes I've got arthritis in my finger already in that one, and then that one, so 2 fingers getting arthritis already at the ripe old age of 32. So not good signs.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls, good delivery, and forward comes Van Beek, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. I think the weather forecast is good for next week, so hopefully you should get plenty of cricket. There's nothing worse, is there, this time of season when you're all ready for cricket and you spend half the time looking out at the rain, so that's good news.
Yeah, fingers crossed weather's set a little bit fairer now. That's what we want. We're playing cricket in them freezing able conditions like before. We had a friendly the other week and it was just not enjoyable for anybody.
Good news for Sussex women today, playing Norfolk down at Hove, bowled over 83 as in comes Hudson Prentice, squirted down to third man. That is going to race all the way for 4 runs. Jack Casting hot pursuit, but he can't cut that off. 4 more to Logan Van Beek. He goes to 21, the total to 470 for 8. And now the arrears just down to 32. In reply, Norfolk are 47 for 2. So.
Got through a lot of workers, Carson, in the field today.
He has. He's been chasing around this boundary edge here, isn't he, in front of the Western Terrace?
Yeah, I felt sorry for him. He's slumped shoulders at times. Every time the ball had been nailed out to him, he's been a little bit like, not again.
Hudson Prentice motors in, bowls, and forward comes Van Beek, plays it back to Hudson Prentice. There is no run. He's a very competitive cricketer, Jack Carson, and always gives 100%. He's a big Glasgow Rangers fan. He won't be pleased with the fact I think Rangers are losing today, or they were. Standing hands on hips at backward point. 2 slips in place. Had a lot of runs today because Yorkshire began on 192, so had the best part of 300 runs. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Van Beek again defends to mid-off, and there is no run. Well, no signs that Yorkshire are either trying to get on with it or of a declaration, so it just seems to be, the game is just sort of meandering along a little at the moment.
Yeah, I think when Hill looked like he was trying to push the game on a little bit.
Yes, he did, yeah, most definitely.
And then Don Best looked a little bit unhappy with his, looked like caught the inside edge.
Yeah, he looked very unhappy, didn't he? And he made it very clear as well. And the way the rule, he might find himself in a bit of trouble, Don Best.
Well, I think if you'd seen First Slip's reaction, kind of put his hand on his mouth and said a little wry smile to Don Best as he were walking off.
Hudson Prentice motors in, bowls, and Van Beek just plays that into the vacant area. Little points and picks up another single and will pinch the strike. He goes to 22, Yorkshire 471 for 8. The arrears now are 31, Liam.
Yeah, he's looked solid as Van Beek.
He has.
Come in, he's played some nice shots. Nice little paddle sweep. Run that one down to third man. He's had a little bit stuck at Yorkshire a minute. Do the stick or twist? Do they put the foot down and try to cut this deficit pretty quickly, or do they just bat out for a little bit of time? I'm sure they'll have a crack at Sussex tonight at some point. Maybe try and nick 1 or 2 out. Crocombe coming back into the attack. The quickest of the Sussex bowlers on show today. Thought we'd have had a little look at Ollie Robinson just after tea.
Henry Crocombe, he's gone through a fair bit of work, Henry, hasn't he? He's in his 18th over. He's got that prize wicket of Joe Root, you'll remember that.
Yeah, beautiful delivery that. Just off a good length, lifted slightly.
I mean, he's been a little expensive, Henry. His 18 overs have gone for 91, so he's going up 5 and over. But he's just got that, that extra speed, that extra bounce that, perhaps, it also means you can pick up wickets as well. So it's a difficult equation to juggle. They've got that leg side trap set again, Liam.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it allows the opportunity to push them back. You got that short leg just sat back 2 or 3 strips to the right. You got that field of 15 yards on the boundary at square leg, just behind square.
Comes Crocombe, bowls. Oh, and he squirts it off the outside edge. It's fielded at slip, and it's just going to be a single. Now, the fielder there got his hand to the ball. That looks slightly painful. I think that's Jack leading. It's gone away for a single. Total goes to 472 for 8, so the arrears down to 30 here on the BBC. Adrian Harms, Liam Thomas, your commentary team, high up on the 5th floor of the pavilion at Headingley, where...
I'm surprised to try pushing back here with a short ball. Richardson, number 10, maybe take it on potentially. Fielder's ready and waiting in the deep.
Crocombe in again, bowls. Right up in the block.
Double bluff.
Wasn't it? He's got that leg side field set back. There's the fine leg and the deep backward square, and As Liam says, it was a double bluff, the ball right up in the block hole.
I do think it's coming, and I do think he's going to have a go at it.
From
Been used as that enforces today's Crocombe when it's went a bit flat with that 60-70 overall ball. I say banging it in, some short stuff to Joe Root earlier.
Crocombe in again, bowls carved away for 4 runs. Still a bit too much width, and Kyle Richardson, as Jonathan was saying, is averages 19 in first-class cricket, so he's no mug with the bat, and that was way wide, wasn't it? And he's absolutely hammered that away through the covers for 4 runs. That's
Bit of a gift.
Yeah, not Henry's best delivery of the day.
Yeah, it's been a mixed bag for him, hasn't it? He's, like I say, both some really sharp deliveries that have whizzed past the bat. I say he's got it wrong on that occasion. I'm still going to say that short ball is coming.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay it until he does bowl it.
476 for 8 in and bowls. That's all right. Pitched up, and Richardson this time plays that ball absolutely on its merits. Plays it to mid-on. Fielded by Ollie Robinson, and there is no run. I guess psychologically, Liam, if Yorkshire do get some sort of a lead, I mean, if it's 30 or 40 when Sussex come to bat, you just feel a little bit of pressure, don't you? Because you want to clear those runs.
It's just the momentum into the which side can take the momentum into the second innings. So who can be buoyed by that finish that they're going to have.
Crocombe in bowls. That is a short delivery. Played short leg. I think that's a very good stop actually in there at short leg by Charlie Tier. That was very good. I could see that disappearing towards the boundary.
It went sharp, that.
It did, didn't it? Well, he's your profession is Charlie Tier. He keeps wicket.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, he does. His mother is Scottish, I understand, and so he has played T20 cricket and representative cricket for Scotland. Standing there at short leg as in comes Crocombe bowls and eased around the corner by Richardson, who doesn't seem remotely bothered by the short delivery, really. He goes to 11, the total 477 for 8 at the end of the over. And you'd have been impressed by Finley Bean yesterday. I mean, you're out in the field all the time keeping.
Yeah.
And then you bat and go and get a ton.
Yeah, that's a fantastic effort to be switched on mentally. I think sometimes as a keeper, if you're batting in the middle order, 5, 6, 7, you see you can take your pads off, have a bit of a breather, rest up. But that from going straight from keeping straight into batting, so he'll be happy of that he's had the rest of the afternoon off just to switch off and obviously mentally reset. So it looks like he might be coming back out tonight to do a few overs in the field, but like you say, it's a tough job, that opening the batting and keeping. It takes a lot of fitness, mental strength,
Yes.
mental stamina.
Well, definitely. The sun has pretty much disappeared now. There's Hudson Prentice motors in over the wicket and bowls. Oh, that's a cracking delivery. There's still a bit in this pitch, you know. If you get it in the right areas, I mean, that would have been a good delivery to a higher order batsman. Richardson probably did well not to get anything on that, you know.
Yeah, great take by Simpson there, diving away to his left. I say just nip back, seemed to cut.
Look at that.
Oh,
Whoa,
yeah,
cut him in
delivery.
half. Look at that.
I tell you what, the Yorkshire bowls will be buoyed by that. These two licking the lips if they get to get the ball in hand later on this afternoon.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? You know, could that be, you know this ground area far better than I, could that be because there is a little bit of cloud cover?
I think so, yeah. I said a little bit of cloud cover. So it's going a little bit darker now.
Hudson Prentice
A
in
little bit of something to work with.
Yeah, Richardson plays firmly to mid-on and there is no run. But it's a strange game, 4-day cricket, isn't it? You know, you say the Sussex boys have been out there a long time. Probably the last thing they want to do now is go out and face, 20 overs or so. And, there's some fresh legs up in that Yorkshire dressing room.
Yep. Like I say, let's come back end of day 3. See how the players holding up. They're tired mentally. Overs in the legs. They've got through a lot of both sides have got through a lot of workload with the bowling.
And again, bowl short, pulled away by Richardson, and he's going to pick up a single down to deep mid-wicket. You can hear the roar of an aeroplane just taking off away to our right-hand side from Leeds Bradford Airport. 478 for 8. Someone going perhaps on a holiday somewhere nice, we shall see. Plane disappears. Van Beek on to 23, Richardson on 12. Still the 2 slips in place. Hudson Prentice on his way over the wicket, bowls and just defended by Van Beek back down the track. Hudson Prentice rather wearily fields the ball. I'm not surprised. He's bowled 23 overs, taken 2 for 75 in Hudson Prentice. So A lot of the Sussex bowlers have just been going for sort of 3 and over, really. I mean, the two exceptions would be Henry Crocombe, who's gone for 5 and over. I think James Coles has gone for a sort of 4 and a bit and over as well. I'll double check that in a moment. But
Yeah, Crocombe's gone at 5s.
and
Coles at 4.
Yeah. But the others round about 3.
Haynes has bowled well.
He has. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Uppish. Oh,
is that a chance?
Well, it was a chance. It would have been a brilliant catch. It was uppish from Logan Van Beek. It was to Finn Hudson Prentice's left hand. Whether he got a hand on it, I don't know. But it would have been a magnificent catch had he taken it. We may get a chance to see a replay in a moment. He's sort of looking at his left hand, Hudson Prentice, which suggests that he did maybe get these fingernails to it. But it was it would have been a brilliant effort had he done so. I wonder whether the guys are going to show us a replay of that.
Looked like he was in the air for a while. I think he got his fingertips on it. It was a sharp chance.
Yeah,
Fell back at him quite firmly.
Ring it again. Hudson Prentice in bowls and squirted to backward point, fielded by Jack Carson. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. We might see a replay now. Liam, Hudson Prentice takes his jumper and trudges off down to his fielding position. 478 for 8. So the arrears are now down to 24 rather, as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Van Beek and Richardson having a little natter in the middle of the pitch. As I say, so far since tea, no real sign of any particular urgency. Just 19 runs have come in the 6 overs since tea. There's Yorkshire progress towards the Sussex total. And Henry Crocombe is going to take the next over from this, the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. In away from us, in and bowls and defends does Richardson. In front of him there is no run. 2 slips, third man. So cover mid-off, mid-on, short leg, deep backward square and a fine leg. The sun is back with us again now, albeit a little hazily.
Good length from Crocombe there, hitting the bat hard.
Yeah, he's done that consistently. I mean, it's good stamina, isn't it? He's running really hard all day. Henry Crocombe picked up a couple of wickets. He's in and bowls, and again forward comes Richardson. Plays into the offside. There is no run. Probably the 2 quickest bowlers of the match facing each other here, because while Richardson was didn't have the best of times in the Sussex first innings, he was clearly the quickest bowler on view.
Yeah, he was. I think, like I say, showed good pace, good zip, good carry.
Yeah.
I think Sussex will be hoping just to nick these last 2 wickets out pretty quickly, take a little bit, maybe a slight lead into the second innings. Yorkshire will be looking to eat into that deficit.
Crocombe in bowl short. He's caught behind. Did he glove it? No.
So he would be taking it on, didn't I? That was
Yeah,
it.
he did. You did say
No
be taking it.
hesitation there. Good bumper, that really sharp. Didn't know if it was just a little top edge on that one, little tickle.
I thought maybe he'd gloved it through to the keeper, but he's been resisting for a little while, but spot on. He absolutely did try to take that on.
I think he's going to go a bit full now, try to catch that outside edge. So they're all 1 up, 1 down. So backing on that good hard length. He's pushed him back. Maybe he's just sitting a little bit deeper. Richardson maybe expecting the short one.
Comes in bowl right up in the block hole. You're spot on. You played this game before, Liam, and Richardson plays to mid-on. Well kept out. He certainly doesn't shape like a number 10 batter, but I don't know what a number 10 batter in the County Championship looks like these days, because pretty much everyone is...
He'll be batting 4 in club cricket.
Yes, I'm sure he would. Henry Crocombe, who bats 11 for Sussex, he batted nicely. Crocombe again. In bowls, and played nicely through mid-wicket. Now, Ollie Robinson is after it. He's going to get a bit of a move on his Ollie. They've taken a couple. Will they come back for a third? There was probably 3 there, actually, if they'd have got a bit of a move on, but content with 2. Richardson goes to 14. The deficit now down to just 22.
I wonder if Yorkshire might try get it to honours even, and then maybe have a bit of a hit potentially. Maybe
Yes.
eke out a quick 40 or 50 lead if these 2 keep going along nicely like they are. So I think he'll go for another short ball here. Just trying to push him back potentially.
Crocombe in, yeah, it is short. Turned around to the leg side. Charlie Tierrett dives across a short leg. We had no chance of getting that. It's another single to Van Beek. Sorry, to Richardson. He goes to 15, 481 for 8. Nice little partnership. This worth
35?
39, I reckon, by my records. Does that say 35 on the scoreboard?
35, yeah.
Oh yes, sorry, 4:46. George Hill was the last man. How could I dispute the scoreboard? Eh?
I'll be getting told off by the scorers again if I do that. I said the other day when...
Gentleman with an earpiece on, eating an ice cream. I wonder if he's listening to us or whether he's maybe listening to the football. I don't know.
Judging by what I'm seeing, I think Leeds haven't been great, so I might have switched it off by now.
Well, it's going to be Hudson Prentice who's going to carry on. So the arrears down to 21 here on the BBC Live Cricket with myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Liam Thomas. 2 slips go down, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, 2 men back on the leg side. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Richardson, who plays this nicely down the leg side. The 2 fielders converge, and they're going to come back for the second is Richardson. That's good running. The throw goes to the non-striker's end, as it should. But 2 to Richardson, he goes to 17, so a bit of a hurry up there.
I'll tell you what, that might have been interesting with a clean pick-up, because I think if he'd have had the ball in hand as Richardson were turning, I think he might have been in a little bit of trouble there with a good pick-up and throw.
481 for 8. So we're coming up to the best part of 300 runs in the day as in comes Hudson Prentice gliding in again. Bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. And there is no run. So 483 for 8. So we've had, well, the start of play this morning we were 192. So we had 291 runs in the day. We've had 7 wickets, which is more wickets than we've had on any of the days so far. The rustle in the background means that Jonathan has yet again raided the chocolate biscuits, which means he won't want his dinner when he gets home. So he'll be in trouble as the sun tries to break through again. Some Prentice strides in, bowls and stabbed onto the onside by Richardson, who looks a more than capable number 10. He goes to 18, total to 484 for 8. And the arrears here by 18, which makes you think that maybe the Yorkshire tactic here is just to try and get some sort of a lead. And just put Sussex under a little bit of pressure if they can tomorrow. You still think in terms of fatigue that Sussex really wouldn't fancy facing 10 overs tonight. You really wouldn't, would you? That's you're tired. The last thing you'd want to do, I'm sure. Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls driven into the offside by Van Beek. There is no run. I think Jonathan may have the football on. I can hear something going on in the background. Oh, he is. He's listening.
I think both keepers in the match with centuries got through a heavy workload.
Yes, they have. Yes, absolutely.
Sublime.
But also, Dan Hughes has been out there a long time. Tom Haynes,
got through a few overs as well as Tom Haynes.
Yes, he has. I just don't think you'd want to. If you could go home tonight, thinking, at least I could get a good night's kip before I have to bat tomorrow. Probably the last thing you want to do is have to strap the pads on for half a dozen overs. Hudson Prentice in bowls, driven but not timed by Van Beek. I think mid-off, there is no run.
I think if Yorkshire really do want to drive this game forward and push for a result, I think they really need to look to kick on with that score and maybe look to, like say, bowl some overs tonight, try and nick a couple
I agree.
out.
No, I completely agree with you. I don't see the point. I mean, it's. I think the closer it gets, we've still got 24 overs to be bowled after that. You lose 2 for a change of innings. So I just think that, if I was sitting in the Yorkshire dressing room, I'd be thinking, let's give it a go. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Forward comes Van Beek, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. Liam's going to take... Is Liam coming here? Or is... I think it's you. I think I'm on for half an hour, then Liam's back with you, I think, because you did before tea, didn't you? That was right? Yes, that's right. Am I off? Oh, I've got... Well, I was just going to read an email to you, Jonathan, actually, just before I go, if I may. Which
you can get off and celebrate victory because there's about 2 minutes to go in injury time.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like to make a big thing of it. But I knew they'd win. We had an email in. We were talking earlier on, Jonathan, about your quiz. And I was mentioning that there was a chap who worked at university who was on my team. He was a very interesting man who I'd never met before.
John Cantwell.
Yes. In comes Crocombe Bowles and played into the offside, and there is no one, but he's been in touch.
Yes.
Did you get the email as well?
Yeah, I picked it up in the last half hour, actually.
Oh, right. So can I read it? I've enjoyed listening to your commentary with Jonathan and Liam from Headingley today, in which you mentioned our meeting in Scarborough last year at Jonathan's quiz night in the Marquee. I'm the university lecturer tuning in from New York. It was great to meet you that evening. Well, ditto. I was at both the Scarborough matches against Sussex for the past 2 years. My brother Chris is a strong Sussex supporter, and I often listen to your commentaries when Yorkshire aren't playing. I'm also looking forward to the Chelsea-Leeds FA Cup semi-final this afternoon, which will be televised here. I can remember our FA Cup matches in the early 70s. Do pass on my regards to Jonathan as well. I've met in Scarborough as we've stayed in the same accommodation in the Ritz, no doubt, knowing Jonathan.
Yep.
I'm surprised you can afford it, John. But lovely to hear from John, and now lovely to know that he was listening all the way over in New York. Wonderful. Thank you very much, John. It was a pleasure to meet you as well.
Hi, John. Yep, top man.
In comes Crocombe, clipped onto the onside, fielded by James Coles. It was a thoroughly enjoyable evening, but the questions were too difficult. I think our team, John, and we did pretty well. I think we came third. 486, 48. What's the Yorkshire tactics here, Doige? Did you glean any information, or?
No, I've just been having a chat with Jack Whitesdale, actually, for a while downstairs.
Oh. Comes Crocombe. Oh, ducks underneath it. There's Van Beek. There is no run.
Actually, he was telling me that Jack used to open the batting for Kendal in the Northern Premier League.
So he's useful then.
Yeah, scored quite a lot of runs when younger.
Did anyone have a view in terms of, you know, what the match might hold? Because I'm just sort of thinking the arrears are down now to 17, so Yorkshire just bat and bat. And I was just saying to Liam, I didn't think Sussex would fancy facing a dozen overs tonight. As Crocombe is in bowls to Van Beek, who plays into the offside, there is no run. I think I always feel that Sussex would be quite happy, really, just to let this drift out for the rest of the day. And I'm sure, in a sense, they'd want to get the wickets, but I'm not sure they'd want to bat tonight, Georgie.
No, I think maybe something like a 10-over blast at the end of the day, and then you've got a fairly new ball to have another go tomorrow.
Yes.
Wouldn't be backward thinking.
Crocombe in bowls, clipped away onto the onside, beats the dive of Charlie Tier at short leg. There is no run. 486 for 8, so the arrears now 16.
Failed to make a note of the tea time score, actually.
Yes, well, I did the same for lunch, but I meant, it was 457 for 8. Van Beek on 11 and Richardson on 3.
I wrote everything else down except the score.
Crocombe in bowls down the leg side, taken by Simpson, I think, which might feel he rather missed out. That is the end of the over. Oh, Liam's gone. No, he's back.
He's back.
Right, I'm going to disappear. Thank you, Jonathan. And thank you, John, for your email. And I will send you an appropriate reply. Thank you.
Yeah, so Van Beek and Richardson just gathering together in the middle. To decide what maybe the plan of action is for the next over. James Coles is going to bowl from the Howard stand end. 2 for 119 from 27 overs, 2 of which have been maidens. So Cole just having a little loosener.
Interesting to see if Van Beek maybe tries to text him on over the top, mid-on, mid-off up right now.
Run rate at 3.65. 16-run deficit. Coles then to Van Beek, who goes back foot and punches into the offside. Tom Clark is the man who does the fielding. Back on 24, down the pitch, and he could be caught here. No, Ollie Robinson has got his right hand to it, running backwards at mid-on, and he helped it on its way towards the boundary. He stops and has a rueful look back, because he definitely got a hand to that, but he couldn't take the catch, and so back with a 3. Back to 1, I should say. He's obviously, he should have had a 3. Richardson
Long
slapped a 4 through mid-wicket there. I thought he'd run 3, but yeah, only the 1. Obviously ball watching. Made up for it a little bit with the Richardson boundary, so he's on to 23. 45 now the partnership for this 9th wicket. 491 for 8, 11 behind. So almost parity in the match. Ooh, Richardson having a go at that. So maybe this is the plan now. Try and have a bit of fun at the expense of James Coles, who has picked up a couple of wickets. Here he comes again. And this one just kicks a bit off the pitch, and Richardson watchful. Defends behind him into the offside.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult for maybe out of the 2 teams for Sussex to force a result, because I don't think they're going to have much time to set Yorkshire a big enough score.
He comes again and pushed back down the pitch by Richardson to complete a pretty swift over from James Coles. 491 for 8.
It's not going to show if we're going to have the time in the game to really kick on and set Yorkshire a score where they're comfortable that they're not going to lose, I think. So I feel like if Yorkshire can kind of get a bit of a lead, nick a couple of early wickets out tonight, they might feel a little bit more in the ascendancy. It's welcome to continue. That's 3 men going out, I think. Take on some shots to see if the Yorkshire batters want to take it on, these 2 tail-enders, even though they've shaped up quite nicely so far.
Yep, in comes Crocombe, and 4 runs is the result. Short ball, wide of off stump, Van Beek cutting hard backward of point, and it raced away out to that short corner.
It's got wrong.
29 now to him, partnership 49. And Yorkshire just 7 runs behind.
Slip goes out to short mid-wicket. Got a square leg 10 yards in between, fine leg.
Here comes Crocombe again. This is straighter and out. Oh, Van Beek is not happy with that decision either. He's looking to the heavens in disgust. Inside edge was what it felt like it could be from this high up. Whatever it was in the scorebook, on the scorecard, after Tom Lungley raised his index finger, it will say Logan Van Beek caught by John Simpson off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 29, and Yorkshire 495 for 9.
I'm not sure if he's unhappy with it himself or the decision. I think it might be the decision. So it looked like an inside edge through to the keeper, is what they were appealing for. Let's see if we can get a replay on that one for you. Crocombe's now 3 for 106 runs off 21 overs. Let's have a look here.
So bangs it in short. Van Beek, yeah, he just looks back at the keeper. I think it's very casual. It's a great piece of acting. If
not happy with that.
No. It's a great piece of acting if he has hit it, isn't it? Because he just looks back. And he just takes a half stride forward again just to set himself.
Is it off his elbow?
Not sure, but yeah, it might be off his elbow.
Just a little bit there.
He's not thinking he's hit it. John Simpson, if you notice his appeal as well, he's not sure, is he? As he's gone up with both arms.
It's not a definite, but here comes a Kendall opening batter. Years gone by. To the crease. Batting number 11 for Yorkshire today.
Who's worked hard, picks up a 3rd wicket, 3 for 106. One of several bowling centurions in this match. And he's going to bowl then to Jack White. Last man standing for Yorkshire. Crocombe coming round the wicket. 2 slips and a gully. White just stepping away to leg and drops that into the offside. There was no run. The wicket fell after, 134.2 overs. Van Beek caught Simpson, bowled Crocombe for 29. That came from 40 deliveries in a 57-minute stay at the crease and included 4 fours. Crocombe then from the Kirkstall lane end, making his way in once more, short leg in place. Jack White played that quite nicely, but unfortunately for him, straight to short third man.
You've got a chest guard on as well, I think.
Maybe.
Stepping away, giving him some room to just carve it through that offside. Short leg in place, ready and waiting, just in case he decides to follow him with that bumper. He spoons it up in the air.
Comes again, and White just playing forward. Doesn't get his front foot right across there, but watched it well enough onto the bat. Jai Richardson feels the need to wander down and have a word at this point.
Just needs to get through this delivery. I say I won't mind. So we've seen Jai open up. Then it's over. Said no single. Try getting behind it if you can. As that cover fielder comes in to a leg gully. Suggests it's going to be a shorter ball.
And dropped out into the offside by White and sent back. There was an easy single there, but Jai Richardson told him to decline it. Really, I'm not running. So end of the over, 495 for 9. Still 21 overs remaining in the day. Yorkshire 7 behind.
They're really buoyed if they can take any kind of lead into the second innings. Same for Sussex as well. I don't know if it's going to be Coles again, is it? I think it is. So you'll probably see the field spread. Right now trying to tempt Jai to a big shot. He's going to target the side, needs to target that short leg side boundary.
Yeah, so field-wise, Ollie Robinson has dropped himself out further than he was in the previous over when he didn't manage to take that catch. In fact, he's going just about all the way at long on. He's sent long off all the way. That's Jack Carson. There's a sweeper out of cover all the way. There's a man at backward point on the one, a man at extra cover on the one, straight mid-wicket on the one, a slip, deep backward square on the boundary edge, a mid-wicket on the boundary edge. That's the fielding setup, and a straight mid-wicket. First ball was a dot, just cut into the deck by Richardson. And Coles has just asked Crocombe to drop 5 or 6 yards further back as Richardson gets his hands through this one and lofts it away into the leg side. Didn't get a brilliant contact on it.
Yeah.
But he got enough power behind it, didn't he, to get it away through cow corner for 4.
He did, yeah. I think at this stage, I think you do need to have a cow corner. I think he's going out now, but I think he's definitely going to target that shorter side. I think it needs to be dealing in even numbers, 2, 4 or 6 right now.
499 for 9. 3-run deficit as straight mid-wicket is now moved out all the way to cow corner. It's probably only 2 or 3 yards in from the boundary edge. So Richardson gets a short ball from Coles, goes back foot, plays it out to the incoming square sweeper. The applause is for another 50 for Yorkshire, taking him to 500. That last 50, though, has been ponderous compared to the 2 that came before it. 80 balls. The 9th and the 8th came from 55 and 57 balls, respectively. So things have slowed up again. They're still scoring at just under 3.7. And they have got a bit of time on day 3, if and when they lose this final wicket. Just the 2 behind. Jack White then. He's got 3 potential balls to face. They've brought in a man straight to the left-handed Jack. And he's just fielded the ball just off the cut strip at a short mid-on. Long on is out most of the way. Long off is a little bit closer. Ollie Robinson. White pushes forward to said Sussex captain. Let's see, bobble towards him, no run. There's also a man out Cow corner a bit squarer than that, or mid-wicket. Who's 10 yards in from the boundary as Coles bowls over the wicket, and White drives square on the offside and picks up 4. Yorkshire have a lead, albeit a slim one of just the 2 runs. Huge applause for Jack White with the boundary.
Yeah, just got his line all wrong there, Coles. Bit of a gift. Even for a number 11, Jack White just pushed it in a bit quicker and wider outside the off stump. White to free his arms. Beautiful shot. With a fantastic applause as well. Only second to the round of applause that Joe Root got today as he came out to bat.
20 overs remaining in the day. Yorkshire 504 for 9 now. And we have some form of insect sticking to the outside of the commentary box window. How's your insect knowledge, Liam?
I don't know, but it looks like something off Jumanji, that.
Here's Crocombe, Kirksall lane end short, and Richardson's got underneath it, lobbed it out towards Cow corner. They're not going to bother taking a run. There wasn't a 2 on. Charlie Tier would have cut that off, so they decided to stay put. So Richardson might have said to Jack White, if you want to take the spin, maybe I'll take the pace. Who knows? Or he might have just said, leave it all to me. Short ball, Richardson right in behind it and blocks. So the field has dispersed. No slip in place now. There's a very fine third man at round about the angle of a first slip, plus another third man wider than that, in a more orthodox position. Cover is on the boundary edge. Long off and long on, or a long way out, not quite boundary though. Crocombe's gone short again, through to the gloves of Simpson as Richardson pulls the bat underneath it. There's a fine leg as well as a long leg. Fine leg is on the boundary, long leg's probably 15 metres in. Square leg is 5 yards or so in front of square, and he'd be 15 metres in from the boundary. So too, Cow corner more like 20 metres in. Crocombe in again. Richardson deflects this off the hip down towards long leg. Tom Haynes is the fielder. They pick up 1. .505 for 9. Richardson taps his bat in and then skips back down the pitch for another quick word in the shell-like of Jack White. Come in search of a 4th wicket here in his 23rd over. We got the scalps of Sam Whiteman, Joe Root, and most recently Logan van Beek. Crocombe is in, nicely played by White, drives that through extra cover. It's a lovely shot for none because they decide to stay put. Tom Haynes doing the fielding. Just the one to come in this 137th over of the day. Crocombe round the wicket, short, and White with an exaggerated leave. So the lead is 3. Sun is out at the moment, not bright though, so maybe a little bit of cloud haze. Can't see away to the right around the commentary box wall. There are a few wispy clouds up overhead, but it's still been a beautiful day for playing and watching cricket.
I think it makes sense if Yorkshire can have a crack at some point, which I know they will. I just think conditions now, cloud coming over, the ball is still doing a little bit. So I saw one there from Crocombe which nipping away. I think, I say Yorkshire, I fancy the sense to nick a couple out tonight. Sussex been in the field for just over a day. So done a lot of yards above, done a lot of overs.
Yes, Coles left arm round to Richardson, who's going to get 4. Nicely played. Coles just dragging it down, and Richardson quickly onto that and flicking it away off his legs. Lovely leg glance. 33 now to Jai Richardson. On 55 deliveries, he's batted for more than an hour.
It's fine. When he's fired it in a little bit quicker, that his line's just strayed a little bit. Sometimes he's been a bit too short and wide. And other times there he's just gone a little bit too straight, drifting down the leg side, and easy for Richardson just to work that away for 4 runs.
It's Coles again. A little straighter this time and defended by Richardson.
Just load that one up a little bit. I think if he gets any flight here, goes a little bit above Richardson's eye line, he's going to try to take that short leg side boundary on with a slog sweep.
Golden again. Richardson defending again.
Just waiting for that delivery. I won't mind maybe if they do get the chance at White, if bringing another seamer on, potentially, if he's on strike.
And he comes once more. That's turned out into the leg side by Richardson, who's going to skip through for an easy 1. So 5 off the over so far, and he's going to leave Jack White with 2 possible deliveries to face.
Go as slow as I possibly can here. See if you can try lure him in to a big shot.
Coles over the wicket. White just props forward and Simpson out from behind the stumps to field. Coles at the Howard stand end. Bowling the final ball of the over. White turns into the leg side, thinks about 1, but Richardson says not on your Nelly. 510 for 9 after 138. And the Yorkshire lead just 8 at this moment in time. But they've done well to get there. There was that scoreboard pressure in the first instance, with Sussex having put 502 on the board. That just the spectre of having that score to face down when you're out there in the middle. For a long time it seemed a long way off.
Yeah, I think they've done well to get to this point, especially when they lost wickets at like crucial points. Every time they put a little bit of a partnership together, they lost a wicket. There's changing the bowling now as Carson's coming back into the attack. It'll be a test of Richardson's resolve here. Hitting out to that long boundary as all the fielders disperse onto the leg side boundary. We have got a leg slip and a normal slip. Just kind of 3/4. We've got a long off, deep cover, backward point who's gone to the boundary. Mid wicket that's 3/4 of the way. So I think Richardson can get hold of this.
So in comes Carson in this change of bowling, and that's turned square on the leg side by Richardson. Everybody barring keeper and a couple of slips, a leg slip and an orthodox slip. Everybody else is out in the distance around LS6. Trying to give Richardson the 1, or maybe get him out. Bit of attack and a bit of defence. He's gone back foot here and cut. It bobbles its way over the matting. Out to Jack Leaning coming in from the cover boundary, no run. Carson in again over the wicket, turned backward of square by Richardson, and there is no run. So not appearing to be in a rush here, Yorkshire, are they, with this 1 wicket left? It's not a case of, as sometimes is the case, the batter of the 2 just having a go and trying to whack a few cheeky ones late on. They're still running this around, and they've obviously got a plan of sorts in that Richardson's going to take the predominance of the run of the bowling, but he's not particularly trying to run the ball around and score lots of runs. He's just waiting for the bad ball, as he did in the previous over, and put it away for a boundary if he can. Turn another one into the leg side there.
Do you feel like this is going to win the game though, Dodge? You're just eating time out of it potentially if you're not really pushing the scoreboard along at a decent rate?
Well, it's reducing your chances in that respect, isn't it? Here's Crocombe. Carson, I should say. And that's
Hit to Crocombe.
punched down the ground to Crocombe at long on. 1 run. Richardson moving on to 35, 511 for 9. A lead of 9 runs. Carson just switches. He's going to bowl this final ball of the over from round the wicket. 2 orthodox slips and a short leg now to accompany Jack White, who's facing us from the Howard stand end of the ground. Carson wide on the crease, and White with a stout defensive push into the offside. End of the over then.
Interested to see what the tactics are here. So Yorkshire's trying to eat out of the time, out of the games, just to make sure that they can't lose it. So maybe push on if they could get like 30 or 40 in front. Good. Say 12 overs tonight at Sussex batters. So I think the last thing they want now is the Sussex batters to come out for a bit of a period of time to having to face that new ball under clouds, a little bit darker. Maybe fresher legs in that Yorkshire changing room.
As Richardson defends this first ball of James Coles' 31st over, 2 for 138 for James. Coles round the wicket. Ooh, Richardson goes back to cut and loses his wicket. Not sure if that bowled him or if he chopped it on. Either way, the bails are off and he's off. He's legging it off the field along with Jack White, because they're going to be bowling very shortly. And Yorkshire all out for 511. Richardson bowled Coles for 35. Jack White not out on 4. 511 all out with a lead then of 9 runs. And they've got, well, they're going to have about 13, 14 overs at the end of the day to try and inflict some damage on the Sussex top order.
Yeah, he just gone back there to one that probably kept a little bit low. Bottom edge onto the stumps. All felt a bit of a tame finish, that. Yeah. Not there from Richardson, 35. Sure. Edging to the lead slightly. So now these players are walking off. I'm sure the Yorkshire bowlers will be buoyed. New ball in hand. I'll probably see a couple of some Jai Richardson will be looking to bowl a little bit better than he did on that first day. So if he could get Yorkshire on the board with a wicket or 2. So you might see a couple of overs bursts from each bowler. 3 apiece potentially. As Yorkshire bowled out 139.2 overs with a score at 511.
Yeah, I mean, in context, that'll do them some good at least, because they've actually batted long for the first time this season and come up with a total of some magnitude for the first time this season. Picked up some batting points and got some much-needed time out in the middle, Liam.
Yeah, do the batters a world of good. Some decent scores on the board there. Batters 100 for Finlay Bean, 100 for Whiteman, and 96 for Joe Root. Came agonisingly close with the Yorkshire century. Got a good delivery. Jai Richardson showed that he's much better than a number 10 there.
Yep, so Richardson bowled Coles 35 off 65 deliveries in 70 minutes, 4 fours. Jack White not out 4 from 12 deliveries in 19 minutes. And it was a 4 that he scored those runs from, a boundary. Extras, 6 byes, 5 leg byes, 4 no balls. A total of 15 of those in that 511 all out. Ollie Robinson, 20 overs, 2 maidens, none for 61. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 25 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 78. Tom Haynes, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 34. Henry Crocombe, 23 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 107. Tom Price, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 20, and hasn't taken part barring the first 2 balls of day 3. Hopefully he is on the mend. Jack Carson, 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. James Coles, 30.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 138. And Tom Clark, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 25. They're having a breather, so will we. Back in a few minutes.
John Purcell and Ian Richard.
Welcome back from Headingley, where Yorkshire have a huge lead of 9 going into the Sussex second innings, which is about to get underway. Tom Haynes, number 20, Daniel Hughes, number 89, making their way out to the middle. And Yorkshire in a huddle at the moment. Umpires will have swapped ends, so Van Debenham down at this coastal lane end of the ground. And Tom Longley, who's just throwing the bowling disc some way behind him. He's at the Howard stand end. Sunshine still prevalent, but feels a bit more hazy out there. It's maybe not as warm this evening as it was at this point yesterday, but it's still been a lovely day to watch cricket. And I dare say to play it out there as well. John Sadler and Mick Lewis, Yorkshire batting and bowling coach respectively, coming off with a bit of kit beneath us. Johnny Bairstow has gone straight to Jai Richardson. Let's see if he can produce a good spell of bowling, because way below his best in the first innings, of course. Yorkshire supporters crossing their fingers that they're not already going to be 50, 60, 70 without loss Sussex in these last few overs of the day. Possibly more than that with 14 to go. That's what it is. So here's Richardson. Kirk still lane end. 3 slips in place. And Haynes blocking solidly to that first delivery. Jack White is in the distance with his white floppy hat on. He's going to open from the Howard stand end.
He's certainly got a spring in his step, hasn't he, Richardson? I feel he's got a little bit to prove here. Is he just feeling his right shoulder, actually? He wanders back to his mark. He does bowl at a decent lick, doesn't he?
Yeah. And he comes then. Bowls it now. And straight, flicked off the legs nicely by Haynes, but straight to Logan Van Beek, who's 5 or 6 yards in front of square on the one. Did the fielding. The slips line up as usual. For this match at least, with Finley being keeping, with Joe Root at first, Adam Lyth at second and George Hill at third. Don Bess has gone in at point. They've immediately stuck a sweeper out at cover, Matthew Revis. And Sam Whiteman at mid-on, Johnny Bairstow at mid-off, and it's looked like it might be Whiteman coming into play there with that defensive push. It was actually Van Beek who came around to field. He's also doing a few looseners with his legs.
I just feel that Sussex are on a slight hiding to nothing here in these, what have we got, 14 overs. What they don't want to lose is, lose a couple of 3 wickets here. It's a really important part of the match.
Yeah, no ball there, I think. A couple have gone on the board. Richardson. Ooh, short ball. And Haynes with a bit of limbo to get underneath it. Tom Haynes, first innings, made 64.
Johnny Bairstow in deep conversation with Daniel Hughes there. What do you think that's about?
Just Johnny, he likes to have a chat. Very sociable. Here's Richardson then, making his way in once again over the wicket, and that one is the first run off the bat, round about hip height, work down to Jack White at fine leg by Haynes. 3 without loss.
I sort of feel that if Sussex can negotiate these 14 overs and go in a worst one down, then the game is very much heading towards a draw. Of course, you never know, because it could get a cluster of wickets going down tomorrow morning. But Sussex, his real heads down here. This is going to be a tough hour for Sussex. They need to really guts this out.
Here comes Richardson. And that is played out towards gully by Daniel Hughes. No run.
Another no ball. 2 in the over.
So 5 without loss. Richardson then turns again. Taking a while to get through this first over. A straight ball. Hughes right in behind it. Are you wondering if it's the 1740 from the Faroe Islands? Just asking.
Is it predominantly European flights, or do you get any long haul out of Leeds Bradford?
No, European really. Here comes Richardson, and then he's played out into the offside by Hughes. He did finally get through the over then, a couple of no balls within. And so 5 without loss after that opening Jai Richardson over, just 1 from the bat. Revis skips down and has a word with the Aussie as he makes his way off into the outfield, and we're going to see Jack White open from the Howard stand end.
Well, he was the pick of the bowlers, wasn't he, in the first innings, and caused problems. And as I say, it just feels like a very tricky period here for Sussex. Listening to live cricket here on the BBC, Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doige. If you're just joining us for the first time today, well, we were treated to a masterclass from Joe Root today. He made 96, a century. He looked as certain as anything else today until he was caught behind by bowling of Henry Crocombe for 96. George Hill making 50. Yorkshire eventually out for 511, leading by 9. Sussex got an awkward 14 overs to face tonight, as in comes White from the Howard stand-in, bowls to Haynes, who's wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out onto the offside. There is no run. 3 wickets for Henry Crocombe, 3 for James Coles, 1 for Hudson Prentice, 1 for Tom Haynes and 1 for Jack Carson. Sussex have been out in the field for a long 139 overs, and I think the last thing they'd have wanted was to face a dozen overs tonight. The weather forecast here tomorrow is not as plain sailing as it has been for the last few days. Possibility of a bit of rain around and some showers, which could aid the bowlers. So although this, on the face of it, maybe looks like a draw, there could be a lot of cricket to be played. As it comes White around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes stretches forward and punches that to mid-off. And there is no run. So 2 centurions in the Yorkshire total. Finley B made 105. He was on 101 overnight, but eventually he was LBW to Finn Hudson Prentice. And then Sam Whiteman, who went to his century with a huge 6 straight down the ground off James Coles, was then out in the next over for 101. One piece of bad news for Sussex was an injury to Tom Price. More of that in a moment, as in comes White, and bowls played to mid-off by Haynes, and there is no run. So in the very opening over of the morning, the ball was played by Whiteman down to fine leg. Price running around the boundary edge, looked an innocuous pick up and throw in, but he seemed to stumble and went over on his ankle. And really did look in a lot of discomfort. The physios came racing on. Now, he was eventually helped from the field. In fact, as he walked beneath us here in the commentary box back into the dressing room, he was walking unaided, but he did look to be in a good deal of discomfort. Now, the word from the Sussex dressing room, as in comes White, around the wicket, bowls, Haynes defends down onto the onside, and there is no run, is that the ankle is being iced, and they'll obviously wait and see. I would imagine I don't think he'll take any further part today, clearly not, or we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But Sussex haven't asked for an injury replacement at this stage, and I would imagine that's because if they do, you can't play for 8 days, and Sussex have another game at the Oval on Friday, and Tom Price has been an integral part of this good start to the season for Sussex, so I'll imagine they'll want to assess it before any decision is made. In comes White around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, and Haynes again is forward and plays calmly and pleasantly to mid-off, and there is no run. There are 3 slips, a gully, point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Matthew Revis just down in front of us. There's been a decent enough crowd today, and it's been a good day's cricket, with Yorkshire beginning the day on 192 for 1. So over 300 runs. We've had 9 wickets, which is more wickets on the other days. As comes White again around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes plays this through the mid-wicket area. They've taken 1, they'll come back for a couple. In fact, they might even get 3 here. There have been too many 3s on the ground this week, but they are going to pick up 3 as Whiteman chases back. And Tom Haynes goes to 4. Sussex die without loss, which means the arrears are almost wiped out. Sussex in arrears by 1 run here on 5 Sports Extra. Adrian Harms and Jonathan Doidge on commentary duties.
Yeah, and apparently Sports Extra listeners last with us when Joe Root was in the 90s. Well, he got as far as 96 from 127 deliveries. And just had a little nibble at one that bounced on him a bit from Henry Crocombe and was caught behind by John Simpson. 12 fours included in that innings. That was around about 3:15. Since then, Yorkshire, well, they lost their last 4 wickets. Were bowled out for 511. I'll go through those in a moment, because Jai Richardson is bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end to Tom Haynes. Good delivery this time.
That was a good delivery.
Push at that. Applause from the home support. I might be a bit relieved to see a good delivery from Jai Richardson, because there weren't too many first up. So Dom Best made it to 22. He got what looked a poor decision, I've got to say, by umpire Ben Debenham. They all make mistakes from time to time, and quite a big inside edge onto his pad, but he was giving out LBW to Tom Haynes for 22 from 19 deliveries. He might be in a bit of bother. We're only speculating there, but he did stand and look at his bat and kept on doing so as he trudged off the field. So we'll keep an eye on that one, as there's a nice glance off his legs. In fact, so nice a glance off his legs by Tom Haynes. He's picked up 4. That really did gather pace on its way towards the boundary, and Jack White was round to try and field. Dive full length down at long leg, but couldn't really in. So Richardson conceding a boundary. The 8th wicket, that was George Hill, who played really well. He looks confident again this season. George, he had a bit of crisis of confidence really over the last 2 or 3 years, but 50 off 57, and then just after then getting that 50, he chipped one. It didn't quite get over the top of it as he would have wanted, or maybe didn't quite get the power behind it as he might have wanted to loft it over the fielder. And Tom Clark took a brilliant diving catch at straight mid-wicket to his left to see the back of Hill for 50. And that was a single, by the way, as I was speaking to Tom Haynes, just turned one into the leg side. So they got to tee at 4:57 for 8, and then Logan van Beek, next man to go, he got to 29 before he was caught by Simpson behind off Henry Crocombe. Again, he didn't appear to like the decision. It went past the inside edge and maybe hit his elbow rather than the bat, but the finger was raised. Still good delivery here, got him! Jai Richardson has his first wicket of the match with his 10th delivery. And Sussex have lost their first in the second innings with just a 4-run lead, because Daniel Hughes has been bowled by Jai without scoring. 13 for 1.
Well, I think Jonathan, this was always the danger for Sussex, having been out in the field for a long, long time. And I think Yorkshire will be delighted to have sort of a dozen overs here at Sussex. And this is now a really awkward time for Sussex. Tom Clark, next man coming in, he's on a pair. And
just looking at the delivery again, Harmsy, it's just gone straight through the gate.
Yes, it has. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, actually,
too late on it, really, wasn't he?
Just before that delivery, I was just going to say, Richardson continuing to be expensive. Yeah, has gone straight through the. I think he's beaten for pace then, Doidge. I mean, he has bowled quickly throughout the match. It's just that his line and length have been somewhat lacking, Richardson. But Sussex need to be really careful here, having piled up that massive first innings score. What they won't want to lose is lose 2 or 3 wickets here before the close. We were saying there's not quite the blue sky that we've had over the past 3 days forecast for tomorrow. Proper conditions suggesting they could well favour the bowlers. And Yorkshire will feel cock-a-hoop here. We've still got another 11 overs to be bowled after this one tonight. The sun has pretty much disappeared. There's almost total cloud cover. It's high cloud cover, and I'm sure we'll get through the overs. But I think this is a time, Jonathan, when you'd far rather be bowling than batting, probably for the first time in the match.
Yes.
And Richardson with his tail up here.
He's not sort of hooping around cloud cover, is it? But it is
Even so.
Some cloud cover, yeah. So yeah, Tom Clark out there in the middle to face his first delivery.
On a pair.
And on a pair. Comes Richardson then. Over the wicket. It's a solid defensive push by Clark. Means that he survived his first delivery at least. No golden duck for the second part of a pair. But he's yet to get off the mark. Back to the update. So I mentioned Van Beek out for 29. Last man to go was Jai Richardson, who was bowled by James Coles, a ball that looked like it might have kept a little bit low. He got 35 from 65 deliveries. Jack White was not out for 15 extras. I'll give you the bowling figures as well for those who've not already heard them. As Richardson in again, and that's defended by Clark to complete the third over at 13 for 1. And applause for Richardson. There wasn't, as I say, much of that in the first innings, but he's got going here, and that might just do his confidence a world of good after what we saw in the first innings. He's a test bowler after all. Ollie Robinson, none for 61 off 20. Finn Hudson-Prentice, 2 for 78 from 25. Tom Haynes, 1 for 34 from 16. Henry Crocombe, 3 for 107 off 23. Tom Price, 5 overs for 20, and he's only seen 2 balls today because he got injured second ball of the day in the field. Jack Carson, 13 overs, 1 for 37. James Coles, 30.2 overs, 3 for 138. And Tom Clark, 7 overs for 25. There weren't loads of maidens, were there, bowled at Harmsley? To say they were out there for 139.2 overs in the field, 6, 9, 11, 12, 14 maidens out of 139 overs bowled by Sussex.
Jack White from the Howard stand end comes in and bowls to Haynes, who's forward, plays that into the gully. There is no run. 3 slips a gully. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And those spectators have been royally entertained today. We've seen 10 wickets go down. On the first day there were, just 6 wickets went down. Yesterday we saw 5. But there's been runs and wickets, and we saw a Joe Root masterclass, really. He just didn't look in any trouble at all, batted beautifully for his 96, and there was a hush around Headingley when he was out. 4 short of his 100. In comes White, bowls, and Haynes is back and playing onto the onside, and there is no run. Just elsewhere in the county championship, for listeners joining us all the time on Sports Extra, 1 result today already, and Kent's miserable start to the season continues. Bowled out for 249 in their second innings to lose by an innings and 2 runs, and Zach Crawley yet again missing out with the bat. He made just 31. Elsewhere in the second division, Lancashire have recovered to 259 for 9, leading Durham by 334. In comes White, bowls. Haynes plays through the offside and picks up a single into the covers. He goes into double figures onto 10. Sussex 14 for 1. There was a deficit of 9 on first innings, so effectively Sussex now 5 for 1. Runs therefore Paul Coughlin, formerly of Durham, who's 99 not out at the moment. Derby in the second division, Derbyshire 100 for 2, still trailing Gloucestershire by 117 on first innings. In the first division, Leicestershire 487 for 5 against Glamorgan in Cardiff, leading by 47. Johnny Tattersall, 80 not out. Sure he's enjoying that down at Cardiff today, former Yorkshire player. Notts 281 for 3 against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge, leading by 101 as in comes White. Bowls, and Clark edges that a little, fortunately, I have to say, down to fine leg, but that'll make Tom feel a lot better as he gets himself off the dreaded pair. And Sussex go to 18 for 1. Century there for Asif Hamid. Ben Duckett making 93. Could be a good day's cricket at Nottingham tomorrow. But the Oval Essex 7 without loss in their second innings, trailing Surrey by 56. Century there for Surrey for Darren Lawrence. He made 125. So you're right up to date with all the cricketers. Jack White comes in towards us from the football stand-in. Bowls to Clark, who's forward, plays to mid-on. There is no run.
Yeah, they've got Don Bess in at leg slip here, Harmsy, and obviously that 4 from Tom Clark that you just said was a little precarious. If he's going to get across and flick it that way, he could be in danger. Got away with that one, but the field that Jack has set here, or that Johnny has set for Jack, whichever way around it is, clearly an attacking one as you'd expect, but also one where you'd expect him to be bowling at the 3 poles to try and bring outside and inside edge into play.
White round the wicket bowls. Clark is beaten outside the off stump. There's a howl from the slip cordon. In a minute, the Yorkshire tails are up. Sussex 18 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 13, but the important statistic as far as Sussex are concerned is there another 10 overs to be bowled tonight. The light, well, it's probably the worst light we've had in the match. It's still perfectly playable, but we could well get some floodlights on here. We'll have to wait and see. If you're listening to us on 5 Sports Extra, Adrian Harms, Jonathan Doidge on commentary, and it could be a very eventful last 10 overs here at Headingley.
He is a good bowler, isn't he, Jack White? 34 years of age. He's only played 50 first-class matches, came late to first-class cricket. Didn't make his debut until 2020. Richardson bowling now, though, from the Kirkstall lane end, and Haynes defends into the offside Bairstow fields. No run. But yeah, made his debut for Northants against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in a match that began on the 1st of August 2020, so COVID year. So you don't often see that, do you?
No.
People in their mid-20s making the first-class debut. Don't know why he bypassed people's attentions. He's played national counties, minor counties, we used to call it, cricket for Cheshire and Cumberland. As behind that one solidly was Haynes defending Richardson's delivery. But he really has blossomed with age. And averages just under 25 with the ball. 160 first-class wickets. The way he started this season, then 200 well within reach in the campaign if he stays injury-free. Just talking to his dad downstairs earlier, he's not had many of those in his first-class career so far. As Richardson bowls, that was fairly sharp and thuds into the pad of Tom Haynes, who couldn't get the bat there quickly enough. So just some signs that Richardson is beginning to get the radar right and could cause some problems for Sussex. And as Harmsy says, while it's not bad light, the sun away somewhere over beyond the Western Terrace is behind cloud. We are on the cusp of 6 o'clock. Could be a challenge in this last 9 overs and few balls that remain today. Richardson in again, straight again, and Haynes just drops that into the leg side. Fielded there by Sam Whiteman. Buoyed by the ton that he scored in Yorkshire's innings.
Which he brought up in terrific style, didn't he? Drilling the ball down the ground for 6.
Yeah, lovely lofted drive down into the Howard stand. 95 to 101, and then promptly got out shortly after. Richardson comes round the wicket now, and that's a nice shot by Haynes, who really is just doing not much more than timing a defensive push. It's made Johnny Bairstow run probably about 60 yards further than he wanted to, and they've got through for 3. Bairstow pulling that ball in a yard or so short of the boundary. We saw him with his child, didn't we, earlier on? Side of the pitch on the streaming coverage. Toddling around, not Johnny, obviously.
And not keeping because of this thumb injury that he's got.
So fracture of the thumb, which happened in the first session of the season down at Cardiff. It didn't start until late in the day, and before the end of the day, he'd got that injury, and of course has been well recorded, substituted, with Will Luxton coming in for him that day, and Finlay being keeping, and he's been doing that throughout this match as well. And that is by selection rather than by default, as was in that first match of the season. Richardson's latest delivery dropped into the leg side by Clark, fielded by Van Beek, no run. Anthony McGrath said after that game should be fine for this match, because of course it was substituted out, so wasn't going to play against Hampshire. Then they had a week off. And while I think it's on the mend, it's just not mended well enough for Johnny to be confident that if he's taking ball after ball behind the stumps, he might not do it further damage. So that's why he's not keeping air precaution. He's just fielding instead, and he just fielded that ball, final one of the over, that was pushed his way by Tom Clark. So 23 for 1. Finlay Bean has done a tremendous job, not only with the gloves. There's just one hole you could pick, I guess, in his performance in the Sussex first innings, Harmsy, and that was where he shuffled slightly to his left to a ball that was edged between he and Joe Root at first slip, and it went for 4. Really was the keeper's to get his hand on. He got his hand to a couple of others that he made into half chances. Couldn't hold on, but you wouldn't knock him for either of those. Obviously, he was out there all the way through the Sussex innings with the gloves on, and then got 105.
Jack White is going to come in from the Howard stand here at Headingley, which is the old football stand end. As in comes White, bowls, he beats Haynes outside of the off stump. Haynes wanders away to square leg, taken low down by keeper Bean. And Sussex can't wait for these next 8 overs and 5 balls to go, because these are testing times for Sussex. They've already lost 1 wicket. Daniel Hughes bowled by Joe Richardson without scoring. Sussex with a lead of just 14 at the moment. Notice there's been a declaration up at Durham for Lancashire, finishing 260 for 9. Paul Coughlin making 100 against his former county. And they were in all sorts of trouble in that game. Lancashire at one stage, they were 72 for 6. So some recovery is. Comes White around the wicket, bowls, and stretching forward is Haynes, plays to mid-off to Bairstow, and there is no run. So in that game, Durham have been set to win 336. If the weather holds, be a good finish up at Durham tomorrow. Plenty of cricket still to be played at Derby. Derby's 106 for 3, trailing Gloucestershire by 111. Gloucestershire have had a poor start to the season, but they'll fancy their chances of winning their first game tomorrow at Derby. 3 slips in place, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And it just feels tense. Doigears, in comes White around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. Tom Haynes, he likes to play an attacking role at the top of the order. He certainly did that on the first morning, where he made 64 in very quick time. With that 64, 15 of them, sorry, there were 15 boundaries. And he was disappointed to be given out on the stroke of lunch to the off-spin of Don Bess. But he's having to play a very different innings here. Still 8 overs remaining after this one. White wheels around at the far end of the ground. And on his way past umpire Lungley, he's in on bowls, and Haynes again is forward defensively. What is interesting here, you talk about Jack White being a good bowler, Doige. I mean, you talk about with the new ball, the emphasis is to make the batter play at everything, and he's had to play every single delivery in this over. There's no respite.
No. Yeah, he does keep asking questions. Just hits the seam very often, so as a batter, you must always be ever so slightly guessing which way it might go. You'll be able to obviously see what the hand is doing, Tom Haynes.
White in again, bowls. Haynes does play a more attacking shot on this occasion, but he's rather cloth added to the offside. And there is no run. For those of you wondering about Joe Root, well, yes, he did bat today, and he got a terrific round of applause as he made his way onto the field at Headingley, and he batted beautifully. And Jonathan was saying during commentary, you'll turn around in a minute and Joe will have 20, which he did, and then he had 30, and he was just nudging the ball around. It just looked, watching it, it didn't look like he was going to get out. It looked like he was sort of in second gear for much of the innings, and it was a real surprise when Henry Crocombe got a bit of extra bounce to Joe Root, and John Simpson snaffled the catch behind, and the ground was absolutely silent as Joe Root walked off. In comes White, bowls, Haynes is forward again and plays defensively to mid-on. From a Sussex perspective, we'll play Tom Haynes because that was a testing over from Jack White at the end of the over, 23 for 1. And you can see the light is not great because for the first time in the match, the green figures on the scoreboard are just starting to stand out a little. We've had beautiful blue skies for the best part of 3 days, but there's a lot more cloud around now. And in the distance, you can just see sort of the red lights on the top of the cranes over the city of Leeds. It's still playable, but as I said, you'd far rather at this stage be bowling than batting.
Yeah, you just reminded me of when you have the eye test and you've got to pick out which you can see more clearly, the green or the red.
Yeah.
Either in my case, as you can tell from the commentaries.
Well,
Richardson.
I wouldn't fancy facing Richardson, that's for sure.
No. In any light, really. He's in now from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's played off the hip by Clark. Square on the leg side. Van Beek, enthusiastically as ever, he's into field. So they've gone with the same setup for this over. Johnny Bairstow is quite tight on the one. I think he's really positioning himself just about on the wicket ends at mid-off. Waiting for the ball as he was there. He's actually going to drop a little bit deeper, but looks like he's really there for a mistimed drive, doesn't it? Mid-off as he closes in on the wicket ends now, walking in. That's turned to leg by Clark. Seems to be timing it quite nicely. But he's only got the 4 on the board so far. That's a boundary.
Well, he made 100 in his first innings of the season, Tom Clark, at Leicester, and that exactly is what he did the first match of last season when he made 100 at Edgbaston, but then his form absolutely fell off a cliff and ended up being dropped for the latter half of the season. And since that 100 at Leicester, he's struggled as Tom Clark, and after that 100 at Leicester, he said, I'm determined that's not going to happen this year, so he'll be desperate to make runs here.
Here's Richardson, and that sees Clark block it again into the leg side. Tom Clark very much the taller of this pair. The two Toms in the middle. The majority of those who came in this morning appear to still be in situ, just down to our left in the north-east stand. Dozen row lower tier and the same on the upper tier. Just as I say that, of course, one gent gets up with his bag over his shoulder and walks out. Probably the commentary again as Richardson's in, and that's solidly blocked by Tom Clark.
Could be a good finish tomorrow at Trent Bridge, Doidge, because Notts have just lost another wicket. They're 287 for 4 now, just leading Warwickshire by 107. So it could be a really good finish at Trent Bridge. A number of good finishes around the country tomorrow. There, Durham.
Champion side, it's the same in all sports, isn't it? Everybody wants to beat the champions,
yeah,
knock
for
them
sure.
off the perch.
Yep.
Maybe throw in a couple of % extra in the performance. Sussex lead by 14 here, and they've lost a second innings wicket. They're 23 for 1 as Clark cuts his latest Richardson delivery. It's fielded by Matthew Revis out at point. I don't think we're going to be seeing Rev bowl again in this match. His injury clearly isn't that bad in the sense that he's out there fielding, and he batted, of course, got 42, but felt something, I think, in the back while bowling just the 2 overs in the Sussex first innings. Did have some treatment off the field. I think precautionary, they're going to not bowl him again.
Good taken.
As Richardson has bowled a no ball down the leg side. It was a good take by Finlay Bean, but Yorkshire still going to concede a couple of runs there. And having bowled it, Richardson is now switching back to over the wicket. So 25 for 1, already 4 no balls from Jai. 8 conceded. Yeah, and he comes striding in then. Past umpire Debenham. Clark over the top of that, plays it out to point once again to complete the over at 25 for 1, a 16-run lead now for Sussex.
I'll do one more over and I'll wait for Liam Thomas. Or is it you that's going, Georgie?
Doesn't matter. You go.
No, it's fine. I don't mind. It's. I wonder if we're going to get a change of bowling here. No, it's still going to be Jack White. Just some pads have been brought out, so I think we're going to have a short leg in place here. Listening to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harm, Jonathan Doige on commentary. Into the dying 7 overs of what's been an absorbing day's cricket. And Sussex desperate to hang on to these. Get these 7 overs out the way. 25 for 1, a deficit of 9 runs on the first innings. So effectively Sussex here 16 for 1. But in light that's not great. Bit of cloud cover around. Richardson bowling at the speed of light. And Jack White asking lots of questions. This isn't easy for Sussex as White comes running in from the Howard stand end of the ground. Around the wicket comes in and bowls, and Haynes drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. Doige is gone, and Liam Thomas from England disability cricketer back with us. This is tense stuff, Liam.
Yeah, it's a tricky time to be batting. I wouldn't want to be a Sussex batter going out there now. It's a difficult period. Cloud cover. It's getting a little bit darker. Yorkshire seem to be up at the minute. A little bit of more energy in that field. Field is making a little bit of noise. Jack White hammering away at a good length.
Comes in around the wicket past umpire Lungley, bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-off. And there is no run. How difficult is it, Liam, when you're an attacking player like Tom Haynes? That's your intent, and I'm sure he's looking as if he can to hammer that one away through the covers for 4, but that comes with an element of risk. So I guess he's really trying to rein himself in here, Tom Haynes.
He doesn't want to go away from what his strengths are. He still needs to be attacking. Like you say, otherwise if he does go into his shell, you're looking to survive instead of looking to score, then obviously there's going to be a ball with your name on it, but like you say, he just needs to keep batting, say ball by ball, stay in the moment. Like you say, it is difficult out there, and like I say, the fielders seem to be squeezing a little bit tighter, runs seem a little bit harder to come by.
White again, 3 slips go down. Around the wicket bowls to Haynes, who stretches forward and plays to mid-on. But again, Jack White making Tom Haynes play at every delivery here. I just noticed before that delivery that Adam Lyth ran from second slip up to Johnny Bairstow at mid-off and had a chat with him, and presumably some sort of a discussion about a potential field change. No, nothing happened, but giving Bairstow something to ponder at mid-off. Johnny Bairstow contributed 6 today before he was bowled by James Coles, who picked up 3 wickets for Sussex.
6 overs remaining, and maybe have a look at Hill from this end, potentially, I say.
Well, I wondered that. Well, it might suit him, sort of wobbling the ball around. In comes White. Bowls. Haynes again stretches forward and plays defensively into. In fact, just as you right on cue, is that warming up at backward point? Just wait for him to turn around.
That's Don Bess.
Okay, I don't think we're going to see Don Bess. I'd be very surprised. It was maybe on the naughty step with the match officials. When he was out, he clearly didn't think he was out and stood for a long, long time.
Well, if you look at the replay, the slip fielder kind of has a hand over his mouth, a little bit of a look of disgust as in how has he given that, to be fair. So maybe had a case, did Don Bess.
Yes, it wasn't a great decision. White in, bowls, Haynes drives again to mid-off, but yet again Jack White asking the question, the ball pitching on a length round about middle and off, drawing Haynes forward, which he does and plays it to Bairstow at mid-off. Plenty of encouragement from I think there is going to be a change in the field, and Adam Lyth, who had suggested that fielding position change, is now wandering out from second slip. He's got the helmet there. Now, Johnny Bairstow is going into a silly mid-off position. In fact, I'm not sure if that's the helmet for... Yes, it is. Adam Lyth is going to go in there. So he's also putting a protector on as well, which is a good idea. He's standing in the middle of the pitch with his trousers sort of half down, his Adam Lyth. He's putting his cap in his pocket, but he's right in the eye line there of Tom Haynes, probably no more than a yard away from the bat.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to target them stumps.
In fact, he's just moved back a little bit now, but he's on the cut strip next to the actual wicket.
Little inside edge onto the pad. He's just trying to nip it back through that gate, catch him LBW or bowled. Then we catch a little inside edge here.
White in, bowls. Haynes is forward. We heard the cry of catch it. But Tom Haynes played that well. Another excellent over from Jack White, who's bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8. Sussex are 25 for 1. Haynes on 13, Clark on 4. You listen to live cricket on the BBC. Adrian Harms and Liam Thomas on commentary. We have got a change of bowling, and, well, how wrong were we? Because I think it is going to be Don Bess who's going to come on to bowl.
I don't think it's a bad shout with 2 left-handers in. So there's a little bit of rough outside that left-hander's stumps. So if you're going to see that where, as you're looking down the pitch now, for those that are listening on the radio, there's a little bit of rough outside the left-handers. Eye line outside off stump.
Well, it looked like he was warming up, didn't he, at backward point, but I think we both thought maybe the more likely bowler was going to be George Hill, who bowled so well in the first innings, picking up 3 for 86 in his 27 overs. But it is going to be the spin of Bess, who just mentally accounted for Tom Haynes in the first innings as well, so maybe there's a bit of psychology going on as well. The field for Bess is an attacking one, as you would expect at this stage of proceedings. 6 overs left in the day. There's a slip and a short leg, a ring of 3 on the offside, 3 on the leg, all saving 1 sweeper on the cover boundaries. Bess is in, bowls, and Clark plays stylishly into the covers off the front foot. Into the covers, fielded by Bairstow, there is no run. 25 for 1, 6 overs remaining in the day. The clock showing 18:16. The green light showing quite brightly now as Bess is in. Round the wicket, bowl, stretching forward is Clark, plays defensively out into the offside. And again, there is no run. 500 up for Leicestershire at Glamorgan, 500 for 5, leading by 60. Johnny Tattersall, 86 not out for Leicestershire, former Yorkshire player. Bess in again, bowls, and Clark back on his stumps. Plays into the vacant gully area. No hint of an attacking shot here from Tom Clark or Tom Haynes. This is all about Sussex getting to the close without losing another wicket.
Yeah, so like Don Bess mixing his pace up here, firing that one a little bit quicker. So slows it up, and then pushes it. Just trying to angle it in
off
a little bit.
Off for bad light at Durham. Durham need 336 to beat Lancashire. In comes Bess. Bowls drilled by Clark down the ground. Bess gets a hand to it, takes the pace off it, and then Richardson tidies up again. There is no run, so it looks like a good finish there tomorrow. In case you missed it, Worcestershire have beaten Kent by an innings and 2 runs down at New Road. That's the first result in this, the 3rd round of matches. 4th round of matches in the County Championship. Another close field, and there's a leg slip, and a silly mid-off surrounding Tom Clark as Bess throws the ball from one hand to another and comes in around the wicket off half a dozen paces. He's in and bowls, and Clark is forward, smothering the spin. Plays it to Adam Lyth, who's fielding there at silly mid-off. And there is no run. There's another change in the field.
I think Johnny Bairstow just taking himself out of the firing line there. That
Yes.
dodgy thump. Don't want to get one nailed at him at extra cover.
No, so he's gone in at leg slip. It looks as if it's Logan Van Beek who's gone into extra cover. Best final ball of the over, in and bowls, and Clark is driving to mid-off, fielded there by Joe Root, who then shines the ball on his trousers. 25 for 1 at the end of the over. 5 overs remaining. So the lead for Sussex is 16. Haynes is on 13. Clark on 4. The man out, Daniel Hughes, who was bowled by a cracking delivery from Jai Richardson without scoring. If you didn't hear about Joe Root today, well, he made 96, an imperious 96. The century looked almost as likely as Nightfaller's Day, really. But he was surprised by one by Henry Crocombe and edged behind to be caught by John Simpson. But it was an innings that showed that Joe Root looks in pretty good nick.
Yeah, I think without being disrespectful to the Sussex bowlers, it was just like he were having a net. At one point, he was just so in control, the way he manipulated the field. He was just playing with ease, really. They got a decent one from Crocombe, just lifted a bit, just caught his outside edge, one bounce a little more than usual. And right on cue, got George Hill coming into the attack like we spoke about. Always looks to make something happen. So he's got a little bit of X factor about him.
He certainly has. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to Haynes, who stretches forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Batted beautifully today, George Hill. He made 50 before getting very well caught by a diving Tom Clark at extra cover off the bowling of Jack Carson. 2 centurions in the Yorkshire side today. Finley Bean, he went through to his 100 last night. He was out for 105, and Sam Whiteman made 101. So Joe Root 96 and George Hill 50. Comes Hill round the wicket, bowls. Ooh, Tom Haynes very nearly edged that through to the keeper. Good delivery by George Hill. This has been excellent bowling by Yorkshire, Liam. They're making Sussex play absolutely everything here.
Yeah, I think in the first innings they were guilty of, say, not backing each other up, but each bowler's coming to the attack so far. Been right on the money, created pressure. Say, drawn some false shots there. Lovely bowling by Hill, angling the ball in, just nipping it away slightly, which is everything you want to be doing as a right-hander, round the wicket to a left-hander. Trying to draw him into play.
Hill again, round the wicket, bowls. Oh, he's beaten for the second time in a row. Just fishing for that outside of the off stump is Tom Haynes. Goes through waist high to Finley Bean. It's been a good pitch this, good carry through to the keeper. Just to say they are off for the day at Durham, so if they get a full day's cricket tomorrow, it could be an excellent day. Durham needing 336 to beat Lancashire after a Lancashire fight back. Paul Coughlin making 100 against his former county.
Don't want to give a release now here, does Hill, just to keep up with this pressure.
He comes. Well, he was on his way in now. I don't know if there's a bit of chatter going on there, but Tom Haynes walked away from the crease. He clearly wasn't ready now. I think Johnny Bairstow was maybe wanting to make a change to the field as the bowler was running in George Hill. So Tom Haynes is quite within his rights to walk away. Now they're bringing in a 4th slip. Matthew Revis coming in. In fact, interesting field. They've got 3 slips in a gully and Bairstow at a backward point position. In comes Hill. Bowls. Wide of the off stump. Haynes has nothing to do with that. Goes through to Bean and there is no run. And Sussex and the supporters will be counting the balls down here. 4 overs and 2 balls to go. If Sussex can survive this.
I just feel like Yorkshire with the pressure might just be able to get another one. Hill had a great start with 4 dot balls here. So he's just getting a little bit of movement through the air and off the pitch. Should draw Haynes into that false shot.
Here comes Hill. Around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who plays it on the bounce into the gully region. There is no run. For those just joining us, Sussex making 502 in their first innings. John Simpson top scoring with 136. His 10th century for Sussex in 31 first-class matches for the county. It's a quite remarkable effort by John Simpson, and in reply, Yorkshire making 511. One sour note for Sussex, an injury to Tom Price, the all-rounder who was injured in the first over of the morning in the outfield, injuring his ankle. In comes Hill, bowls, and Haynes has played it back to George Hill, and a wicket goes down. It's what Yorkshire wanted. It's just what Sussex didn't want, and Tom Haynes is on his way for 13. Yorkshire have got a double breakthrough here. Sussex are 25 for 2. They lead by 16. And this was always the fear for Sussex, coming in to face 14 overs in the gathering gloom here at Headingley. Bit of cloud cover. Both openers now back in the pavilion. And this game has suddenly been blown wide open, Liam.
Yeah, we said that it makes stuff happen, don't we, when he comes into the attack. He's been threatening in that over. So he's gone past the outside edge a couple of times. Just got one there that's angling in. Just don't know if it got stuck in the pitch, got a little bit squared up, did. Just trying to work that to leg, did Haynes. It's got a leading edge, straight back to the bowler. But yeah, Yorkshire will be up. After that, Hill, yeah, follows him, comes and goes to turn it to leg. Just gets a leading edge straight back to George Hill. 25 for 2.
Well, I think we're into night watchman territory here, and unsurprisingly, we're going to see Jack Carson coming out to bat. But Sussex have got a quandary now. We were talking about Tom Price before that delivery, who injured his ankle in the second ball of the day. He just raced around the boundary. He didn't even race. I mean, he was going around the boundary to cut the ball off, seemed to stumble and fall. He looked in a lot of discomfort. Eventually, after some treatment, he hobbled around the boundary edge. He was unaided at that stage, but we understand he'd twisted his ankle. It did look nasty, and the last report from the Sussex dressing room was that it was being iced and they were looking to see how it went. But does that mean he can bat tomorrow? Sussex haven't asked for an injury replacement, quite possibly because that would mean it would count him out of next week's game at the Oval, where you have to have 8 days not playing if you go off as an injury player. So there's all sorts of decisions to be made here for Sussex.
I think you could be right. It could be a case of it might be a little bit too sore to get through this game, but probably looks like it might be okay for the next. So can they just muddle through this to a game that potentially looks like it has a capacity to end in a draw? But yeah, Yorkshire are up at the minute, and they'll be buoyed if they can get another one here before the close of play.
Well, there's 4 overs to go here. 25 for 2. Adrian Harms, Liam Thomas, your commentary team here as Liam Bess is in here at Headingley. Bowls. Tom Clark lets that one go outside the off stump. It's hands on heads. I can only assume that didn't miss the off stump by very much, Liam. Or it could be a bit of kidology going on. There's men clustered around the back. This is what County Championship cricket's all about. It's
Great theatre.
It's hard for it, absolutely. And for those that have come, they've had a wonderful day's cricket. Slip. Silly mid-off. Short leg, all crouched around Tom Clark as Bess is in, bowls. Clark is forward, plays with soft hands to backward point. There is no run. Bess wanders back to his mark. I have to say, I think Yorkshire have bowled very well this evening. They recognise they had an opportunity here and they're going for it as Bess is in and bowls. Clark is forward defensively.
Pushes that one through a little bit quicker there. Like you say, I think in the first innings they didn't have to a great start. They kept offering up too many boundary balls, which released the pressure on the Sussex batsmen. But here they've been relentless. Every single one of them have backed each other up.
Bess again round the wicket in bowls. Turned away from the left-handed Clark. There is now to say off for the day at the Oval. Essex 19 without loss in their second innings, trailing Surrey by 44. Surrey making 472 today. Century there for Dan Lawrence. Bess. In again. Bowls. Clark. Forward. Foot right to the pitch of the ball. Head right over the ball, playing with soft hands. Then wanders away towards square leg. You could almost touch the tension here with a knife. With just 3 overs remaining in the day. Sussex absolutely desperate not to lose another wicket. 25 for 2. Here comes Bess again. Bowls forward comes Clark. Plays on the bounce to silly mid-off. And there is no run. So maiden over to Don Bess. I'm going to take my leave of absence, Jonathan, and I'll leave you with Liam for the final 3 overs of the day. It's tense cricket.
Yeah, there's a bit of tension out there. It's brightened up a little bit, actually, away from the west. Only slightly, but it just feels a little brighter than when I was sitting in the chair 20 minutes ago. We're going to see George Hill, who picked up that most recent wicket of Tom Haynes. And he's bowling from the Howard stand end then. Attacking field around the bat of Jack Carson. First delivery was on the money and asking the batter to play. So 2 slips, Joe Root at first, Don Bess has gone in at second. Logan van Beek is at gully. Matthew Revis at leg slip. Adam Lyth is under the helmet at short leg. Johnny Bairstow has got a helmet on as well and is on. It's coming into silly mid-off, so really putting some pressure on Jack Carson here. If George Hill can nail it with the ball. That one not played with complete comfort by Carson. Revis has to chase it from leg slip down to fine leg to haul it in, and they've got through for 2 leg byes according to umpire Lungley. So 27 for 2.
I feel like a bit of a flat pitch seems to be a bit going on now, Doige. So it seems like there's a little bit more effort from the bowlers. I'd say getting a little bit more out of the pitch.
In comes Hill. Carson right in behind it. And he's okay with that one. So get a bit more air traffic passing through. 2 overs and 3 balls. Yorkshire pressing for a 3rd wicket, and that for them, from the situation they were in at the start of the day, would be a very good day indeed. Having battled away and got themselves a very slender lead, back behind in that respect by 18, but they've picked up 2 wickets. As I say, and a 3rd would be just a little touch of gold for them, wouldn't it, to finish off the day, as Carson defended again.
It's anything worse than having Johnny Bairstow right in front of your eyes when his tails are up, right under your grill.
Yeah, he crouches as in comes George Hill. Carson plays that comfortably enough into the leg side, where Whiteman picks it up and fires it back into the gloves of Finley Bean. But they just haven't had many on-top moments in the season so far, Yorkshire, have they? Where they've been the side applying pressure to the opposition. They've been getting themselves out of holes or trying to do so. They couldn't manage to do that against Hampshire. We're chasing it to some extent against Glamorgan. Here's Hill. Carson turns that to the onside, and Whiteman again fails to complete over number 12 at 27 for 2. But this is just a little spell where they are now able to ask some questions when they're in a much better position in the match. Definitely can't say it's a winning position by any stretch of the imagination at this stage, but they could be, they can pick up another one here, pushing themselves into that sort of mindset for tomorrow. May even be there now. 12 balls to go. Been much better with the ball. They've kept it tight. 2.25 the run rate. Not that Sussex are particularly trying to score at the moment. They're trying to survive without further loss. A slip, silly mid off, short leg in place as Don Bess bowls, and Carson drops that out into the offside. Clark, I should say, and there's no run. Been out there a while now. 43 minutes Tom Clark, 27 balls he's faced. Beautiful straight blade as he strides down the pitch to block this latest best delivery.
Fire that through a little bit quicker, just trying to rush him, hit him on that pad. Sneak one past.
Here he is again, very wide on the return crease, and tosses that one up wide of off stump. Clark read it well enough to allow it through to the gloves of Finley Bean. 3 to come in the penultimate over of the day. Adam Lyth just stepped on the pitch and is just making a suggestion to Johnny Bairstow. That suggestion looks to have been bring in Logan Van Beek at second slip. Matthew Revis has been brought in off the cover boundary, and Johnny is might be even a stride closer in at silly mid off. So 2 slips to Don Bess. Mostly well an off spin, trying to challenge the outside edge of the left-handed Tom Clark's bat. Three to come. Bess wide on the crease again, floats it up. Ooh, just pushed forward at that as Clark, and it felt for a moment like he might have got an outside edge on it. There may have been some bat or glove. The ball just looped up slightly as it landed in the gap between Logan Van Beek at second slip and Johnny Bairstow at silly mid off. Just a couple of yards it travelled. Bess in again, and Clark this time thrusts out the front pad with bended knee to try and cover his stumps, and did so fine.
Great theatre this. Just fielders are really close. Van Beek feels like he's almost on the pitch with Bairstow. John Best is going a little bit slow, trying to find that outside edge.
Final ball of the day for him. Ooh, and there's definite bat on that, and it drops just short of a tumbling Johnny Bairstow at silly mid-off.
I mean, I don't think he can get any closer in there. It's just a second. It just bounces a little bit. Ooh, yeah.
Picked it up on the bounce. It's so difficult, isn't it, to go forward when you're in those crouched catching positions. Much easier to push yourself off backwards.
Find that one quicker.
Yeah, a little bit quicker. There's drift in towards the bat. It's either got the, I think it's the glove, isn't it? I think if that hits the bat, it probably lands in Johnny's hands, and it's probably just taken a little bit of the pace off it. And yeah, if you can't see the pictures, then I can tell you it dropped about a foot short and bounced up into Johnny's grasping hand.
They were interested for a while, though. See the Yorkshire fielders around their bat.
So Clark survives. He's probably hoping that that's the last he'll see of a delivery, because George Hill is on his way in towards Carson, who didn't particularly play the short ball well there. He ducked that. Johnny Bairstow's just walked in close. May have had a word. So there is some pressure on Sussex here, and they will be relieved if they get to the point in 5 balls' time where they can walk off without any further addition in the wickets column. Game on. And in comes George Hill running towards us. Bowls it now, short again. It's going to be 4. Carson, again, you wouldn't have said played that wholly comfortably, but he has diverted it wide of the diving leg slip Matthew Revis. But it's not a bad delivery, is it, by George Hill? He's bowled it straight enough to get the batter to have a go, and Yorkshire will be not bothered about conceding the 4 at this stage, because they're creating half chances at the minute. Still 4 balls to go. Hill in again. Carson has to jab down on this one, as it feels like it doesn't bounce as much, and the pitch has played so well for 3 days that I think we can probably count on the fingers of one hand balls that have done something that you wouldn't have expected. The odd one, a very odd one, has kept low, and the odd one has bounced, but it's played really well. And when there's that bit of pressure on, it suddenly feels like you get a couple of them in fairly quick time. There's a bag of snakes just for a few minutes.
Yeah, it's been great, this. So the game's just come alive for this last half an hour, 40 minutes. Yorkshire taking the 2 wickets.
3 balls to go. Hill goes short this time. We've got 2 men now, a leg slip and a leg gully. Behind on the leg side, 2 slips and a gully to the offside. Johnny Bairstow under the lid at silly mid-off. Adam Lyth was at short leg, and he's now backing away. I don't know if that's just to collect the ball as it goes back round the ring and hand it on to the bowler. We'll find out, but he may be changing his position, is he?
Don't think so. I think
No, he's going to stay in that short leg. Yeah.
Got to make him play these final deliveries. Whether it is short, you get him on his back foot. Try to glove him. Bring him forward, you need to play.
2 to come. Hill in again, and Carson gets across and plays that confidently up to mid-on. So final ball of day 3. 6:38 on Sunday evening. We're back for tomorrow, when promises to be potentially a really absorbing final day here. And George Hill, having had a few words of encouragement perhaps from Logan Van Beek, makes his way in and bowls his final ball now. And Carson again has to jab down on it. And there's oohs and ahs from the Yorkshire fielders out there, but they can't get through, and credit to Carson and Clark for holding out those final few precarious overs. 14 of them have now been bowled in the Sussex second innings, and at precisely 6:39 in the evening, the players leave the field with Sussex on 31 for 2, and that is a lead of 22 runs. sum up the day if you can, Liam.
Yeah, fantastic day's cricket there, which came alive for the last 40 minutes there. Yorkshire ripping out 2 wickets. Sussex there, Haynes the key one. But yeah, there were some brilliant knocks in between. Whiteman and Bean both going to the hundreds. Oh, sorry, Bean last night, but Whiteman going to his 100 today. Then Root getting antagonisingly close, finishing on 96. George Hill with 50. So I think it's been an honours even, solid day. But yeah, Yorkshire will be probably happier of the 2 walking off. I think Sussex will be happy to get away 2 down. But yeah, sets up a tantalising finish tomorrow. So we actually thought it would meander into a draw potentially, but I feel like it's just come alive, which will be good for day 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, I do think people are often too hasty to call a result way out in a game. Yeah, we know it's a good pitch and all that, but we also know in cricket that, even on good pitches, you'll still regularly see a clump of wickets at some stage. And so it's proved a couple in that Sussex second innings. Then in the 14 overs they've played out this evening, they began trailing by 9 runs.